That's Spencer Cavaco slicing and dicing past the 25, knocked down by the Crusaders before he can hit the 30, and that's where the Rams are going to start this championship dance here on TD Stadium on your Wednesday evening. I'm joined by Coach KJ Kedemy and Ron Ferwerda. Guys, this is a tale of two incredible teams, a combined of 14-1 record. You have CCH undefeated Ron Ferwerda and Sir Wilfrid Laurier. Their only taste of defeat was all the way back in their first game of the regular season, September 19th, against AB Lucas, 29-25.
A lot of things have changed in between week one loss, too. They've got a different quarterback, as you see. Ben Kverjovic, this is what they like about Ben, his ability to scramble around.
And he will take a mean lick, though, at the 30-yard line. A late flag tossed on to this play, and maybe it'll benefit the Rams here, as it was Kverjovic going on a gander on the opening play of the game. Coach KJ Kedemy, this is a team in the Crusaders, the sixth-time now defending junior LDA champions. However, they lost the AB Lucas Vikings in the 2018 WOSSAA finals last year here at TD Stadium, 35-3. However, that was 4-down football. Today, we'll play 3-down football. Is it safe to say that that will benefit the Crusaders?
It really should benefit the Crusaders playing 3 downs. It's really tough for Laurier to go from playing on top of the football and 4-down football for the whole season, as CCH has struggled in the last 4 WOSSAA championships with only 1 win.
The kid is crafty, and Ben Kverjovic, he's a mobile quarterback that knows when to throw the rock, and here he is in the shotgun with awaiting the snap from Bragg. Looks like he's going to hand this one off over to the left side. It's going to be cutting back in. A gain of 5 or 6 yards. A healthy play design there. Brian Bennett in on the action.
Yeah, Brian Bennett just taking the outside zone play a little bit off to the left edge there. Cuts it back. He does a lot of damage at linebacker as well. But he's got to get going. He's got to get big yards on first and second down here for the Rams to be able to stay in this.
Ball's at the 51-yard line. 10:40 remains here in the opening quarter of play. This is the Sir Wilfrid Laurier Rams, who went 4-1 in the Allen division, putting up 183 points and only allowing 92 against their opposition over that time. 2 wag to the line to the right side, but once again we get a dose of Brian Bennett over to the left side. Bennett is swarmed by a handful of Crusaders, including number 44, Tixera Jackson, but not before he moves the chains. It's a first down here, KJ, for the Rams.
Inside zone running. Bennett is a big guy. CCH hasn't seen a guy like this all year, and this is going to be the tail of the tape. Like Ron said, on first down, if they can get 6-7 yards and make it second and manageable for the young Ben Kverjovic, it's going to give the Rams a great opportunity to work their play-action passing game later on to number 84, Van Taylor.
This opening drive that started before the Rams 30 already finds himself with the help, though, of an unnecessary roughness penalty. Ron Ferwerda already in Crusaders territory on this opening drive.
Yeah, it was a horse collar on that Kverjovic scramble. So it went up 15 yards. Let's see what the Rams can do here.
Kverjovic with one in the backfield. They're going to sweep this one over to the left side. It's a handoff to Bennett. The ball's fumbled on the ground, picked up by Bennett, trying to make something out of nothing. He'll at least gain 1 yard to the right side to bring up a 2nd and long.
Well, you can kind of see what they're trying to do is they're trying to run the ball inside with Bennett, and then you got Van Taylor, who's the big receiver, and Kverjovic, who's got the speed to the outside. So a little inside-outside is what they're trying to do here.
Crusaders won the LDA finals live on Junior Mustangs TV with a 34-13 victory over a different Ram opponent, the St. Joseph's Catholic High School Rams. And ironically, they started their season with a win over the Rams. They ended their LDA season with a win over the Rams, and they want to end their WOSSAA season with a win against the Rams, but this time of the Laurier variety. It's Kverjovic rolling out of the pocket, open space to that right side. He's going to throw this one downfield. Has a receiver. It is caught, and he scampers out of bounds. First down for the Rams. What a reception on this play by Van Taylor. Not 1, not 2, but 3 touchdowns in that semifinal victory, 21-19 over the South Lions.
Yeah, again, this is kind of the X factor. This is what you can see with Kverjovic. You see him being able to extend the play, rolling out, and Van Taylor is a big, tall receiver, settles down nicely in the sightline. Kverjovic Nice easy throw, good play design.
Crusaders won 38-0 in the semifinal over the St. Andre Bessette Bulldogs, then 34-13 over the St. Joseph's Rams. They haven't faced much adversity in the postseason, but here come the Wilfrid Laurier Rams. Kverjovic on the quarterback keep, gonna try and skirt this one over the near side. He's wrapped up originally on the play by the Crusaders' Brennan Kiba, and then eventually KJ is rest of his Crusader comrades ended up helping him on the action. 8-10 remains here in the opening quarter of play.
And that's what the CCH on defense. They're a team tackling defense. They all rally to the football. And that loss, 2nd and 14, this is where it's going to be difficult. Although I will tell you, John, on this drive, the Rams showing great poise, great job by their coaching staff because they've come out and had a tremendous first drive playing 3-down football.
Crusaders went 5-0 during the LDA regular season, and they only allowed 32 points over those 5 games. But that also included a 35-0 forfeit victory in the final week of competition against the Regina Monday Catholic High School. Kerberjevic gonna go deep, has a man towards the back of the end zone, incomplete pass. I believe he was trying to target Van Taylor, one-on-one coverage with Tyrell Campbell.
Yeah, Tyrell Campbell playing safety in this ball game, and it's to get that matchup on 84. Great play design, great throw, and you know, John, that's just a great drive by the Rams. I will see if they try a long field goal, but I would suspect him to punt here and try to pin CCH deep.
7:33. Ron, do you agree with the coach's sentiments there? Play the field positioning battle here early.
I think this is a little outside of Rivard's range at this point. I think you punt the ball, you had a good drive, you flip the field position and play your defense.
So Rivard, who's had a couple receiving touchdowns in this season, is forced to punt this one away from his opponent's 45-yard line, keeping this one away from the punt returners. It's going to trickle all the way down to the 8-yard line. Stuttering to pick this one up is number 7, Brennan Kiba. And as a result of a great punt here by Rivard, he has pinned his opponent within the 20, Ron. Special teams can be the biggest factor in these championship games.
Yeah, Braden Rivard, he's a kid who's played a couple seasons with me as well. Really good punter. He does a good job of making sure that those deep receivers for the Catholic Central Crusaders do not have an opportunity to catch his ball.
And it looks like penalty yardage has helped out the Rams yet again on this drive. Take me through this, Coach.
Yeah, holding penalty on CCH because of the kick. What I don't understand is and we don't have the replayer, but Keyshawn Campbell's got to catch that ball in the air. You have 2 returners back there, and he let it dribble, and then Kiba had to pick it up, and he had no choice. So we just got to do a better job of returning those balls in the air like Ron always talks about.
The Crusaders try and use a hard count to get the Rams defense to jump early. They don't. Play action. Tyrell Campbell trying to huck this one deep. Go up and get it, but it's an incomplete pass at the 40-yard line. The intended target on this play was Albert Dallas. Ron, what a play design, and do you like that they took a shot here early?
Yeah, why not? Take a shot early. You've got a big speed advantage, I feel, on the outside, Catholic Central does. But it's really, really good coverage by Brady Killian, who's playing corner there. Perfect coverage, good throw, loosen it up, try to get the defense to back off because they played a lot of 5-man front and blitzes a lot.
So here we go, 2nd and 10. 6:33 remains here in the opening quarter of play of the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Championship. They're going to hand this one off. No, they fake it. Tyrell Campbell on the keep, the quarterback to the far edge, eventually pushed out of bounds around the 18-yard line. He'll be shy, though, of the first down here, Ron.
Yeah, he's going to be shy. He's looking for a receiver downfield. Again, really good coverage. They didn't bring the pressure that time. That time they just dropped into a 4-man rush. Everyone dropped back, played defense a little bit. Campbell does a good job extending the play. We're going to see a lot of scrambling with both these quarterbacks. And again, Campbell's got a little bit better of an arm and is very elusive, but the defense really flows well. That's a good stop for the Rams.
Final game of the year for both the Rams and the Crusaders, but it's for everything on the line. London supremacy here in the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Boys Football Championship here on your Wednesday evening, live on Junior Mustangs TV. A low snap settled down by Kiba. The soccer player's going to boot this one away from his 5-yard line. It takes a kicker's roll all the way down to the Rams' 45-yard line. Cavaco avoids one tackle, tries to stutter back in, and he'll be smothered up at the 50-yard line. Still decent field positioning, though, Ron, for the Sir Wilfrid Laurier Rams to start their second drive of the game.
Line drive kind of punt by Kiba in space. Spencer's got to do a little bit better job of attacking that ball in the air. Then he fumbles it around and he's got nowhere to go. He's able to get it to his 50-yard line. So, again, good field position for the Rams to start here. And yeah. Jay, the feeling out process, what do you think
exactly.
so far?
And Kiba, you love the way he punts. He's a line drive, but he can do it all. He can punt any different ways. And he got that. And the reason that it bounced was because of the line drive. And you're right, he's got to be able to pick that up. But great field position for the Rams, John.
Second drive of the game. In the shotgun goes Kerberjevic, waiting for the snap from his center in Bragg. Kerberjevic, last second instructions to the trip to the right side. Has Brian Bennett behind him. It's Kerberjevic. Going to air this one to that far side. Looks like Van Taylor is the target. jumps up to try and catch it. Did he reel it in, though?
Yeah, he did.
What a catch by Van Taylor. It's a first down by Kaberzovic.
This is just an overload, and if CCH is going to play defense like this all game, this is going to set up a lot of different things. I thought they were going to check off to a step-off screen here at first, but all they do is they just run a couple settle-down routes. They're running a 5-yard and a 7-yard hook pattern. Van Taylor just sits on the sideline, and again, Catholic Central is paying way off these guys, but they only had 2 defenders to the 3 receivers. Let's see if they have an adjustment for that coming up.
5:14 now remains in the opening quarter of play. Still looking for our first score in this WOSSAA championship. Looks like this is Brian Bennett again to the left side. Nice tackle on the play, mind you, by the Crusaders' Keyshawn Campbell. But it's about an 8-yard run here, Coach, and a healthy drive again here by the Rams.
Again, Bennett on first down, but you see what Keyshawn Campbell can do from that field corner position. He's not the biggest guy, guys, but he sits down and makes a nice tackle. But still, the Rams, I love what they're doing, John. They're coming out in different formations, things that we haven't seen, and that's what it's going to take to win a football game like this. Kudos to the Rams coaching staff.
Fresh off of their first shutout in 2019, and not a bad time to get it, too, in the TVDSB A Junior Championship. 7-0 over the AB Lucas Vikings, live on Junior Mustangs TV. As again, Kaberzovic's going to let 3 wag to the line. Looks like they're going to sweep this one. No, they fake it to Zelansky, and they try and go deep, spinning off of the coverage. Incomplete pass. I believe that's Kawhi in on the catch. Kawhi squared, Ron. Not a bad name.
Yeah, Kawhi is a really big, tall receiver. He's got a real height advantage there, something that they probably liked on film a lot and thought they could take advantage of.
Well, the question was this week, was CCH going to defend Campbell on 84? No, you can't. He's 6'6" against, not 6'6". But Kawhi is another guy, and like Ron said, I thought he pushed off there, guys, but again, that's going to be a matchup to watch this game.
This is a 3rd down play, and it looks like Kaberzovic and the offense is going to go for it here for the Rams. Trips to the right side, play action. Kaberzovic on the keep, rolls out to that right side. Can he get to the edge? He stays on his feet for now. I believe he'll be shy or just at the first down marker, and a healthy field positioning here by the near side judge. Wow, first down. What a run by the King, BK.
Yeah, you know what? It's here it is again. It's the same route combination that you've got going on there. You've got Van Taylor, again, with 2 defenders for Catholic Central, just doing a step-off route. When he sees Kaberzovic escape the pocket and pressure from Kiba coming up, that time Ben does a good job of stepping outside and gets down in there. But again, they've got something going on with this 3-receiver set. The Crusaders have not adjusted to it yet.
Kaberzovic right behind Bragg, gives it to the second back. It's going to go off to the left side, and another flag thrown at the tail end of this play with 3:34 remaining in the opening quarter of play. Coach, what'd you see on this infraction?
Looks like it's going to be a holding penalty against the Rams, their first one of the game. But again, going back to that 3rd down play, Rams right now are out scheming, again, throwing stuff that you haven't seen on tape, and they're running it well. And Kaberzovic broke that tackle off of Kiba to get the first down. But now on first down, this is the first time they're going to 1st and 20. Actually, it's going to get CCH.
It's illegal hands to the face downfield on Campbell, who went up and hit him. And he was blocking him. The hands came up in the face, and that's what they got him on.
Automatic first down. Places the ball at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 now for the Rams, and we're still looking for our first score of the game here with 3:22 remaining in the opening quarter. 2 are going to wag to the line evenly. They fake it to Bennett. Rolling out of the pressure is Kaberzovic. Is he going to go for a run? Zigzagging back to the original line of scrimmage. Forced down, and another late flag thrown, I believe, on Keyshawn Campbell.
Nope, this is going to be on Kiba. He's coming over late, and he believe he kicks him on his way through.
Guys, I got to tell you something. This is 3 penalties. I've seen this tape before. I got to tell you, we got to let the kids decide this. This is a great football game. Love the way Laurier's come out. Love the tenacity. Love the play calling. We just got to get a game here. We'll see if we see it on the replay, but you get a tackle and a guy coming in late. There was no guy kicking at anybody. This is crazy.
I don't know if there was intent, but I agree with Ron that Kiba did come across on the bottom of half of your screen there and looked to make contact with the downed Ram player.
And that's what they're getting them on, is the piling on.
Puts them officially in the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone. As again, it's Kaberjvic going to work here with Bennett in the backfield. Looks like a delayed handoff to Bennett. Bennett off to the left side. Finds a hole all the way down to the 1-yard line. And this should bring up 1st and goal for the Rams, well within the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone. Check out Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches at 797 York Street, Unit 8 here in the Forest City. They're along with Skip the Dishes and open 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. Give them a call at 519-645-6262. 1st and goal, Mr. Forwerda here for the Rams.
Just a straight ahead inside zone play again. They're just being out. CCH right now is being out physical at the point of attack.
Absolutely.
And they're getting out schemed a little bit outside. And again, with the big back of Bennett.
Kaberjvic to Bennett.
Again.
Bennett, though, is swarmed by a plethora of Crusaders. A huge TFL with 2:17 left on the first quarter clock.
And that's what Brian Bennett can't do. He's a straight ahead pounder. Okay? He's not the type of kid that's going to be able to bounce this ball out wide and break it and try to outrun you guys. You got to go straight ahead with him.
Been using these play actions on this drive repeatedly with Kaberjvic, extending these plays to the near sidelines. Do you go to a similar play here, Coach?
I think so, because Kaberjvic can be a threat. And on the last play when he did run and Campbell tackled him, Kwai was wide open in the end zone. So watch for that here on a kind of zone read type play.
Bennett behind Kaberjvic. Looks like another dose of Bennett, though. And again, a huge play by the Crusaders defense. Stepping up in the clutch here is Keegan Rondinelli. What a play by Rondinelli. The defense is what wins you championships, Ron.
Yeah, really good penetration. We're just talking about Laurie is winning the point of attack battle, the line of scrimmage battle. That time the advantage goes to the Crusaders. They do the straight ahead zone play off the left hand edge there, but nowhere to go.
Rivard coming out for a field goal here, John, from a spot that we've seen him kick. The last time he kicked here wasn't the greatest.
1:23 remains in the opening quarter of play. This is a field goal attempted by Braden Rivard. It looks like a 13-yarder from the near hash. He had a field goal blocked in an OPFL championship this summer from a similar position. This one, though, he splits the fork. And with 1:09 remaining in the opening quarter of play, Ron Forwerda, 3-0 for the Rams over the Crusaders live on Junior Mustangs TV.
Yeah, you know, the Rams have actually really dominated the play of this game. They've had it for 2 long drives. Again, good mixture of run and pass. You kind of see what the Rams are trying to do. Now, going back to that second down call, Jay, you and I both were kind of shaking our heads. You've got a 6'6" Van Taylor out there. Why don't you try to get him on an out or something like that from the slot position?
Well, they believe in Bennett, right? And I agree with you, Ron. I was kind of questioning it because I thought maybe the bootleg, get it in Kaberjvic's hands on the edge, see if you can get a 2-for-1 situation. But Bennett has been the bell cow of this ball game. He's got to be averaging 8 yards a carry. So, in the same token, you get the field goal and you get the points to go up, which is huge in championship football.
And there was an incredible concern on the part of the Rams having to adjust to 3-down football. After playing 4-down football for the majority of 2019, they kind of go into, the Crusaders' rules as far as their house is concerned here. And yet, they're thriving. A 3-0 lead with 1 minute remaining here in the opening quarter of play. Tyrell Campbell trying to lead his team now for a comeback in this championship game. A flag thrown as Campbell keeps it to that left side. Campbell with a first down. The ball comes loose at midfield. The Rams swarm it. Who's got it underneath the dog pile? Rams ball. Rams ball. But there was a flag. Hold the phone, Ron Forwerda, back on this play.
You're going to get somebody for the offside. I don't know if the defense lined up offside or if it was procedure or what it was.
The 1 yard maybe. Yeah, it could be. Let's see if we get that replay one more time. We'll see if they're lined up in the neutral zone, because CCH's defense is coming on the field, it looks like, guys.
Yeah, and I believe the penalty was going against the Crusaders, naturally declined by the Rams, and it looks like they're going to take over for the 3rd time in this game with 45 seconds remaining in the opening quarter as you're checking out the replay here on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay zone.
That was a huge hit to cause the fumble. I missed the number of it, and I do apologize.
Northbound on a southbound freeway, and it looks like it was number 5 doing the damage.
Spencer Cavaco.
Spencer Cavaco.
Yeah, a little bit of a ball hawk, undersized player. Really love the kid, heart and soul type of guy.
So Kaberjvic with trips to the right side will have one run to the line to the left side. Looks like he's going to air this one out to that intended target. A chance to intercept it for the Crusaders, and they do. Tyrell Campbell. Or no, I apologize. Number 4. That's Mark Carranza coming away with the INT at the 50-yard line.
Excellent job by Carranza. Again, Ben just overshoots his receiver here. The pressure, if we get the replay one more time around, let's see who brought that pressure. He's the reason that caused Kurt Bergevik to throw the ball up high. It's a defensive end here, number 19. That's Jeffrey Studnicka, another junior Mustang. And what a pressure he did there. That's what caused that high throw.
Almost an ill-advised pass, Ron. It's a turnover, a costly one of that. And what do you know, a little ping pong going on here. Fumble by the Crusaders, quickly followed up by an interception thrown by the Rams. Yeah. So Tyrell Campbell back to work, going to hand this one off over to the left side with the play of about 8 or 9 yards. Coming away with this one is Garrett Hornick. We saw Hornick get the opening touchdown run in that LDA championship dance over a different Rams team in St. Joseph's, live on Junior Mustangs TV back last Wednesday.
Yeah, we really haven't talked a little about the Catholic Central offense. It's a three-headed monster. Hornick, Kiba, and Campbell. You know, you can even throw the other Campbell in there for a fourth one, but you got to concentrate on all three.
And this time they fake it to Hornick. Campbell keeps it himself, finds the far edge, and looks like he's going to scamper out of bounds at the 30-yard line. That is a gain of 21 yards. Make that 22 by number 1, Tyrell Campbell. Take me through it here, Coach, on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay.
This play we call Q follow. So you fake the inside zone, but you follow the tailback as a lead blocker, Ron. And look what happens there. Great job. Look at Hornick set the edge there. And even Campbell, his brother, does a good job. Carranza does a good job. And a nice tackle here at the end. I'm not sure who that is. I think it's number 5. Spencer Kavaku, who's having a whale of a first quarter here.
Big thank you to our sponsors, not just the obvious ones as Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich, Aircade Jacks Communications, and the London Junior Mustangs, but as well as TD Bank for helping us put this WOSSAA championship together, ironically at TD Stadium here at Western University. And again, we go to the Aircade Jacks Communications box score after the first quarter of play. Just a 3-0 score with a $1.09 left in the opening quarter. Rivard with a 13-yard field goal to make it 3-zip. Tyrell Campbell fakes the handoff to Hornick. Gonna hand off this one. Has to dance out of the backfield. Nowhere to go for Campbell, and he's forced out of bounds about 5 yards back behind the line of scrimmage. 11:44 to go here in the opening half of play, Ron.
Seth Raymer plays his textbook. Absolute textbook. He shuffles down. He breaks down. You can see him at the very end. Nowhere for Campbell. Campbell does not the drop my shoulder in you type of kid. He wants to make you miss. He wants to dance around. He's an explosive player. But boy, I'm telling you, that was well defended by the Rams.
Maybe my eyes were deceiving me too, but Toku Malachi was also in on that action to pressure Tyrell Campbell to practically no anywhere. Campbell with the pump fake, gonna release this one. Go up and get it. It is caught. Looks like a first down for the Crusaders at the 18-yard line.
Yeah, number 10, Albert Dallas had himself a big game, Dallas Albert had himself a big game in the junior game. Just a little sit down or a square and route there. Tough throw for Campbell, delivers the ball there. Really good coverage by the Rams.
And that completion to Dallas Albert puts them within the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone for the first time in this game for the Crusaders. It's now a dose of Garrett Hornick. Hornick off to the right side, breaks off of one tackle, cuts back in, looks to gain about 5 yards on this play with 10:55 remaining in the second quarter.
Just a little outside zone play. You know, again, Hornick does a really good job. This is kind of that three-headed monster we were talking about. He's the physical runner of those. If he gets going, and then Campbell can get going with the edge, and the other one that we haven't seen yet is Kiba. Boy, oh boy, if they get all three facets going, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Kiba and Campbell, the two slots are pretty dynamic. That was inside zone, as he did bounce it outside, Ron, and it's the whole premise of what CCH does. George McCauley calls it 442. We're going to run this play till we die.
Van Taylor got banged up defensively at the tail end of that play by the Rams. That is massive considering he led the squad in tackles for loss during the regular season. As now, with 10:35 left here in the opening half of play, a second and short situation within the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone for the Crusaders. They're going to sweep over to the right side, but they fumble this one on the ground, and it looks like the Rams might have had a chance to recover. I believe Brendan Kiba might have just saved his own team's bacon.
Kiba on the jet sweep. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get a counter going the one way and the jet sweep coming the other way. Kind of both of them going at the same way. I think somebody was on the wrong page there. But Kiba just misses the jet sweep handoff here and fumbles the ball.
And again, Toku Malachi, the oval just kind of slips away from Malachi there. And, well, it still brings up a third down, and it looks like the Crusaders are going to go for it instead of potentially tying this game. It's Tyrell Campbell faking the handoff. Tyrell Campbell reaching before the end zone. Touchdown, Crusaders! Tyrell Campbell from 17 yards out gives the Crusaders their first taste of the lead.
Yeah, again, it's just that cue follow again. What he's doing is they're reading the inside linebacker. Is he coming? Is he pinning? Or is he overflowing to the run? That time the backer flowed to the run. Campbell stepped inside and stepped up and did that. And actually, on the last play, they're vacating the middle a little bit to try to protect the edges against Catholic Central. And I was just thinking, boy, oh boy, that's going to be there all game long.
The snap and the hold is good, and Brendan Kiba nails the extra point, and with 9:47 remaining before halftime, it's now a 7-3 game in favor of the Crusaders, who again are undefeated, technically 7-0 after completing the LDA regular season, coach, a perfect 5-0.
Exactly, and the Rams came out with they dominated that first quarter, to be honest with you, and CCH needed to have an answer. So we've got one whale of a ball game here, and what I love about this game is we're not just seeing one person. There's like 6 or 7 guys touching football, and both O-lines are playing great right now.
And Ron, similar tale to the last game that the Crusaders played, not just the fact that they played another Ram squad, this time in St. Joseph's in that LDA championship final, but if you recall, 7-7 going into the halftime break, and a lot of Crusaders fans were getting worried. Well, no worries, because in the second half of play, Tyrell Campbell would throw for 2 touchdowns to Brendan Kiba and run for 2 touchdowns as they would run away with the championship dance 34-13.
Yeah, and it's kind of weathering the storm for Catholic Central. They almost want to take your best shot and say, okay, I see what you got now. Now we can counter it with X, Y, and Z. So, they're a very tough team to defend, but the Rams are showing a lot of heart, a lot of discipline in this game as well.
Brennan Kiba boots this one away. Looks like Cavaco from around his own 20-yard line. Little Le'Veon Bell stutter step between the hash marks and will find himself down around the 36-yard line here with 9:40 remaining before halftime.
Yeah, really good return. See the difference. Spencer catches the ball in the air on this one and really attacks it straight up field. It's the type of return I really preach to the kids when they're doing special teams. Don't cross the field. Try to get to beat 11 guys around the edge. Go straight up field, hit an inside seam. You only have to make 1 or 2 guys miss. And again, outside the 35, good field position to start.
Crusaders looking for revenge as they lost the 2018 WOSSAA finals last year, but in a 4-down football game, 35-3 against the AB Lucas Vikings. They didn't have to worry about the Vikings this year, as it was the Rams taking care of them in the LDA final, as this one's fumbled and recovered by the Crusaders. 3 turnovers here in the opening half of play, and 2 by the Rams are really costing them, but hold the phone, a flag thrown back at the 45-yard line.
And you just saw Konverjovic talking to Bennett, both of them saying, okay, we both got to settle down here. I think this is going to go against Catholic Central for being offside. I'm not 100% sure on that, but...
Who would have thought
objectionable conduct?
Yeah, objectionable conduct, and both teams are switching personnel off the field. The turnover goes back into the Crusaders' lap. And after getting their first taste of the lead with 9:47 remaining before halftime here with 9:19 remaining before the break, well, the Crusaders are going to get the ball back in Rams territory.
But the Crusaders have to stop taking these dumb penalties, John. I mean, what is that? 4 penalties, Ron, and 3 of them are URs? Like, you can't do this in a championship football game.
They did this against the Rams last week. And they didn't get called. And
the
John,
St. Joseph's Rams.
The St. Joseph's Rams. And you and I talked about that, saying you gotta get your emotions in check.
Garrett Hornick out of the pro set receives the handoff from Campbell and takes a pop from Brian Bennett. It's a gain of 1 yard the hard way.
Bennett just came in from his spot. Watch this here, John. Boom! Just kind of lays into him, and wow, that's a football play. We haven't seen that in a long time.
And
nice
again,
tackle.
The Crusaders trying to get back into that Mama's Hot Italian sandwich red zone. That got them a 17-yard touchdown gallop from Tyrell Campbell. Again, Mama's Hot Italian sandwiches open up 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. You can still get a meal in you right now. Check them out on Skip the Dishes, or check them out at 797 York Street, Unit 8 here in the Forest City. The Crusaders motioning over to the right side. They're going to hand this one off to Kiba. Kiba trying to use the blocking scheme. Uses the spin move to get up to the 30-yard line. And Kiba's going to move the chains here with 8:15 now remaining in the second quarter of play.
And this is, for me, the X Factor kid, okay? You know that they're going to run inside with Hornick. You know Campbell can run the ball. Here's the third of the 3-headed monster. Brandon Kiba on the edge runs harder and faster than anybody I've seen in a long, long time with this jet sweep. If this kid gets going, it's going to be a long day for the Rams.
We appreciate all those tuning in here to the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Football Championship from TD Stadium here on your Wednesday evening live on Junior Mustangs TV. Tyrell Campbell looks to hand this one off to his brother Keyshawn Campbell. Tries to zigzag out of the backfield and gains about 3 yards on this play. Take me through this Campbell to Campbell play, coach.
The exact same play, they just flip their slots, and that's the luxury that CCH has. There's not too many teams that have these two dynamic slots like Keyshawn Campbell and in Brendan Key. But what they do there is they run to the weak side. And what I've noticed is they're running it to the weak side outside, and they're running it inside to the field. Interesting strategy for Coach Campbell and Coach George McCauley.
A 4-point lead here for the Crusaders. They're trying to add to it, though, with 7:10 remaining here in the opening half of play. In the gun is Tyrell Campbell. Looks like they fake this one to Hornick. It's Campbell on the keep, right up the gut, slicing and dicing and going into the house. Tyrell Campbell, second touchdown of the game. This one from 27 yards out.
Same basic play that we saw before. It's that Q follow. You see the halfback take the guy to the right-hand side. So the linebacker's following. Bennett follows, and then all of a sudden, nobody's there to pick him up. And again, just gets it right to the edge.
Take me through this play on the Mama's Hot
Watch
Italian
it here, number
sandwich
20
replay,
pulls
KJ.
over, like you said. Number 20, that's Vadina with the great block. Great job by the offensive line and the receivers. And again, Campbell, once he makes one guy miss, if he's second level, he's tough to bring down.
Like a majestic ballerina, just grazing his way through the Rams defense, and he's actually out there to hold the Kiba PAT, which is good. 14-3. 2 minutes and 46 seconds apart. A double dose of Tyrell Campbell. They were down by 3. They're up by 11 with 7:01 left on the clock.
And it's the same basic play design that they've scored on twice. It's an H slice, so the fullback's lining up in the slot up to the field to the boundary side, slicing across to the linebacker. The running back is taking the one linebacker out. He's reading him, and then Campbell's just following inside. They got to figure out how to stop this play, or this is going to be.
They're going to have to get out of the 52. We talked about this in our pregame, guys. That 52 against this type of defense, you might want to go to a 53. Maybe bring that safety down, play cover 0, but then you take the chance of getting shots down the field. But they got to do something here. I'm interested to see here. Laurier's had 3 good drives in this ballgame. That last drive with the turnover, John, Laurier just got to settle down because they look really good if they can just continue to do what they were doing in that first quarter.
Does Kiba get crafty here? No, he'll just elect to boot this one down the field to Cavaco back at the Rams' 19-yard line with less than 7 minutes remaining here before halftime. Cavaco trying to get between a couple Crusaders up to the 35, and looked like a couple Crusaders on the play were more looking for the ball, Ron, than Cavaco himself.
Yeah, they're looking to strip the ball and everything, but again, Spencer Cavaco is this is a really dynamic or baseball player as well. He plays shortstop, plays a little bit of outfield, but you can see how he can track the football there. And again, years and years and years, I preach to these kids, go straight up, make the first guy miss inside, and then you just hit a seam. Don't try to bounce it real wide on these guys.
So back go the Rams offense, now down by 11. It's Kaberzovic having to make something here before the halftime break, down by 2 possessions. As it looks like they're going to hand this one off to Brian Bennett. He'll be sandwiched by the Crusaders. What a play. And that looks like Jackson Teixeira in on the action.
And that time you could see what CCH has done now. Coach Fingenzeller has made a decision that he's going to bring people inside. He's not going to let Bennett beat him inside. That means that there's guys one-on-one, and Kaberzovic's going to have to hit those guys.
Ron, one point I wanted to ask you was 29 of the 50 players dressing this evening for the Rams are actually grade 9 products. So maybe for tonight, it's a lesson that they can use down the line as they continue to grow this program and hopefully find themselves back at WOSSAA Championships, as this is a pass to the near side. It's going to be a gain of maybe 2 yards the hard way, and a late flag thrown again on Keyshawn Campbell. Looked like Solinsky was, out of bounds on that track here at TD Stadium, Ron, and, Campbell, I believe, his second flag of this game.
He did it. He gives him a shot out of bounds here. They might have been talking a little bit, but he gives him the extra push when he's out of bounds. You can't do that. That's a 15-yard penalty.
Let's quickly go back to my previous comment, though, about 29 of 50 of these Rams being grade 9 products. That means that, the majority of them can return next year and have a shot as being the grade 10s of that equation for another junior WOSSAA championship run.
Yeah, and again, really dynamic, and it's the kids that are grade 9. It's the Kaverjovic, it's the Raiden Rivards. These kids are playing really dynamic minutes and everything. You got to replace Bennett, you got to replace Van Taylor next year, and a lot of the offensive line.
There's also 7 Junior Mustangs products on the Rams roster, 9 for CCH. Just thought I'd throw that out there here on Junior Mustangs TV. As Kaberzovic awaits the snap from the center in Bragg. Looks like 3 are going to run to the line. Snap settled down by Kaberzovic. Plenty of time to throw this one, and he will. His receiver fell down, and it looked like it could have been intercepted in and out of the hands of Mark Carranza. Ron, he's already got 1 in this game. He was looking for a second helping.
He was looking for a second one, and again, they seem to identify Kwai as the guy that they want to go after here for the offense. But the problem is, this is a really long throw. Ben's rolling out to his left. He's a right-handed quarterback, and he tends to have a high release point anyway. That ball's going to sail.
And I notice, kind of quoting from the NFL, like Drew Brees, he's got to range back further because he's a shorter quarterback to see down the field for those intended targets. Jay, you know that the quarterback should be stepping up in the product to deliver those passes, and he just simply doesn't have the vertical stanchion, we'll call it, to do so. As it is Kaberzovic with now 3 running to the line. Well, a little disorganized, but they eventually do so. Brian Bennett setting up a block for Kaberzovic. Kaberzovic flushed out of the pocket. Quarterback having to get rid of this is just going to huck a prayer up, and this is intercepted again by the Crusaders. Pulling away with this one, I believe, is Brennan Kiba, the second pick thrown by Kaberzovic in this game.
Yeah, Kiba's just playing center field there. This is an ill-advised throw by Kaberzovic. Unfortunately, again, he's rolling to his left. This is a tough throw to make. He's running to his left. And again, he's trying to get the ball back to the line of scrimmage and get it out of bounds, but he keeps it in play, and Kiba's just playing center field, an easy pick.
And one of the substitutions with Keyshawn Campbell got his second UR of the game, guys, 1 more, and he's out of this game, is that they had to take him off of defense, and we see Carranza on that first down play make that play. But again, Ben rolling out to his left, like you talked about, and just throwing that ball up high. I don't know what the referees are talking about here. We'll have to see.
And Ron, is that a case of, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me? You talked about Kaberzovic getting lucky on literally the prior play. Carranza looked like he would have had his second interception of the game, and then quickly following up, Kiba grabs an INT.
Yeah, and I think that time the defense rolled to it and adjusted to it. The other thing I just noticed, I haven't seen Van Taylor come back on the field since that injury, and if he's out, that's a huge loss for these Rams.
3 touchdowns in the 21-19 victory over the South Collegiate Institute Lions for these Rams. And not just the performance in the postseason from Van Taylor, but as I mentioned before, defensively leading the Rams squad in the TFL's tackle for a loss, KJ. And realistically, down by 11 with 4:45 remaining here in this second quarter of play, it is going to be the Rams defense, not necessarily their offense, is going to have to try and step it up to win them this championship dance.
Absolutely, and losing a guy like Van Taylor, who's arguably the MVP in the public side. I mean, just a talented player. Let's hope he's okay and he can get back in this, because you want all the guns running. You want to see the best of the best playing in a game like this.
And we thank you for tuning in to the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Football Championship live here on Junior Mustangs TV on your Wednesday evening. Beautiful, and I truly emphasize beautiful football weather for late November here in the Great White North, as it looks like Garrett Hornick is going to grab this. He's on a shoestring tackle, eventually clobbered by a couple Rams around the 41-yard line, but looks like a holding penalty against the Crusaders. Coach is going to pull this one back.
Inside zone running, and again, you see the adjustment. Good job by Toku, the guy you've been calling out, and then it's the linebacker here, so I'm just trying to get you the number, John. It's number 44 for CCH with the holding penalty. That is Jackson Texcara, Ron, who gets the infraction there on the linebacker, and I think it's Bennett that he actually, I'm not sure who it is, but it's the outside linebacker.
And
there.
Just getting
That's Melville, actually,
Melville,
the outside
yeah.
backer.
Bit of an update for you guys. Looks like it was Van Taylor getting his head checked out. Looks like he's going through concussion protocol, actually. And his return to this championship game would definitely be questionable right now for the Rams. And that, like you mentioned, emphasizing 3 touchdowns in the semifinals, leads the team in tackle for losses in the regular season. That is a dual threat that they definitely need to come back in this 11-point deficit of a championship game.
Yeah, Van Taylor is really a difference maker. We just want the kid to be healthy and safe here.
1st and 20, Brennan Kiba on the sweep to the near side, cuts in at the 25, eventually tackled though. It's only a gain of 2 or 3 yards. It'll bring up a 2nd and long with 4 minutes remaining before halftime.
Carter Melville's playing outside linebacker here. This is a kid that I've known for a number of years. Does a really good job of squatting, turning the ball back in, and finishing the tackle. This was a matchup that I thought was a real advantage to Catholic Central. And Laurier is really doing a good job of holding the edges. Where CCH is having advantage is running the ball up the middle and off the soft edge.
So with 3:40 remaining on the second quarter clock, it is the Crusaders looking to add to their 11-point lead. Tyrell Campbell fakes the handoff to Hornick. Campbell gets past the 40, trying to get off of one tackle, and does, past the 50, near sidelines, through the 55, and eventually pushed out of bounds in front of his own bench. That is a gain of, I believe, 26 yards by the quarterback. What a play. Take me through it here on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay, KJ.
Yeah, we get the replay here again. They fake the inside zone, and they bring number 20, Vidina. He makes the block, and they're just not understanding. They're playing two high safeties, guys. I don't understand why. Play one high, play your 52 front if that's what you've done all year, but don't play two high safeties because it's just going to give them so much running bubbles inside, and that's what's happening right now for the Crusaders.
And it does look like there is a player injured on the field, or no, I apologize. It's an official at the 50-yard line as you see the Zebras sort of collecting around
Hey, we'll get the replay.
Their injured compadre, as both teams will take a knee here and have a chance to rehydrate, and maybe we'll see the middle official there as he get bumped down, or maybe it's behind the play. You don't see it, unfortunately, here on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay. The official is on his feet, but being looked at by the medical staff with 3:21 remaining on the TD clock at the second quarter of play. And again, this is the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Boys Football Championship featuring the Sir Wilfrid Laurier Secondary School Rams, who are your TD DSB Central Junior A champions, against the, undefeated CCH Crusaders, who are your LDA Junior champs, the 6-time defending LDA Junior champions, I should add, as this is for WOSSAA. The supremacy, if you will, Ron Forwerda, of the Forest City. It all comes down to this particular game as the official will be ushered to the medical table and continue to be looked at. So we'll have to keep an eye on him as we get back into the action. Looks like this is Keyshawn Campbell. Keyshawn Campbell trying to stay on his feet at the 35-yard line, eventually sandwiched down by two Rams at the 34. A gain easily of, 16 yards by a different Campbell. If it's not Tyrell, Ron, we're getting a dose of Keyshawn.
Keyshawn, they line him up in the backfield this time, and all they're doing is hitting the outside zone here. So it's basically, this is like the glorified sweep from the 80s when I played ball. But like Seth Raymer, the linebacker, does a really good job of tracking across there and finishing the tackle, but not before it's a gain of 17 yards.
Another dose of Campbell to Campbell. Tyrell hands it off to his brother Keyshawn. Keyshawn off to the right side. Doesn't get necessarily the first down yardage here, but a good chunk nevertheless, KJ. Looks like a gain of about 7 or 8 yards.
So now you're getting the 1-2 punch. You got Hornick, who's kind of like the, inside runner, kind of the, the thunder, and then you're getting the lightning, Keyshawn. It's tough to defend, and again, this
add
is
a kidney shot in there with Brennan Kiba.
Yeah, and then you got Kiba at slot, you got Campbell at quarterback, you got two receivers. It's very difficult at this level to match up, 6 solid athletes.
2:33 remains on the second quarter clock. It looks like they're motioning over to the left side. It's Tyrell Campbell faking the handoff with real estate to go up the field. First down and more into the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone. Down at the 9-yard line, first and goal coming up for the Crusaders.
It's pretty much the same play. This time he just follows him outside. He follows the H-back. He slices the D-end. This time the tackle comes upfield. Campbell's just following the blocks and just reading them. And again, he's a great athlete. He's hard to bring down in space. And this was kind of the factor that we talked about.
We knew that CCH had studs like Brennan Kiba and Tyrell Campbell, but it's the way that they're sort of utilizing them in this opening half, KJ, that has benefited Tyrell Campbell, at least with 2 TDs. Trying to make it maybe 3 on this particular play. Instead, he's going to fake the handoff to Hornick. Tyrell Campbell, can he get the hat trick here? He does! Touchdown, Tyrell Campbell! This one from 10 yards out.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. It's the same play that they've run about 4 or 5 times. They've gotten big yards every time. They're slicing the H-back, coming across. They're faking the inside zone. The linebackers are sucking in, and Campbell's taking it outside. And on the edge, this kid is a mismatch. For a lot of senior teams, never mind junior teams.
Coach, we talk about mismatches on paper, but we can talk about adjustments and the fact that there's still plenty of football left to play over 2 quarters here from TD Stadium. What do you do if you're the Rams to make these adjustments against, Tyrell Campbell, who sets up Brendan Kiba to make his third PAT of this game on the third Tyrell Campbell TD run.
Whatever formation you run, you got to get out of the two high safeties. You almost got to play cover zero. You got to maybe assign someone to Tyrell Campbell, saying, like, listen, where he goes, that's where you're going to go. Your ends have to stay at home on him. You scrape exchange. There's different things you can do, tear and scrape exchange. But the bottom line is this two high safety, it's not working because you're allowing the CCH Crusaders to block. They have a numbers advantage every time they run the football.
Despite seeing a plethora of turnovers in the opening half, the turnover ratio has benefited CCH. On top of that, Ron Forwarda, they have capitalized on their red zone drives, 2 for 2 in this particular game so far. We talk about the keys to the game. It's safe to say all the check boxes are going off for the Crusaders right now.
Yeah, right now the Crusaders are actually starting to dominate that line of scrimmage. We saw that earlier for the Rams. Just on another point, though, guys, it's good to see Van Taylor's actually back on the field playing some defensive end again. So it looks like he's okay and he's back out there.
Checked him with concussion protocol, which is obviously the most imperative thing right now is the player's safety. It is Kiba once again booting this one, targeting Cavaco down at the 18-yard line. The Rams kick returner up past the 30, goes through the 35, and eventually will be tripped up by Manny Prado and a couple other Crusaders. 1:52 left on the second quarter clock. Ron, I'll put it to you this quite blatantly. How imperative it is for the Rams to at least get a touchdown here on what appears to be their final drive of this opening half.
I think it's important to get some type of points on the board. The other thing, though, is the last couple times you've had the ball, you've turned it over. You have to prevent CCH from getting the ball back, so you got to use as much clock as you can. So Kverjovic has got to be smart with the ball here.
We appreciate you tuning in all around the world, whether it's from the comforts of your home or using your smartphone or tablets live on YouTube. Don't forget to give us a like, share this link with your football friends and family, and oh yeah, hit that subscribe button. We love you, so give us some love too. As Kverjovic gonna throw this one to the near sideline. Incomplete pass. The intended target on this play is number 9, Cody Sheeler.
Yeah, Sheeler's just running the out route here. And again, it's all they do is they're just trying to hit the sit-down route. And again, just bends. He's got pressure in his face, and he's not able to step into the ball all the way. And because of that, it's a little bit low.
So once again, with 1:48 remaining here on the second quarter clock, it's an 18-point lead for the Crusaders, who actually trailed in this game 3-0 after the opening quarter of play, thanks to a 13-yard field goal from Braden Rivard with $1:09 left in the opening quarter. It is Kverjovic with 3 running the line, trips to the left side. He looks over to that left side. He's going to fire this one off the fingertips and intercepted by Kiba. Kiba past the 30, past the 20, cutting in at the 10. Pick 6, Brennan Kiba, touchdown Crusaders.
Wow, just what Ron just said it. They couldn't ill-advise a turnover at this point. But again, kudos to the Rams. They're trying to make plays. They're trying to get the ball downfield. They're trying to get it to Van Taylor, their big guy who's been successful here. I will say this to you guys. On the 3 games that we did, the Laurier Rams, the championship game, they won 7-0. But the other 2 games, John, they had to come from behind. And this game isn't over. Let's just remind fans that.
With the PAT looming, maybe after the PAT, we'll check it out one more time on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay. Brendan Kiba with his second interception of the game. And his PAT is blocked, so now he's 3 for 4 in that category. But I think he's still feeling pretty good, Ron Forwarda. Take me through this play yet again on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay. His second interception of the game. It's a pick 6 for Brendan Kiba.
So what they're trying to do is this is it's almost like an under or a meshing route. You see Van Taylor starts from the slot back from the right position, goes all the way across. That's the guy that Kverjovic's looking for all the way here. He's a little bit high with this throw. Kiba's Johnny on the spot. And again, we talked about the speed of this kid, and it's just off to the races.
I really hate to use this analogy, KJ, especially when you're talking about the last game of the season, no matter what here for the Rams or the Crusaders. But if you're still Wilfrid Laurier, how do you get out of this quicksand feeling that seems to be engulfing your program right now?
They got to this championship game by coming from behind, so their coaches were reminding them that they just got to, limit the mistakes, change a little bit of the defensive philosophy, probably go to, try to spy on Tyrell Campbell. But they, whatever they do, they just need to remind themselves they got here and they have to come from behind. late in the season, and they were able to do that. You know, football is not won in one half, it's won in a full game.
With 95 seconds remaining in the opening half of play, Cavaco again will retrieve this from his own 20-yard line. Are they going to reverse it? They do. Some trickery here by the Rams. Solansky to the near side, using a block. Solansky through midfield will be pushed out of bounds in front of the Crusaders bench around the 55-yard line.
Yeah, you needed a spark. You needed something. And again, I was wondering, because watching Spencer, it's the one time he starts tracking outside. Great time for a reverse. Again, you talk about, hey, we got to do something for the Rams. This is all of a sudden now you're in plus territory for probably the second or third time in this game.
And trying
to settle Kverjovic down to quarterback.
And I was just going to say, trying to help out your quarterback, inject him with some adrenaline and some confidence, if you will, knowing that he just threw his second INT of the game, and it went back for a pick six from Brennan Kiba. Now, unfortunately, after that incredible play, Solansky looks like he is down on a knee at his team's 49-yard line. Now, he does get up on his own accord. Can he make it to the bench on his own accord? Regardless, Ron, he's got to sit out for 3 plays at least, and that's a massive loss with 1:22 remaining here in the second quarter, knowing that they want to get a touchdown on this drive, get some points back before the halftime break.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things you gotta watch out where those guys are. Watch out where Kiba's playing. He's going to be playing center field. Campbell's going to be playing center field. Be patient with the ball here. Check it down. Try to get maybe the big guy into flats. You know, try to get Van Taylor or even Bennett on a screen. Something where he can get running when he can just start going.
Kverjovic has 2 run to the line, 3 options to his left side. Looks like he's going to throw this one up off the fingertips. Are they going to say it's incomplete? They do. Couldn't tell whether that ball rattled off the turf or not. Dylan Roberts, the intended target, and Roberts was the one that caught the lone touchdown run of that TVDSB Junior A championship that we called here on Junior Mustangs TV. With 5:27 remaining in the opening half of play, it was a 35-yard touchdown pass and run. Kverjovic found Dylan Roberts, and Roberts did the rest.
Yeah, that play there, right there, that was just a skinny post. They're trying to hit him in the soft spot of that zone that's Catholic Central's playing right now. And again, good coverage by the Crusaders.
2nd and 10 for the Rams. Kverjovic rolling out to the right side, looking to air this one deep, telling his receivers to get down the field into triple coverage instead. Incomplete pass. It was a sure bet for the 3rd interception of this game. And I believe that was number 4. Mark Carranza would have been his 2nd interception. It would have been the 4th thrown by Ben Kverjovic.
Carranza's had 1 interception and 2 dropped interceptions. But again, you know, you see Ben rolling out here and, you know, he's got nothing. Throw it away, throw it out of bounds, live for another down. Maybe you go for it on 3rd down or you punt, but you just don't want to throw the pick because it creates momentum. And he's looking for Van Taylor, but he just didn't have enough time to get rid of that football.
And again, there was pressure from the defensive end. Catholic Central's DN scraped outside, got pressure. He might even got a tip of the ball as it left there.
And it looks like a punt from Braden Rivard coming up here with 1:07 left on the clock. He's going to boot this one away from his 45-yard line to his opposition's 32. Retrieved by Tyrell Campbell, who banks over to the right side, avoids Brian Bennett. Stutter steps around another would-be tackler. Finds a seam over to the far side, and Tyrell Campbell could be gone. Past the 50, past the 40. Mama, there goes that man, but a late flag thrown here as a bad block thrown on the kicker, Braden Rivard, and I believe this one is going to suck back the would-be return touchdown, Ron.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think it's number 35 that got it. Either 24,
Hornick.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Hornick. Again, he's clear. Rivard's the only one that's going to get him. We saw this a lot in the summer. Tyrell Campbell, we're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, okay.
Keep it paying attention to the left side of your screen here, folks. Right there, number 24, Garrett Hornick got into the grill of number 1, the punter on the play, Braden Rivard. And to be honest with you, Ron, I agree with you. If anybody did have a shot at Campbell, it was Rivard. But looking at that replay, didn't look like he had much of a shot at all.
No, that's the pedestrian call that the officials are calling there. He's outside of the 10-yard window. So, for the safety of the players, you can't touch them if they're outside that window. Campbell was even with them 10 yards outside. He was going to score. There was no need for that block on that. That's why it's coming back.
So it's safe to say that Garrett Hornick owes Tyrell Campbell a soda pop after this game, KJ Academy.
It would have been 4 touchdowns in the first half. I think there was a Campbell a long time ago in a galaxy far away that maybe did that for a team called Beal in a city championship, if I recall, against the CCH Crusaders.
He wishes he was that good.
Well, and you guys were talking about Van Taylor all so often. Van Taylor was originally coached by Sean Campbell in Tyke football, the coach on the other side of the fence for the Crusaders.
That was our Tyke team. That was fun with Coach Sean.
Looks like a late substitution running onto the field here for the Rams, and coming off to this next play will be Brian Bennett. Checking in, it appears to be Connor Como. So the defensive tackle coming in here with 43 seconds left to go here at TD Stadium in the opening half of play. It was the Rams up by 3 after the first quarter of play thanks to a Braden Rivard field goal, but then 3 straight touchdowns from Tyrell Campbell, all within 8 minutes of each other. And, well, a pick 6 from Brennan Kiba has certainly pulled this WOSSAA Junior Championship live on Junior Mustangs TV apart.
It's just been one of those days, and just some unbelievable athletic plays from the Crusaders' skill position players.
Back to work goes Campbell and the Crusaders crew. Campbell looking for Kiba deep, has found him. Touchdown Crusaders! A 30-yard hookup between Tyrell Campbell and Brennan Kiba.
This kid's dynamic. He played receiver for us in the summer, and he played some running back and safety. But here you can see he can throw the ball too. Not only does he throw it to, like, exactly where it needs to go, and Kiba does a good job going up for it.
It's a big time throw, man.
This is on a rope. Like there are kids in like university that can't make this throw. And Tyrell Campbell, he's in grade 9.
Yeah, and talking to George McCauley this week and Coach Sean Campbell, they were talking about that matchup, running that whip action like we did in the summer, and then getting that one-on-one, and you see what happens there, and it's pay dirt for the Crusaders.
Kiba 3 for 4 on the PATs, make it 4 for 5, and I believe they're going to say that the kicker was a little roughed up at the end of that play, as there's a late flag on the PAT play. So go figure, Mr. Ferwerda. If we go back to, well, that championship dance before that, I should say, for the Rams and for the Crusaders, if I can get back on the right page here. In that LDA championship game, we thought it was a 7-7 game at halftime. We were holding our breath, and then all of a sudden, 2 touchdowns from Tyrell Campbell and 2 touchdowns thrown to Brendan Kiba. Here we are in the opening half of play of the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Football Championship, and the last plays, 3 running touchdowns from Tyrell Campbell, a pick 6 from Brennan Kiba, and now Campbell finds Kiba from 30 yards out. It's safe to say you go to your studs in the big games, and Campbell and Kiba are leading the charge.
Yeah, and I know we talked a little bit before the game. I thought the Rams would be able to match up Campbell or be able to slow him down. For me, the X-factor kid was Brendan Kiba. He just brings a different dimension with the ability to stretch the field, and when he runs it. But again, I think right now the Rams are just being out-schemed at the point of attack, and they're trying to make a few adjustments in here, but it might be a little bit too late.
And that penalty on the PAT places the ball all the way up at the 50-yard line. Kiba's going to try and gun this one towards the end zone, I imagine. He manages to get it all the way down to the 5-yard line. That looks like the big man rumbling up the field to the 20-yard line. And I believe that was Dylan Roberts, who plays linebacker and tight end on this return run.
Yeah, Dylan Roberts, and again, it's almost surprising that he caught it in the air, does a good job, but hesitates a little bit, and then he starts going upfield. But again, because of the 15-yard penalty, trapped inside your 20, and you got a long way to go.
31-point lead. And quickly, just because we've called both the public and Catholic sectors of football throughout this 2019 season, KJ, does the 35-point rule come into a factor at the WOSSAA Championship?
As far as I know, it does, John. So it's going to be interesting. It's something maybe we can find out at halftime, but I do think it does.
So if this is following suit from what we saw in the regular season in the playoffs for both these two teams, once a team is down by 35, the clock doesn't really continue to stop like you see in football. It runs at full time as Brian Bennett, speaking of running, grabs this one over the left side, eventually tackled in front of his bench, but not before he moves the chains up to his 40-yard line.
I love the way Bennett runs the football, guys, and they kind of got away from it. 3-0 in the first quarter, Laurier dominating the football game, and it's hard for us to say that because if you're just tuning in, it's 34-3. The second quarter, it's been a 34-0 onslaught. But again, getting back to Bennett, get him the football, see if you can work your play-action game, and get back in this game one play at a time. It's not going to be easy, but it can be done.
Solansky, we saw him banged up on that crafty reverse kick return with Cavaco. Sort of limping at the tail end of that play, will be substituted for this next 1st and 10 play. Kaberzovic once again to Brian Bennett. Bennett trying to find the seam to the left side. Will get up to the 45-yard line to bring up 2nd down. Only 14 seconds still left on the clock before halftime, Ron.
Yeah, and if you're Catholic Central, you want to run the ball like that right now, with this point of the game, be my guest. Yeah, I'm dropping 3 guys deep. I'm not going to allow you to get a quick score before half here. I'll let you get 5 or 10 yards on a carry, and I'll just run you out of time.
Only 5 seconds left on the clock. Kaberzovic thought about handing it off to Bennett. He's going to hang on to this. Now, is Kaberzovic going to throw? No. Instead, he's going to run out of bounds. Clock has hit 0 here from TD. Just looking at the officials to see if they officially send us into the halftime break. And no, Ron, looks like they are going to give us one more play of pigskin here from TD in the opening half.
I think it's the right call, because I think he went out of bounds with like 0.1 second left.
That stupid decimal clock.
Yeah.
Decimal clock that you love, John. You know, they're going to call it.
Oh, there you go.
They're like you. They don't
the
like
heck
that
with your
point.
decimal clock. So for Ron Forwarda and KJ Academy, I am John Urban. We quickly go to the Air K-Jax Communications box score. With 1:09 remaining in the opening quarter of play, it was a 13-yard field goal from Braden Rivard, which gave the Rams a 3-0 lead. And the Rams, who haven't tasted a loss since September 19th, the opening game of the season, 29-25 to the AB Lucas Vikings, found themselves in a comfortable position against CCH, an undefeated squad, with that 3-0 lead. Well, as quickly things change, well, they all stay the same if you're a Crusaders fan, because Campbell with 3 straight running touchdowns, 9:47 with 17 yards out, 7:01 from 27 yards out, and a $1.59 left on the clock from 10 yards out, increased it to a 21-3 game for the Crusaders. Brendan Kiba would add a pick 6. It would be the 3rd interception thrown in the game from Ben Kaberzovic, the quarterback for the Rams. And then finally, Campbell decided, you know what? My legs are getting tired. Maybe I'll give my arm a shot. A 30-yard dart down the field to Brendan Kiba. Kiba's 2nd touchdown of the game sends us into the halftime break with a 34-3 score. Ron, your final thoughts of the opening quarter of play, which looked to be a Rams game and then quickly turned into all Crusaders.
Yeah, I hate to use the analogy, but this is going to come down to speed's just killing them. They're too fast at the point of attack. They're too fast on the edges right now. If you're the Rams, you still got another half of football to play. So let's come out. Let's make some adjustments. Let's try to get this game back in a little bit of our favor. And come out of this. Let's get one play at a time, one score at a time.
Before we go into the halftime break, a quick reminder that this is the first of 2 WOSSAA Championship games live on Junior Mustangs TV. Later on, it's a battle of the undefeateds between the AB Lucas Vikings and the CCH Crusaders senior team. The winner of WOSSAA goes off to OFSAA, but we got to get through this championship dance first. A 31-point lead for the Crusaders junior team. For Ron and KJ, I'm John Urban. We bid you adieu to the halftime break.
Welcome back to Junior Mustangs TV, and this is KJ Kennemere, and I've got a good friend of mine, Depeche Manier. Depeche, you coach a lot of these kids this summer. Your son goes to Laurier, and they had a great run this year. In the senior team with John Klublenkus, this junior team, what a dynamic team. But again, 29 guys on this roster are grade 9, so this team is going to be there in the end. And so, next year, there'll be a team to reckon with. Tough outcome here. They came out, dominated this game 3-0. Give us your first half analysis on some of the kids that that are Junior Mustangs.
Well, I think they had a good start to this game. I think right now they're just feeling a little overwhelmed. Part of that could come from their youth. But one thing I do want to say about this team is they actually had 60 players show up for tryouts, which is an incredible number. And as far as building this sport in this city, I think that's a great thing to see.
It is, and the Laurier Rams, the coaches, maybe you can tell us a little bit about them, but, they really do things right, and, a great run. And this ball game, it was 3-0 in the first quarter, and they were completely dominating this ball game. Great game plan. Does the 3 downs and the switch every year, does that hurt them a little bit?
I think it does, especially on the O-line, because it just changes all of their angles. I think that's one of the things that I've seen, And again, and it comes down to youth, and when you're starting to really just, you get used to having someone that close to you and engage, and now you have to take that extra step, it really changes your football.
You've been with the Junior Mustangs for how long now? A long time, at least 8 or 9 years.
For a long time. I coached there for first year.
Yeah, you've done everything with this program. You've seen the development of the kids, but talk about the grade 9s in this ball game. There's a lot of them, and guys that you had the ability to coach, and some of the grade 10s as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of those kids are really starting to show. I mean, we see Tyrell Campbell, who's playing like a veteran out there, and on the other side, Ben Kaburjevic is also a veteran. So both the quarterbacks leading their
grade
teams
9s.
are both grade 9s. So we have a really good chance of having them develop and then seeing these guys again next year.
Yeah, in the summer. And there's of course a lot of great Thunderbird players, LMFA players. Yep. This city has just got a rich tradition of football, and it's not just one program. But you look at the Rams. What are you saying right now to your team to get back into this ball game?
Well, I think we just have to settle everything down, get back to our basics, and understand what it is that got us here. Defensively, there's some adjustments they have to make, and the coaches will make the adjustments, but really good, strong, technical football will get you back play by play, and you can't rush and think, oh, we're behind by so much, so now we got to do something outside of what we normally do.
Well, Depeche, I've had the pleasure of coaching with you, and appreciate all your time with the Junior Mustangs, so thank you for that. And so for Depeche Manier and KJ, I'm KJ Kenemy, and thank you for being on Junior Mustangs TV with us, Depeche. And thank you, fans, and for all your support, all our followers. It's been a great season. Obviously, I won't be around for the last game, but I wanted to thank you, the viewer, for tuning in, and hopefully we're giving you a good show. And, of course, our great crew, led by John Urban, Alex Stoddard. We got Adam Knarls, who's out of town, but still working. He's in the States on a business trip and still helping us here. We got Daniel Fitzgerald. We got Wonder Bread. We got Todd Horton, who's helped us this year. All the different people that have come through. And, of course, Ron Ford and John Urban just really do a great job of bringing those games to you. So thank you for those men. And, again, Depeche, thank you for taking time at halftime.
Thanks.
All right, we'll be right back with your second half. It is the Crusaders 34 and it is the Rams 3. And just a reminder, at 7:30, the kickoff, the big one. The number 7 Lucas Vikings against the number 3 CCH Crusaders in Canada will go for the WOSSAA Championship. And please tune in because that's going to be one whale of a ball game.
Welcome back to TD Stadium here on your Wednesday evening. It's the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Football Championship live here on Junior Mustangs TV, featuring the TVDSB Central Junior A champions and the Sir Wilfrid Laurier Secondary School Rams taking on your LDA Junior champions in the undefeated CCH Crusaders. And if you're just joining us, it was a 3-0 game after the first quarter, thanks to a Braden Rivard 13-yard field goal for the Rams. But then it was all Crusaders in the second quarter of play. 3 straight running touchdowns from the CCH quarterback known as Tyrell Campbell. A pick 6 from Brennan Kiba. Then Kiba would catch a 30-yard TD pass from Tyrell Campbell. It's safe to say it was the Campbell-Kiba show in the second quarter of play, Coach KJ Kedemy. What do you expect out of the Crusaders, who, let's face it, are just a touchdown away from instilling the 35-plus point rule? It's not kind of a mercy like you'd see in baseball where we would just call it a day. No, but the clock does speed up. And, well, that would go against the Rams and their chances to come back in this championship dance.
Crusaders have to just, control the football like they've been doing, run the football, try to get that 35-point lead, because like you said, then it's near impossible to come back. They're going to run the football. They've got talented guys. They got Keyshawn Campbell now in the tailback position with Hornick. Great 1-2 punch.
Making matters worse, if you're a Rams fan, the Crusaders won the opening coin toss and deferred to the second half, meaning that the Crusaders would get this ball back to start the second half of action with a 31-point lead. Coach Ron Ferwerda joining us up here in the broadcast booth. Your thoughts on what the Rams have to do to try and come back? It's a tall mountain to climb, but if you're going to do it, you might as well be a Ram.
Well, what you got to do is you've got to have your kids believe that you're one possession away, you're one play away from making a difference, and you've got to play every snap and every down.
So back the other way is Kiba. Kiba thought to go through the gap. It clogged up, so he goes over to the left side instead, extends the play all the way up to his team's 41-yard line, and 12 seconds in to the second half of action. That's where Tyrell Campbell and the crew will take over. Are there any, and I really underline any, criticism to give the CCH offense after the opening half, Coach KJ Kedemy?
Penalties. I mean, like you guys said, it hasn't affected them, but those 4 penalties early and the 3 URs contributed to that 3-0. They got to keep their heads cool, and I think a couple of guys there might be playing with 2 URs, one more, and you're out of this ballgame.
These teams combined have a 14-1 record in 2019. The Rams went 4-1 in their regular season in the Allen division, and then won all 3 of their playoff matches. The Crusaders went 5-0 in the LDA regular season and won the semifinals and finals. As Tyrell Campbell on the keep, they still haven't made the adjustments, and the Rams give up 20 yards here to Campbell to the left side, and they find themselves in Rams territory.
They go trips to the boundary here, to the short side of the field. They don't adjust. 2 guys stay out there, and they pull the fullback out there as well, and all of a sudden you've got 4 guys on 2, and Campbell's taking the ball. You gotta adjust with these guys.
One of the things on film and talking to both coaching staff, this is one area that CCH felt that they would be able to go quads or trips to the boundary with the fullback coming over, and you're going to get a numbers advantage against a 52.
I mentioned before, though, that this is a Crusaders team that is the 6th-time defending LDA champions. As Tyrell Campbell flushed out of the pocket, looks like he's going to lose yards here. Sacrifices about 3 to go out of bounds, and going back to my point, 6-time defending LDA champions. Yet last year, Ron, they lost in this game, the 2018 WOSSAA Championship final on the junior side, 35-3 to the AB Lucas Vikings. That was during 4-down football. Now we're here in 3-down football, almost a complete reverse scoreboard. 34-3 right now. We still have 10:50 left in the third quarter of play.
When you start playing a certain way and you're used to it, it's so hard to change it in such a short period of time. We saw that last year with Catholic Central at the junior final. We're starting to see that a little bit this year. You can't be that plodding 3-4 yard type of team. You got to get a little bit more explosive on offense, and you got to have a couple more plays go your way.
Incomplete pass thrown from Campbell to Campbell. It was Tyrell trying to find Keyshawn. It'll bring up a 3rd and long, and chances are they're going to punt this one away from their opponent's 50.
Ironically, the last time CCH did win the WOSSAA game is the game you're going to see at 7:30. It was against that very same Lucas team. Those kids have grown up together, and that was the last time they were able to win that WOSSAA 4-down situation.
So it looks like it is Kiba booting this one away from midfield. A healthy kick all the way down to the 15-yard line. I believe that's Spencer Cavaco. Again, Cavaco trying to get to the near edge. Past the 20, past the 25. Eventually thrown out of bounds fiercely at the 31-yard line. Garrett Hornick, he's got to be careful. He already had a UR thrown in the first half of play, Ron.
Yeah, this looks like it's actually a pretty clean tackle. He hits him on the sideline, but Spencer does I really like Spencer as a punt returner. You know, again, he's played a lot of years of football. He's played a lot of years of baseball. He's got really good vision. He's not the biggest kid. No one's ever going to tell him that. But you know what? I'll take a team of kids like this who all they want to do is try and they put all themselves out there over a team of monsters.
And he follows his blocking, guys.
Yeah.
Let's give him credit. Great job that time of the return setup.
Down by 31, the Rams offense gets their first taste of the field here in the second half of action. Kverjovic with the handoff. No, he fakes it. It'll be the quarterback running out of bounds at the 38-yard line. A gain of 6 yards to bring up 2nd and 4. 9:49 remains here in the third quarter, KJ.
Yeah, again, you see the zone option, the same kind of thing CCH was doing. They fake it to Bennett, and CCH commits to it, and Ben, the great athlete that he is, gets 7 yards on the gain. And if they can just keep doing that, some of the pass game will open up, and Ben might get some guys one-on-one.
Got to give a big shout-outs to our sponsors throughout the 2019 season, including Battlefield Rentals, Air K-Jacks Communications, Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches, and the London Junior Mustangs football team. And we do have to add a special sponsor here to these WOSSAA championship games, TD Bank of all people. Maybe they can give me some free money. I don't know, but we're here at TD Stadium, ironically enough, for not one but two WOSSAA championship games here on Junior Mustangs TV, as this appears to be a run right to the left side, and getting a rare carry in this game so far. That appears to be number 53 in Isaac Campbell. So take me through this Campbell gander here. Different Campbell. Oh my word, too many Campbells. I'm in the soup aisle right now, Ron.
Well, they line up with a deep tail this time, so it's again a little bit different look, and they do more of that straight ahead, power ISO look that they like to run. And Campbell does a good job of staying nice and low and squirting through and getting the good run. Again, Isaac Campbell's another kid, grade 9 product.
8:50 remains in the third quarter. 1st and 10 for the Rams. They fake the sweep to the left side, and they hand it off to the tailback. And what do you know? It's another dose of Campbell. No, not Tyrell or Keyshawn for the Crusaders, but here for the Rams, it's Campbell getting the job done.
Again, same play design. It's just that straight ahead ISO almost. And again, Campbell does a good job. He runs hard. This is not a big kid. He weighs about 130 pounds soaking wet.
And this is one of those 29 grade 9 products of this 50-man roster that the Rams put out for this junior WOSSAA championship game. To me, it just kind of, the stars are aligning to see the Rams back at WOSSAA championships in many years to come.
I agree with you, John. This team is really deep, and they've got a great future for junior and senior as they send up some great graduating players.
Two will wag to the line to the left side. Blitz coming from the near edge, flushing out Kverjovic from the pocket. I don't know if he saw it. Tries to avoid the tackle. Avoids 3 tackles, but eventually he'll be ripped down to the turf here at TD. Loses 6 yards and bring up 3rd and 11.
Fans won't understand this, but Kverjovic and Campbell led the OPFL in receiving this year. Kverjovic led the OPFL in receiving. Campbell's number 2 in yards. Campbell's number 1 in receptions. Campbell had rushing touchdowns, passing touchdowns. He did it all different ways, but Kverjovic was so explosive as a receiver. He's a grade 9 kid that they put in. This is his first year playing quarterback, and you're seeing some of those growing pains right now. But again, just a dynamic player. On a play, he gets 0 yards, and it's probably one of the exciting plays of the game.
Makes a great point, Ron. Guys that we saw shine with guys throwing them the ball are the ones throwing the ball for their respective teams in this championship dance.
Yeah, again, playmakers are playmakers. When you get an athlete like Ben Kverjovic or Tyrell Campbell, they tend to gravitate to the quarterback position.
Out of the pro set, Kverjovic scrambles. Looks like a flag on this play. Kverjovic will be tackled fiercely by Brennan Kiba. What a game on both sides of the ball for Kiba. And Kverjovic looks to be a bit banged up at the 45. Looks like this is a holding penalty going up against the Rams to make matters worse with their quarterback injured on the turf.
Again, let's hope he's okay, because I'm not sure who the backup is, Ron, for, I think it's Bennett, to be honest with you. We'd have to see.
I think it's Cavaco, actually.
Is it Cavaco?
I think so.
So it doesn't look too good here, but again, maybe just hit the turf with his knee. I'm not too sure.
We'll see it here again on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay.
Kiba just gets a shoestring tackle, and then, I think it's his left arm, guys. Watch him one more time. You see his left arm hit the turf, and I wonder if that's what it is. Is it his left arm? Let's watch here just at the end. You'll see it here, and he gets tripped up right now, and then watch his left hand go down, and right away he's
Although he does appear to be grabbing at his
maybe
left knee.
Then that's not good.
So the knee might have hit the turf pretty fiercely here with exactly 7 minutes remaining. Still looking for our first score of the second half after 3 points put up in the opening quarter, all by the Rams. Oh yeah, then 34 points put up in the second quarter, all by the CCH Crusaders. And yet, a scoreless third quarter, Ron. Go figure.
Well, if you're Catholic Central, you've had the ball for like 3 plays and you've turned it over on the punt. It's been kind of a little bit of back and forth right now. Both teams have made their adjustments at halftime. And what you're hoping for if you're the Rams is, again, you're running out of possession, so you need to start scoring with every possession. But losing your starting quarterback at this point of the game, as we hope that Ben's going to be okay, we hope that this is just like a sprain or he hit his knee on the turf or something, and I'm sure he's going to be fine. But again, it's a lot to dig out of at this point in the game. It's so much to dig out of, and you've got to keep faith if you're the Rams and keep grinding.
And Kbergevic, KJ, is a quarterback that can get the job done himself. He recorded a touchdown in Week 2 in the 41-7 victory over Parkside. Recorded a touchdown in Week 4 in the 42-26 victory over the Broncos. Recorded a touchdown in Week 5 in that 48-16 blunder over the Medway Cowboys. And we mentioned it earlier, Ron, the only touchdown thrown in that TVDSB A Junior Championship live on Junior Mustangs TV last Friday, November 8th. Well, it came from Kbergevic with 5:27 left in the opening half. He found Dylan Roberts, and Roberts did the rest. And on the backs of immaculate defense, the Rams prevailed 7-0 over the AB Lucas Vikings to find themselves in this championship game. But now they find themselves down by 31 with 7 minutes left on this third quarter clock, and they find their star quarterback still on the ground at their 45.
Yeah, and what they won it on is pressure from the inside. So that's how they beat Lucas, and Lucas wasn't able to kind of break that pressure. They did in the fourth quarter a little bit, but it was the Rams kind of dominating the offensive line. They dominated the offensive line early in this game as well, but since then, the Rams have kind of the Crusaders have kind of used their aggressiveness against them. And that's how you saw that fullback slice coming away from the play, and the cue follows and stuff like that. It's the same play design that's kind of that they're running over and over again. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
And talking to people as we're going into this game, the thing that I saw is when you're running a 52 front, you can run that in 4-down football when you're on top of the football because it's an effective defense. You're able to plug gaps and like you said, it's I think Depeche mentioned at halftime, it's the O-line's having a hard time with the angles, but the 52 as your base defense in a 3-down type of setting on a team that does run play action, it uses if you're not right, you're in big trouble because you got one-on-ones all across the board. But really, what's been the difference in this ball game, I just think, is that the Crusaders, after those crazy penalties that they took in the first half, 4 URs in the first quarter, I mean, just ridiculous, settled down and stuck to their game plan, and the play action passing game is. And the zone read and the stuff that they do, but this Rams team, guys, I've been impressed with them, and I think I think the Lucas team that they beat, guys, was a really, really good football team, and we can't forget that. Again, with 29 grade 9, 60 kids trying out, 50 on the roster, I can't wait to watch this team next year, John.
And maybe safety procedures being taken here for Kbergevic, as it looks like they're trying to stabilize him now at the 44-yard line. Kind of scary when Peyton Lemansky and both his teammate Quentin Jarvis shot out from the bench to try and aid their quarterback to the sidelines. But once they got to their ailing quarterback, the medical staff must have told them something immediately as far as, hey, he is not available to be picked up right now. And Ron, they continue to stabilize him here as we originally thought it was a hand. I thought it was a knee. Could this be a head injury for the quarterback?
Maybe
for the
we
Rams?
get the replay again.
No, because they got his shoe off actually, so they're checking his ankle or checking his knee or something.
Let's see here if I thought it was his wrist, but let's just see if he gets twisted up here. He gets tackled right by the ankles. Right. Oh, yeah, it could be his ankle. Maybe it's his lower ankle, and that's why they're stabilizing him. John, maybe you're right.
And just a tough way for the Rams to go about this WOSSAA Junior Championship game. They had a 3-0 lead after the first quarter of play thanks to a 13-yard field goal from their kicker Braden Rivard, but then 34 unanswered points in the second quarter alone. 3 running touchdowns from Tyrell Campbell, a pick 6 from Brennan Kiba, and then Kiba receiving a 30-yard touchdown pass from Tyrell Campbell. and it makes it a 31-point differential here from TD Stadium in this 2019 Junior WOSSAA Championship action. And, well, again, a reminder that this is just the first of 2 WOSSAA Championship games live on Junior Mustangs TV. Later on this evening, after the conclusion of this game, you actually also have the undefeated AB Lucas Vikings taking on the undefeated CCH Crusaders, as we are getting an update down from field level, and it appears like he may have dislocated his knee on this play right here that you're seeing on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay, and the stabilizers are going around that leg. So it was a knee injury, and to be honest with you, you never want to see a player get injured at any point of the game. But as we were mentioning earlier, Ron, this is a guy that they absolutely need on the field to have any shot at coming back from 31 points with 7 minutes remaining in this third quarter.
Yeah, you need him, but, I'm just going to, if this is exactly what's going on, then, my thoughts and prayers and really go out to Ben here. I've had the pleasure of knowing this man for this young man for a couple of years. I coached him at London Minor last year. Then he decided to come back and play Junior Mustangs. I got to be his position coach this summer as well. Again, the relationships that you form with these kids and everything else. To see them get hurt like this, it's really, really hard. And again, Ben, I hope that you're watching this, or that you can find it to watch yourself this. And again, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, kid. I love you. I wish you all the best, and you're a great kid.
He won over the quarterback role for this Sir Wilfrid Laurier Rams team, which fell in their opening game of the season 29-25 back on Thursday, September 19th at Lucas to the Vikings. And again, that was just a 4-point game. And then since that date, 41-7 over Parkside, 27-14 over East Elgin Eagles, 42-26 over the Banting Broncos, 48-16 over the Cowboys. Then they went into the postseason, and the monumentum that the Rams built up during their Allen Division battles, well, it didn't stop there. In the quarterfinals, 21-13 over the Oak Ridge Secondary School Oaks, live on Junior Mustangs TV, 21-19 in a battle that featured 3 touchdowns from Van Taylor in a 2-point win over the South Collegiate Institute Lions. And then we refer to that defensive, immaculation, if you will, of the Rams when you consider that they had not received or put out a shutout performance in 2019 until that TVDSB Junior A Championship, and they shut out the team that beat them by 4 points at the beginning of the year. What a time to get revenge, 7-0, thanks to Kaberzovic, mind you, finding Dylan Roberts for a 35-yard catch-and-run touchdown.
Well, Kirby is a guy who, like Ron said, and as they get him up onto the I can't even say, I'm just kind of, he's one of those guys, a leader. He doesn't just lead on the field, he leads off the field.
And you see
he's a great kid.
The fans standing up and applauding the quarterback who's been loaded onto the back of the stretcher here at TD Stadium. Both teams that were down on a knee are now back up onto their feet, and you got to think that this is a bit of an awkward pause in play of roughly about 10 to 15 minutes here at TD Stadium. Not that there's any rush to kick off, but you got to think we still have 7 minutes left in this third quarter. Still plenty of football to be played in this 2019 WOSSAA Junior Boys Football Championship.
And you see right now a lot of the CCH guys congratulating just a Warrior, and Ben's going to be back, and we just wish him all the best. And again, right now for the Rams, they got to figure out what they're going to do here. They just got to play this game, like I said, one play at a time, try to win every play that you possibly can. And no matter what the score ends up, you got to this game. You're a great football team. The future's bright.
Yeah, you can see that right knee is completely laced up with stabilizers. They don't want him to move that right limb whatsoever. And Kaberzovic, you got to be honest, I had the honor of calling his games in the OPFL this summer on Rogers TV as well as here on Junior Mustangs TV. And we saw the incredible skills that he wielded out from the receiving position. And then we see him here in London high school football. I'm going, wait a minute, he's a quarterback too? And he led his team all the way to this WOSSAA championship. So hold your head up high if you're Kaberzovic, as his former Mustang teammate in Tyrell Campbell's going to go for a run. Now, he has to be careful here. His forward momentum will be stuffed at the original line of scrimmage, but we just saw a star quarterback for the Rams get hurt. You think Tyrell might have been able to put that in the back of his memory book to go, wait a minute, I want to end this championship game healthy too.
Run the football. Let's get out of here. This has been that's what CCH has to do. Control, get first downs, run the football. The zone read, maybe put it away. You're up by 31 points right now.
Hey, if Danny, if we can get the replay on this one more time here. Graham Cooper, number 2 here, comes off the edge. He misses Campbell in the backfield. Watch the effort that he does as he actually turns around and makes the tackle at the very end of the play. That's what the Rams got to do, is just play with that effort.
A broken play. It's Kiba going in the complete wrong direction, eventually trying to find the edge to the far sideline, avoiding a few tackles, finds the edge, and a play that should have lost them about 10 yards gains them 6 here with 5:38 remaining here in the third quarter of play. And going back to your statement, by the way, Ron, about Graham Cooper, his dad is the defensive coordinator, so I'm sure his dad wants to see that type of defensive effort.
They're bringing Cooper now into the run game, which I like. I like the adjustment. Yeah. They're bringing him into the box. They're bringing him on some blitzes. And again, I don't know what that play design was. You have 2 slots looking like they're going to run jet sweep, and they confuse the whole play. I just don't like that play design.
And that's actually what they fumbled the ball on their first series, was that exact play.
Third down from their opponent's 39-yard line. Looks like they're going to go for it, and they hand it off to Keyshawn Campbell. Campbell through a seam, past the 30, has the first down. It's a gain of 13 yards as they're up to the 25-yard line.
Yeah, just a jet sweep coming from the right to the left here to the short side of the field. They've really attacked the short side of the field in this game to that edge. So they seem to like something over there. And you see Van Taylor coming across from the strong side end, coming all the way across and making the tackle.
Well, they're running away from him and Bennett. I mean, it's smart, right? It's, take your chances. Those 2 guys on the field are pretty darn good football players. And they're grade 10 players.
So. Ron Forwerda, KJ Kedemi, and yours truly, Johnny Urban, happy to take you through this 2019 WOSSAA Junior Championship live on Junior Mustangs TV. They're going to sweep this one. Will the Crusaders to Kiba. Kiba will be tackled down to the ground. And some pushing and shoving earlier. We talked about this in the opening quarter where Kiba was called for kicking an opponent, and we went, well, there was no intent. This time, Ron, not too sure.
A little bit of intent, but again, it's Graham Cooper coming off the edge here, and maybe they were smart to run to the short side of the field because Cooper's, we called his name a number of times in the game against Lucas. He played himself a whale of a game, and he's doing a great job again tonight.
A little twister battle at the end of that play, and Kiba did not appreciate it as it is with an empty backfield. Tyrell Campbell looking to step up out of the pocket, has some room, a little bit of a dump pass in and out of the hands of the intended target, and Dallas Albert.
Albert's going to catch his ball, and he's going to get hit by Melville right away. I think Melville actually took it away from him at the very end there.
And an injured Crusader at the end of this play.
Yeah, it's Albert hit his head on the ground. Watch it here, guys. After he runs the under, it's his neck or throat here. Watch it here. And, it just lands right on his... Oh, that's going to hurt. So let's hope he's going to be okay. So that's the second guy that's been... taking a big shot after hitting the ground, John.
And an update on Kaberzovic, they have not gotten them officially off of TD Stadium. In fact, he's being attended to by 2 paramedics on the back of the Gator. And essentially, he's still on the back bed of it, being attended to that leg, and they're talking to him. I'm kind of shocked. Maybe they're waiting for the paramedics to arrive here at TD Stadium before boarding him on it, but they're keeping him pretty much right beside the action. I'm sure this isn't the case, but maybe Ben's saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm watching my team battle.
That would be Ben. Yeah, Ben's actually probably trying to negotiate that right now, but I'm sure they'll do the right thing with him. And again, as we see that replay maybe one more time, Fitzy, watch it here as he gets hit. Is it in the neck that he gets hit?
I think because Melville comes across and hits his hand.
He's got him just by the shirt here, it looked like.
I don't think so.
He does.
The old, what do you call it? The giant from the WCW, the choke slam tackle.
Right there, that's all. The mask? I think the mask banged into his throat, though, when he hit the ground. No, Melville didn't do anything wrong. He just got him a little high, and I think it looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, Dallas Elbert walking off the field on his own accord right now.
This is the thing, though, as it's been a beautiful day in London, but it's getting a little chilly, and the ground is causing some...
It's 4 degrees at kickoff, which is at 5 p.m. local time. Currently, it's 6:31 here in the Forest City, live from the campus of Western University, and it's 2 degrees, feeling more like -3, and we expect with a second WOSSAA championship due up here between the Battle of the Undefeateds in the AB Lucas Vikings and the CCH Crusaders that the temperature will continue to drop with Mr. Sun long set into the western sky. As this one appeared to be blocked, I think getting a piece of it was Van Taylor. It ricochets out of bounds at the 29-yard line. That's a big special teams play for the Rams.
This is what I like, Ron. They're not giving up. You know, it doesn't matter what the score is. Van Taylor just made a huge play for his football team, and that's what I love about the Laurier Rams is we've been able to do 4 of their games now this year. Just no quit in them, and a huge play. Like I said, one play at a time.
Got to give a big shout out to our sponsors, the London Junior Mustangs football program, Arcade Jacks Communications, Battlefield Rentals for the Skylift. Not necessarily needed here at TD, but for all those incredible broadcasts we brought you from citywide off of Commissioners Road. First and 10 play coming from the 29-yard line. The new quarterback in right now for these Rams. It's Brian Bennett. Bennett steamrolling his way past the 40, refusing to go down, but eventually does at the 42. A gain of 13 yards, first down, Bennett and the Rams.
Yeah, you know, this is just a cue follow again. He just gets the ball, and he takes one step back and just comes right upfield. Again, he's being your bell cow for the Rams, and he's the guy that you want to get the ball in his hand. So.
And I believe Bennett recently committed to Western, did he not? I believe Bennett for the Rams has, or no, sorry, I'm thinking of a different.
Bennett. Yeah,
Brennan, that's right. All
Brennan. Brennan has, yes.
That's right.
Congratulations to Joe Brennan, the senior wide receiver for the Laurier Rams.
So now we go, first and 10 for the junior Rams team. As again, Bennett will roll back in the pocket. Bennett's trying to air this one deep, has Van Taylor. Taylor, I thought, he wears Randy Moss's number, and I thought he just Randy Moss the Crusader there, but Ron, incomplete pass, take me through this play.
This is a great throw by Bennett. He drops back, settles his feet, squares his shoulders up, and delivers a strike. I thought he had a chance to get that ball.
2:09 remains in this third quarter of play. No score to speak of in the second half of action after a 3-0 game. After, the first quarter, thanks to a Braden Rivard 13-yard field goal, was matched with, 5 unanswered touchdowns by the Crusaders in the second quarter. Bennett will keep this one. Ganders off to the right side, cuts back in, and will gain about 7 yards to bring up third, and we'll say 3 or 4. Now, given the fact that you're down by 31, Ron, and the ball's at midfield, do you keep your offense out here if you're the Rams?
Oh, absolutely. Bennett's running a little bit like John Riggins right now, a little bit of diesel action here. Again, he's a big kid, really physical. Again, had the pleasure of coaching him a long time ago when he played tight. And again, he's playing defensive tackle for us. We always thought he was a fiery kid, and it's good to see him, getting the ball in his hands and delivering a little bit.
$1:15 left in the third quarter of play. Bennett fakes the handoff, but really should have gave this one off to Dylan Roberts. Instead, he's swarmed by the Crusaders. It's a tackle for a loss and a turnover on downs.
Yeah, Jeff Studnicka, the DN there, just a good job of staying home, of crashing down and wrapping up. Brian can't hand that ball off, because if he does, he's going to get tackled in the back. The running back's going to get tackled in the backfield. Studnicka just does a good job on this.
And Studnicka's been the one guy on defense, even when the game was kind of 3-0, and he made some big plays when the Rams had a chance in the red zone maybe to go up 10-0, and he made a big sack, and that's been the tail of tape for the CCH defense.
Is this third quarter, despite not producing any points, a small victory for the Rams, knowing that they held a team that put up 34 points in the second quarter, scoreless like they did in the first quarter of play? As it will be Tyrell Campbell on the keep to the left side. Campbell through the 20. There goes that man past the 10-5 touchdown. Hold the phone. Flag back at the 38-yard line.
Yeah, I'll have to see who it's on. I think it's on. We'll have to see here.
If it's on Keyshawn Campbell.
No, holding's not a UR. I don't think that. I don't know. Maybe let's watch that replay again. The Laurier Ram guy just completely obliterates. I'm not sure who it is here. Let's see it at the top of the screen here. Right down there. I just don't know what the possible penalty. It looked like Laurier kind of threw the receiver down for CCH, but he gets a holding penalty. We'll get it one more time, Fitz. It's at the top left of your screen near the end here. As you see Tyrell There's number 2.
It's Melville.
Melville and Campbell. I don't see what the problem is. It's just a good football player, in my opinion.
Checking out these replays courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. Find them on Skip the Dishes. Open daily in the Forest City from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Located at 797 York Street, Unit 8 here in the Forest City. And if you want to call them for some yum-yums right now, 519-645-6262. As the penalty yardage costs, these Crusaders are going to hand it off to Kiba on the following play. Kiba trying to slice and dice out of the backfield. Looked like a bit of a high tackle, if you ask me, by number 35, Seth Raymer. But that's a tough kid with a lot of leadership skills, and he just sort of follows through with the open palm tackle.
Excellent play that time, Ron. Go ahead.
Yeah, and again,
Get out of my face, he says.
good finish by number 68, Logan Hunt, as well, who was tracking him down from behind and wraps up and basically slows him down.
And he,
almost a full German
and you know what?
release there.
I will bite my tongue for Seth Raymer. It looked like it got high and live in the action, but it looked like he just went palm to palm, shoulder to shoulder, and just went, see you later. So, back to the action. It's Tyrell Campbell once again on a keep. Tyrell Campbell again slicing and dicing into the open field past the 30, past the 20. Looks like he could get to that far pylon past the 10. No flags on this play. Touchdown, Crusaders. It's a 48-yard scamper from Tyrell Campbell.
Campbell again, it's just that cue follow again, that quarterback, almost that quarterback draw. And here's the frustrating thing about when you're playing against Tyrell Campbell, because I'm watching him run right now, and I know how fast this kid is, and he doesn't look like he's running fast at all. And as a coach, it drives you nuts. But you can see Van Taylor's got the outside edge on him. Van Taylor's 6 inches taller as a full sprint, and Campbell pulls away from him at the end.
Just when you thought the Rams were going to do exactly what they did to the Crusaders in the opening half, and that shut them out, Tyrell Campbell says, "Nah, you don't." My 4th running touchdown of the game, this time from the furthest distance to 48 yards to go along with a 17-yarder, 27-yarder, and 10-yarder as the PAT is blocked. The second blocked PAT for Brenton Kiba in this game.
Yeah, Logan Hunt, again, just straight up the middle. Just gets his big hands up and does a good job of penetrating and blocking the extra point.
So the extra point is no good, but it is a 37-point differential, which if we're going off of what we saw during the regular season and in the postseason, a 35-point rule should be in effect, meaning that this fourth quarter clock will start with 12 minutes on it, but it won't stop that often, KJ, just for injuries and timeouts.
You're in running time now with the 35-point lead. That's a rule that was put in, I believe 4 years ago, John. And I'm not a fan of it, but it is, I guess they have other reasons for it.
One or the other. Either speed up the clock or stop putting the blowouts as official 35-point differentials.
Right, exactly.
You can't butter up these youth both ways.
Yeah, it's just a frustrating situation. But again, in championship games, oftentimes you'll see this. You'll see, two teams really match up well, and then all of a sudden one team just simply makes more plays, and that's what's happened today. And courtesy of, obviously, I think has to be the MVP in Tyrell Campbell.
And I believe they are running off the clock because they already ran 23 seconds off the fourth quarter clock before Kiba even boots it away for the official first play of the final quarter. It's a skipping rock on calm water. Not being able to handle it cleanly right away was Cavaco at the 15-yard line. Great job by the Crusaders cover team to make sure Cavaco couldn't go anywhere. And to be honest with you, Ron, he had been doing a healthy damage from that return position. That time did not help out the Rams. 11-10 remains in the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Championship game.
Yeah, he was dancing around a little bit side to side. What I really liked what he did earlier was just take the ball, run with commitment, run with anticipation straight up the middle, staying nice and low. And this time he's trying to make a play, and that's the thing. These kids start pressing at this point in the game. They're trying to make a play. For some of them, it's the only time they've been in a championship. For a lot of them, and for a lot more, although I think these two teams, for years to come might be playing against each other.
Back at the helm, I believe, is Brian Bennett taking over for the injured Benjamin Kaberjevic. They're going to hand this one off and over to that left side. I believe is Dylan Roberts on this play, partner?
No, Isaac Campbell.
Okay, so we get another Campbell yet again involved, but this time it's Isaac Campbell for the Rams.
And again, Isaac Campbell, he plays a little bit of linebacker. He plays a little bit of running back for them. Another grade 9 product, really tough kid who, again, I had the pleasure of coaching a couple years ago with Ben and Braden Rivard, and Kverjovic. So, good to see that those kids are playing together years down the line.
10 minutes remains in this first of two WOSSAA championships live on Junior Mustangs TV. Trips to the near side for Bennett, but he's going to fire it over that left side. Incomplete pass. Guess who was in the vicinity? Mark Carranza, who's had a chance at multiple interceptions in this game and does have one to his credit.
Carranza with great coverage. Again, I do like the throw. I mean, I think Bennett's a guy that, he's showing that he can play the position. It's just, double coverage, and you're trying to get the ball to your best player, and it's tough to force it in. And, actually, it was triple coverage, to be honest with you.
Live on YouTube all around the world. Thank you for inviting us into your homes or on your smartphones and tablets anywhere around this globe we call Earth for Junior Mustangs TV. Hopefully, you're one of the 20+ thousand people that have tuned into Junior Mustangs TV in just the month of November alone for pigskin action. As it will be Rivard from his own 6-yard line, booting this one away, but to be honest with you, takes a one bounce at the 20, picked up by Brennan Kiba around the 30. Kiba's got real estate. Kiba returns this. It's a touchdown for the Crusaders. A 30-yard punt return touchdown from Kiba, and to me, he's got the football equivalent of a Gordie Howe hat trick. A catching touchdown from 30 yards on the offense, a pick six on the defense, and now a punt return touchdown on special teams. His third touchdown of the game and a third different facet.
Yeah, again, this is a really dynamic player. This was the kid I thought was a difference maker. I didn't think Laurier would be able to match up with. For plays like this kid's got a really high motor. I love his intensities. I wish he just controlled it a little bit more earlier in the game with the piling on penalty. But again, smart heads-up play. Attack the ball. You're still playing football at this point in the game.
Man, Coach, take me through this replay once again, courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches.
Well, the coverage
after
team.
the PAT, of course, because I just got a low snap settled down by Tyrell Campbell, and Kiba does put it through. So that will increase the lead to 44 points in this championship game. But again, let's go back to that last touchdown. A beautiful, I thought it might have been blocked the way it just came off of Rivard's leg, but it actually skips all the way down to the 28-yard line. And Kiba, somehow like the Energizer Bunny, just keeps going and going.
Punt coverage, that's the issue. The punt cover team thought the ball was down the field. They were running downfield to cover the punt, and it's off to the side. And again, Kiba does a good job picking up, and a great block by Carranza here. As he's able to stay on his man all the way down the field and lead Kiba into the end zone with those Energizer Bunny type moves you were talking about.
We'll go to the Air K-Jax Communications box score. 3-0 for the Rams after the first quarter of play with a $1:09 left in the opening quarter. Braden Rivard hit a 13-yard field goal to give the Rams a 3-0 lead. Since then, 47 unanswered points by the Crusaders. 3 straight running touchdowns from Campbell. Then a pick six from Brennan Kiba. Then a 30-yard touchdown toss between Campbell and Kiba, followed up by a 48-yard touchdown run from Campbell for his fourth of the game, followed up by a punt return touchdown from Kiba, his third major of the contest. 8:20 remains in this Junior Boys Football Championship WOSSAA Final live from TD Stadium here on Junior Mustangs TV. But don't you dare touch that dial, although I doubt your computer or smartphone has one, because we have the Senior Championship after this one in the Battle of the Undefeateds between AB Lucas and, another Crusaders team. And Ron, maybe we'll talk about that a little bit. Could be a very special evening for the CCH Crusaders football program. Their junior team is 750 away from capturing the Junior WOSSAA Championship, and later on they got a chance to win the Senior WOSSAA Championship, as again the Battle of the Undefeated is against those Vikings from Lucas.
Yeah, that Lucas team is very, very big, very dynamic. Will Allen, Patrick Murphy, Matt Jacques, these are really dynamic playmakers. It's going to be a tough matchup for Catholic Central. I'm not saying, but a little birdie told me, it's been a long time since the juniors have won WOSSAA and the seniors have won WOSSAA.
Somebody told me that Todd Horton actually needs to stay at my place tonight because he bet the house on Laurier in this game, and I don't know if that's going to go well with 7:10 remaining in this contest. 44-point differential for the Crusaders, looking to cap off a perfect season. They went 5-0 during the LDA regular season, then won the semifinals and LDA finals over St. Andre Bessette and St. Joseph's respectively, as we get a rush over to the right side here on this 1st and long. They get about 3 of those 5 yards on the penalty back run, with 6:45 now remaining on the hourglass of this WOSSAA Junior Championship.
Yeah, this is just a quarterback follow. They fake the inside handoff to number 24, Dylan Roberts. Campbell does a good job of lead blocking outside there for Brian Bennett, but again, it's just he's more of a straight ahead kid. He's not the kid that's going to take it off the edge.
So the Crusaders 6:20 away from capping off a perfect season here in 2019. And their defense, by the way, only allowed 32 points in the first 5 games of that LDA regular season, although that included a 35-0 forfeit from Regina Monday in the final week of competition. Brian Bennett finds an open receiver down the near sidelines, past the 50, spun around by Garrett Hornick. I don't think it was a horse collar, but it definitely looked mean out there, Ron. But on the reception yet again is Isaac Campbell. We're seeing a lot more of Campbell in this second half of play.
Bennett does a good job of being alert, understanding where he is on the field, and just dropping it off to his open man. You kind of wish these were the plays that some of these could have hit earlier in this game, made it a little bit closer. But again, good heads-up play, and Campbell with a good run.
And once again, a reminder that this is just the first of 2 championship games live on Junior Mustangs here on your Wednesday evening in late November, as you can really see the breath coming off the players right now down on the turf, as they're going to give this handoff to Isaac Campbell from Brian Bennett, but he is swarmed by a plethora of Crusaders, including number 19, Jeff Stadnicka, on this play.
You talk about we talked about, we kind of all agree that I think Tyrell Campbell or Brennan Keeber are going to be your MVPs. But for the defensive side of the ball, man, Jeff Stadnicka's had himself a whale of a game. He's been all over the field. He's set the edge consistently against the Rams. Now,
we talked about earlier this year, we had the holy cannoli plays of the game. To be honest with you, I would split that cannoli in 2 this evening between Tyrell Campbell and Brennan Keeber, as Bennett squeezes himself from out of the backfield here on this 2nd and long play, gets close to the first down marker before Garrett Hornick tackles him down with 4:35 remaining here in this game.
A little bit short. Again, look, everyone's covered downfield. Again, Brian kind of has a clock in his head. He's like, oh, it's time to run now. Nobody's in the middle. So again, good vision, and a good job of, again, straight ahead running by the quarterback.
I thought he got this, guys, because he was on the back of Hornick, and I thought he got the first down.
3rd and inches coming up here for the Rams, trailing by 44 points after leading this game 3-0 after the first quarter of play. It's Bennett on the QB sneak right up the gut, easily gets the inches and a couple feet more to move the chains. 4 minutes left before the championship ceremony for the Junior Crusaders.
Well, for George McCauley, this has got to be, something that he's been trying to get the last couple of years, has struggled.
And talking with Coach McCauley at CCH's practice earlier this year, I asked him, well, what would it mean to capture the WOSSAA championship? And he goes, listen, some of these guys that are coaching with me, this is their final year with me. It means more for me to win it for them.
Yeah, and that's the type of guy George is. And, he's been in this final 5 straight years. This will be his 2nd win.
6 straight years. Well, he's 5 straight years. CCH's 6 straight years. As Bennett, once again, over to that left side, it's been all Bennett in this late 4th quarter of play. 3:15 now left on the clock. And let's talk about that 6-time defending Junior LDA championships. They beat the St. Joseph's Rams this year 34-13. Last year, they beat up the St. Andre Bessette Bulldogs 30-0. In 2017, they won 20-15 over STA. 2016, they won 45-14 over St. Joseph's. They beat Regina Monday back in 2015 and SCA again back in 2014. The Crusaders have certainly crushed the LDA in the last couple of years.
There was no WOSSAA in 2014. That's why I said the 5. But yeah, you're right, John. This is going to be a great accomplishment for George and his staff.
Brian Bennett flushed out of the pocket, and he's just trying to hang on to the ball right now and not lose yards. It brings up 3rd down. 2:30 left on the clock. And Ron, maybe just your thoughts on this Rams team. Again, they lost the opening game of the season 29-25 to the AB Lucas Vikings, but they beat those same Vikings 7-0 in the TVDSB Junior A Championship live on Junior Mustangs TV to get to this WOSSAA dance. It's been an incredible season, and when you couple the fact that 29 of their 50 kids are grade 9 products, they should, and I dare say will, be back here in the future.
Well, again, hats off to Coach McClure, Coach Cooper, Coach Smith. the rest of the Laurier staff, they put together, really, from a couple years ago, Laurier football wasn't very good. These guys have turned around and rebuilt this program at the junior level and the senior level as well. Again, they've done a good job of getting kids to want to play football again in the White Oaks area.
And unless they give Brian Bennett a real healthy spot on this third down play, I believe it's a turnover on downs. And it is Crusaders' ball here with less than 90 seconds remaining in this championship dance. So if you're the Crusaders, you're started off with a 42-7 victory over a Rams team too. But it was St. Joseph's back on Thursday, September 26th. They followed it up with a 33-6 victory over the Bulldogs from St. Andre Bessette, would beat the MTS Spartans officially by 35 points, 41-6. Then would beat the STA Flames 36-13, who get a forfeit win, give it to them in week 5, 35-0 officially against Regina Monday. And in the semifinals, they would shut out the Bulldogs from St. Andre Bessette 38-zip. In the LDA finals, they found themselves in a 7-7 battle at halftime against the Rams of St. Joseph's, but again, 34-13 was the final, thanks to 2 Tyrell Campbell touchdown runs and 2 Tyrell Campbell touchdown throws to Brennan Kiba, as we see Tyrell Campbell again staying out there trying to extend this play, and 3 Rams, including Van Taylor, get in his grill and send him down to the turf with less than 30 seconds to go.
Just run the ball, take a knee, the game's over. It doesn't need to take that shot, but that would be my only criticism of the day is let's just get out of here and
only criticism for a kid that's ran for 4 touchdowns and threw for 1.
Not criticism on him. I just think the coaches have to. Let's just take a knee, and what a season for both clubs.
The team for the Crusaders counting down from their bench. 2 seconds, 1 second, and in 2019, the Crusaders, who prematurely run onto the field, mind you, they gotta wait for this knee. Now you can storm the field, Crusaders. In 2019, you're a perfect 8-0. You captured the LDA championship, and now you have the 2019 WOSSAA Junior Boys football crown after losing in the 2018 WOSSAA finals last year, 35-3 to the AB Lucas Vikings in 4-down football. They defeat these Rams from Laurier 47-3 in 3-down football in 2019. And as the greatest line in all of sports forms at midfield, what a game, Ron Forwarder from TD Stadium. And talk about a tale of the quarters, maybe? 3-0 for the Rams after the first quarter of play. 34 unanswered points in the second quarter by the Rams. And, well, they continued to storm, or by the Crusaders, I should say, and CCH continued to storm in the second half to a 44-point victory.
Yeah, the Rams came in with a really good game plan of trying to run the ball straight ahead, get Konverjovic on the outside, try to hit a little bit of Van Taylor in there as well. But the problem was, and we kind of talked about it, off the air, how is the Rams going to, although they could out-physical them at the point of attack, we felt, how are they going to contend with the speed, the overall speed of Catholic Central? And at the end, that's kind of what the factor was for me.
The Rams have to hold their heads up high, though, KJ. They only lost twice in 2019. Once back in their opening week of competition on Thursday, September 19th, in a 29-25 final at Lucas against the Vikings. And they fall here by 44 points on your Wednesday evening in late November. On the 20th of November, only 2 losses, and unfortunately that concludes the Rams' 2019 year.
Just a great year. I'm hats off to the coaching staff, Coop and Trevor and all the guys there that they've done such a great job with this program. And Todd McClure, he was with the Junior Mustangs 2 years ago in the JV team and went away for a year, comes back and leads this team to this great season. And, I think for the Rams, 29 guys returning. They're going to get some great guys coming in from grade 8 as these guys are really, put an onus on that junior program. And I'll tell you, where you really got to watch these Rams is that senior. 2 or 3 years from now, this is going to be a real tough team to beat.
Watch out for them next year, actually.
And Ron, what I'll state, too, as far as this game and how it was played again, CCH was at this WOSSAA championship last year lost by 32 points, 35-3 in 4-down football against the AB Lucas Vikings. We go from 4-down football to 3-down football here in 2019, and they completely flipped the script, beating their opponents by 44 points, 47-3. Now, the reason why I mentioned this for the Rams and us thinking with their 29 of 50 grade 9 products on their squad, next year it flips back in the WOSSAA final. It'll go back to 3-down football, or 4-down football, I apologize. So if the Rams can climb back to the championship dance, they'll at least have the rules they play with to their advantage. As we see, down at field level, what a sight. The undefeated, undisputed, undeniable CCH Crusaders are your 2019 WOSSAA Junior Boy Football Champions. Congratulations to the Crusaders. Oh yeah, and there's still more fun to come because their senior team will be taking on the undefeated AB Lucas Vikings for the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Championship, and you just know that that game will be also live here on Junior Mustangs TV. Raise the WOSSAA Championship proudly above your heads, Crusaders. The last game of the season, you've captured London supremacy.
Just an excellent moment for the Crusaders. And you know, John and Ron, I want to thank you guys and all our crew for such a great season. This is my last time on the broadcast as I'm going to take off here. I got some business to take care of, but I just want to thank, Alex, Adam Melrose, Fitzy, we got Curtis here. Todd's helped us all year. Just all the people that have been able to make this happen. And Junior Mustangs for sponsoring all the high school playoffs, John. Just thank you for everything you guys do.
A big shout out to the Junior Mustangs football program, Eric Ajax Communications, as well as Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches and Battlefield Rentals for helping us out here on Junior Mustangs TV. For Daniel Fitzgerald, our producer and director, our camera people, Curtis Parker, as well as Alexander Schleihoff, the commentary crew of Ron Forwarder and KJ Kennedy. I am John Urban, and in 2019, the CCH Crusaders junior squad reigns supreme. They go a perfect 5-0 in the LDA regular season, win both their playoff games to capture the LDA crown, and go 8-0 to capture the 2019 WOSSAA Junior crown here on Junior Mustangs TV. For the rest of the crew, I'm Johnny U. Don't touch that dial because we got the senior championship on the other side of this quick break. Welcome to TD Stadium here on your Wednesday evening for the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship, live from TD Stadium, featuring the number 8 team in the nation, the AB Lucas Vikings, coming in with a perfect 5-0 regular season and an 8-0 record coming into this championship dance, taking on the number 3 team in the nation, the Catholic Central High School Crusaders, who went a perfect 6-0 during their regular season, or 5-0, I apologize, and 8-0 officially after the postseason, a combined 16-0 between these two teams. Somebody's O, though, has got to go. I'm John Urban, joined by Ron Forwerda, and simply putting it to you that way, whose O is going to go and who prevails with the WOSSAA Championship here this evening?
Well, you got to stay to the end to find out. If you're looking for a prediction, I'll do that just before the kickoff here.
This is a rematch, we should state, though, out of the gate, Ron, of the 2018 WOSSAA Championship. CCH beat Lucas on that affair 41-27.
And it was 35-0 almost at half at that game. Lucas came back in the third quarter to put some points on the board as we're going to have the playing of the national anthem here.
So it is the AB Lucas Vikings taking on the Central High School Crusaders. Live on Junior Mustangs TV after the national anthem, we got the WOSSAA Championship. Welcome back to TD Stadium here on your Wednesday evening in late November, and as the temperature cools down here in the Forest City, the high school football heats up as this is the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. The winner of this game goes on to play at WOSSAA in Hamilton, Ontario next week against a team called Huron Heights, which is currently number 6 in the nation, and that will take place next Thursday in the WOSSAA Bowl Series, the Western Bowl it is called. But before we get to that game, we got to get through this 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. 8-0 versus 8-0. The Vikings versus the Crusaders. Somebody's O has got to go. A rematch of the 2018 WOSSAA Championship where CCH prevailed 41-27.
And again, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, CCH jumped up to a huge lead in that game. Lucas came back with 21 unanswered points in the third quarter. But again, CCH was just a little bit too much at the end of the game. Look for a low-scoring, defensive, field position battle. I'm going out on record right now saying watch for the public board champs to come out in a low-scoring 17-14 game.
The AB Lucas Vikings lost the coin toss, and CCH declined and referred to the second half of action. So they're going to kick this ball away, are the Crusaders, in their white pants, white buckets, white uniforms with navy blue numbering, kicking to the AB Lucas Vikings on the right side of your screen in those navy blue uniforms and pants with the baby blue buckets and numbering. So Castellon boots this one away from the 45-yard line. Castellon almost limping after booting that one all the way down to the 10-yard line. Lucas down the near side, having a blocking scheme and eventually finding some real estate. That's Caleb Roberts all the way up to the 47-yard line. Excellent field positioning for the Matt Jakewith-led Vikings offense for the first time in this game.
Yeah, now you're going to see the physicality of Lucas coming up on the field here. This team is going to go by number 61, Eric Anderson, who's a big offensive lineman. He plays some running back. He's going to lead the way for this Lucas team. And again, Matt Jakewith is a great quarterback, really live arm, good kid. And then Patrick Murphy running the ball is kind of the three people that you got to keep your eye on if you're Lucas.
At the line, you have Anderson, the Parmley brothers, and Zach and Mason Midwood, and I believe that's number 60 as well lined up down there, and Kareem Abu Rafea as the first play of the game. It's Jaquith looking to go into the air. This one's intercepted by the Crusaders. Going back the other way, past the 40, past the 30, past the 20. Will eventually be pushed out of bounds and tack on some penalty yardage onto this one. Ron, what a way to start this game for the Crusaders, and getting it all started is Rayshawn Blake.
Rayshawn Blake, Magic was stares down as receiver here. He's looking there all the way. Blake, who's playing center field or safety there, just undercuts the route, and then he's off to the races. You're going to have an unnecessary roughness, so the ball's going to be placed at the 2-yard line now. First and goal, Crusaders.
Rayshawn Blake had already gone out of bounds within the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone as you're checking out her replays courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches right now. And you look at Patrick Murphy, just a late push. Once he had already reached the track, puts the ball all the way down to the 1-yard line. The Crusaders here, with 11:20 remaining in the opening quarter of play, are a yard away from striking first.
And a big start for the Crusaders. Not only did they get the turnover, they get the ball, and they're going to get the ball at half as well. So that's a huge set of events going here for Corson Skellett.
Corson Skellett, the quarterback, will hand this one off on some trickery over to the left side. Touchdown, Crusaders! Just like that, CCH strikes first 50 seconds into the game. It's 6-0 early.
Yeah, Darian Dijon goes ahead just a straight. He almost takes it away from him there, from the quarterback. Corson, I think, opened up to the right, and Dijon was coming off the left edge there.
Is it Dijon or Dorian?
Dorian.
Yeah, DeAndre Dorian, who actually had a touchdown in that 46-0 victory over the St. Andre Bissett Bulldogs in the LDA Championship. We thought, well, that's a rarity to get the big man involved. Well, apparently it's not. Back-to-back weeks for a touchdown for DeAndre Dorian, and the extra point from Castellon, or I believe it was Keegan Vanek, actually, is good. And a late flag thrown on this play, Ron.
Late flag. I'm checking with the official to see what the call is, as we have unsportsmanlike conduct against the Crusaders. So this kick's going to be going back 15 yards. So they're going to be kicking those balls from the 30-yard line. Lucas should be set up in a good field position after this play.
So maybe some words that Mama Bear would not appreciate being said on the turf here at TD. Regardless, it's a 7-0 game here early, 11-10 remaining in the opening quarter. Maybe we'll take a gander again at the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay. Jaquith, first play of the game, gets intercepted by the Crusaders. They take it all the way back down to the 1-yard line thanks to some penalty yardage from Rayshawn Blake, and then capping off the opening drive on a 1-yard touchdown run is number 55 and DeAndre Dorian. Fitzy, do we have the replay one more time in the truck, courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich? Take me through this replay, Ron.
Yeah, again, Corson opens up to the right there. Dorian takes the ball basically out of his hands instead of taking the handoff there, and then goes over the left edge there. He saw a crease, obviously, and goes ahead for the plunge, but it was Jack was stared down the receiver, and Rayshawn Blake jumped the route. That's what kind of set everything up.
You mentioned the penalty. It puts the ball back at the 35-yard line. Castellon approaches this one, boots it down to his opponent's 38. Back the other way come the Lucas Vikings, and a fierce hit at the tail end of this play by the Crusaders, Liam McDonough.
Yeah, Liam McDonough, good hit there against another kid who's really familiar with, Zach Hepburn, number 34 for the Vikings. Good steady hands on that from the grade 11 product. One of the things that we were hoping to talk about a little bit, John, is the X factors in this game are going to be the grade 11 kids like Liam McDonough, Jamie Lane for the Vikings.
How about a grade 10 product in Mason Parmley? The starting center is a grade 10 product, and they're matching Petta against him on the Crusader side of the ball. So Jaquith, after throwing an interception on the first play of the game, is going to try and sweep this one to the right side through Will Adam. Adam will lucky to get about half a yard to bring up second and long. 10:46 remains in this opening quarter. And another play, another penalty flag back at the Crusaders. 55.
Unnecessary roughness against the Crusaders. This was the MO of the junior game that we saw earlier today. Catholic Central playing with a lot of emotion and everything. They've got to, the coaches have got to get these guys under control. There's a lot of emotion going on here for a lot of these kids. This is their last high school game, and then they're moving on possibly to the next level. So you want to come out firing on all cylinders, but you got to keep your composure.
You have Mason Parmley, a starting grade 10 product on this senior team for the Vikings. You have his brother Zach Parmley, who, by the way, just committed to the Waterloo Warriors Youth Sports Organization, and Eric Anderson, a Western Mustangs commit, as almost Intercepting this one again was Liam McDonough, but able to pull it out is Patrick Murphy, only gaining 2 yards on the reception to bring up third down quickly.
So you can kind of see what they're trying to do there. They're trying to hit that out in those seam passes. You can kind of see how Lucas's game plan is trying to unfold as we have a second down here.
Yeah, I apologize. Second down. 10-10 remains in the opening quarter of play. And again, Jakewith, who threw an interception on his first play of this contest. Rayshon Blake got it all the way down to the 1 yard line thanks to some penalty yardages at the end too. And DeAndre Dorian, number 55, caps off a 1 yard TD strike from the Crusaders. Now it's Jakewith and the Vikings trying to respond. Jakewith flushed out of the pocket, goes to the near side, will get some yardage out of this play, and takes a bit of a low hit here from the Crusaders, Jordan DeBoose, and another flag thrown here at TD Stadium.
As again, the referees are talking. This time they're pointing against the Lucas Vikings as we've got a hold against the Vikings downfield there. And again, Dorian's coming off the right edge there, the left edge, and I thought he had a shot at the quarterback there, and Matt does a good job of escaping out the front end of the play there over to his left and was able to get the ball downfield. But again, we've got a hold downfield, so this is going to be coming back, and it's going to be second down and long for the Vikings.
I know it wasn't play designed that way, Ron, but almost like they were better off giving it to Jamie Lane instead of faking it to that sweep to the right side. They would have been better off giving it to Lane, who's a London Junior Mustangs product. And again, this is the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. The winner of this game plays the Huron Heights squad, number 6 in the nation, who's currently 8-0 in Hamilton next Thursday in an OFSAA Bowl series for the Western Bowl. As it's Jakewith in the shotgun, throws this one deep. It's caught by Patrick Murphy at the 40-yard line. First down for the Vikings.
And again, that's the same route pass that we were going to last time. They were trying to hit Murphy on that seam route. That time, Rayshon Blake doesn't jump the route, and Patrick Murphy's able to get a completion gain of about 20 yards on that for a first down.
9:19 remains in the opening quarter of plays. They're taking another replay here, courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. They're open every day from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can find them on Skip the Dishes, or why not call them up at 519-645-6262, or better yet, go visit Mama at 797 York Street, Unit 8 here in the Forest City. Quads to the left side for Jakewith. Jakewith looking in that direction, fires it deep, has Sam Spolstra. Did Spolstra reel it in? He did! First down, Vikings all the way down to the 4-yard line.
Again, they're playing that shell that they like to play. And what you do is, how do you beat a shell? Is you run an overload there, and again, Sosa just hits the seam up there. So that's what they've got. Is they've got those seam routes going on, and that seems to be the game plan. Try to hit the flats and take shots downfield through the slot.
CCH 1 for 1 from Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone in this game, just needing a 1-yard touchdown from DeAndre Dorian to cap off a one-play drive, mind you. And now Luke is trying to retaliate and reciprocate that by also going into the Hot Italian Sandwich red zone and getting a major on the board. Jakewith fakes it to Jamie Lane, fires it to the end zone. Incomplete pass. I believe trying to target Spolstra again on this play, Ron?
I think it's Murphy who is the intended receiver there. I'm not 100% sure. It was either Spolstra or Murphy. It seems to be the apple of
the eye of Jakewith.
Yeah, of Jakewith's eye, so to speak. As it was Spolstra who was trying to hit that same route, the same route combination. You fake the joker or you fake the jet sweep and you try to hit that seam, try to get the linebackers to jump down.
Brings up a 2nd and goal from the Crusaders' 4-yard line. Jakewith goes back into the shotgun with 7:50 remaining in this opening quarter of play. Has 2 targets to his left side. Fakes the sweep to Adam. Jakewith is tackled. A big defensive play by the Crusaders. Big man flex that stuff. And why not Alex Chang? A huge defensive play.
Yeah, right off the edge there. Blows up the B gap. And this was the advantage that CCH figured that they had, was they thought that they were a little bit bigger on the defensive front than the offensive line for the Vikings. And so far, that is holding true.
It brings up a 3rd and goal situation, down by 7 early. Do you just take the points on the board with a Spolstra field goal, or do you gamble to tie the game?
No, I think you got to take the points. But it's going to settle down. Teams are going to have to start playing defensive. And again, if you're Lucas, you after that turnover and you gave them the 7 points, it's good to get a drive to kind of answer that.
Snap is high, settled down by the holder. Spoelstra will split the fork from the near hash marks from 12 yards out. And the A.B. Lucas Vikings get on the board here with 7:04 remaining in the opening quarter of play, but they trail by 4 in this 2019 Senior WOSSAA Championship live from TD Stadium.
Really high snap, and Jaquez does a good job of getting that ball down. That had some fire on it. That was really hammering back there. So CCH, rather than taking the kickoff, is taking the ball on the 35-yard line. We're going to see them place the ball on the left hash, and they're going to attack the left side of the field or the wide side or the right side of the field here.
Partner, not trying to throw you under the bus, but you said this was going to be a tight defensive knuckle affair, and yet we got 10 points on the board already with 7:04 remaining in the opening quarter.
But again, CCH buckled down inside the red zone, and I think that's what you're going to see Lucas do as well eventually. Again, when you're giving the ball up on the 1 yard line and you got to give a yard to play, that's a tough
pill to swallow.
Yeah, thank you.
And what's not hard to swallow, though, is sandwiches, courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. You can check them out online at mamasHotItaliansandwiches.com or go down to 797 York Street any day between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. As it is the quarterback handing this one off. That's Keegan Vanek spinning off of a would-be tackler, then going off to that far sideline, steamrolling his way close to the 45-yard line. He'll be close to a first down for the Crusaders.
Looks like they're going to mark him a little bit short, although I thought he got there. Again, just a halfback sweep. It's not really a jet sweep that they're doing there, but it's a halfback sweep. They're almost running a power to that short side of the field as we see them go hurry up.
Was really impressed as the quarterback goes right behind the line of center, and Corson Skillett finds a hole, goes over to that left side and gets a couple more yards to the 54-yard line, Ron, here with 6:08 remaining in the opening quarter.
So again, they're just, CCH likes to play with tempo on second and short because they want to keep your personnel in there so you don't have the opportunity to make some substitutions. Corson Skillett's a big kid, really rangy. He's got a good athlete, but he's a grade 11 product.
And Corson Skillett taking over, of course, for Ethan Chambers, who got injured during the postseason for these Crusaders on a first down run of his own. So you got to be careful if you're Corson Skillett. Yeah, he got the first down there, but don't want to get injured with plenty more football left in 2019 with championship glory. This is a run play that is swallowed up by the Vikings defense. Great job by the Baby Blue Sound crew in the A.B. Lucas Vikings.
Yeah, and I think it's number 35 that makes a tackle on this. It's George Striatis. Playing the linebacker position, does a good job of blowing up the B gap there and firing through, throws him down for a loss of about 2 yards here.
The reason why I mentioned Corson Skillett earlier is he played in the Junior WOSSAA Championship for CCH last year versus Lucas on a bad knee run after suffering an ACL injury. He did play, he just didn't play as well as he could with two good knees. As two players will run to the line for Corson Skillett. He's going to air this one deep. Has a man behind the defense. A jump ball at the 27-yard line. Incomplete pass. Ron, take me through this replay. It was a great defensive effort by the Viking CB.
Yeah, and again, they're trying to get Keegan Vanek on a wheel route. He's got him early. Corson just hangs the ball up a little bit there. If you can lead him a little bit more, I think you got 6 points on the board for the Crusaders.
4:50 remains here in the opening quarter of play. Want to give a big shout outs to our sponsors, as well as Air K-Jacks Communications, Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches, the London Junior Mustangs football team, as well as Battlefield Rentals, and oh yeah, a special sponsor, TD Bank, ironically here at TD Stadium for the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. This looks like it's Vanek back around his 43-yard line, booting this one down to his opponent's 25. Not handling it cleanly is Spoelstra. Spoelstra from his 19 trying to hang up the field. He'll be smothered by not one, but two Crusaders, including Mark Bukaboom as well as Liam McDonough. Been really impressed with McDonough, partner, in these playoffs. Been saying his name an awful lot when it comes to the tackles.
Well, and again, he's playing a lot of minutes on special teams and defense. And that's something you don't see for a grade 11 project at Catholic Central. Liam McDonough is a fierce competitor. He's got a big heart. He's a smart kid, too. He understands the game. and I think he's going to be a real dynamic playmaker for them for years to come.
Keegan Vanek, by the way, number 25 for the Crusaders, a commit to Queen's University. Think Steve Snyder's got a pretty good gem, if you ask me, from the Crusaders program. And recently announcing his commit to the Western University, he wants to shine on this same turf in years to come, will be number 3 for the Crusaders in Rayshawn Blake. And of course, you got Eric Anderson on the side of the AB Lucas Vikings. Not only is a Western commit, Ron, there are some rumors that he's possibly Mr. Football this year to finally take over the crown for the South quarterback who had it year in and year out.
Well, again, shout out to Ethan Martin, who's, again, a University of Queens product. He's playing some safety now, as we see Spoelstra taking a knee on the far side of the field after the return. And again, this kid, it's really refreshing to see a big physical kid who can play both sides of the ball. He's physically intimidating at the point of attack,
and for a big man, he's mobile. And not just mobile as far as the actual play, mobile as his versatility on the field.
But he's gritty as well, and it's good to see that they recognize the talent of all the players on the field.
Quad to the right side, but it's a screen to the near side. Incomplete pass. Disrupting the action was Keegan Vanek, I believe, trying to target Caleb Roberts with Jake with on this play.
Yeah, again, they're inviting them in. It's a screen pass here to Roberts, almost like playing from the slot, sitting down a little bit there.
Roberts had 3 touchdowns, by the way, in Lucas's semifinal 47-0 victory over Parkside back on Friday, November 1st.
Yeah, and again, he's a dynamic playmaker. He can go vertical on the field. And again, what they're trying to do is get the ball in their playmakers' hands. And as I kind of thought we'd see, the defenses are starting to settle into the game a little bit more.
You're actually, you hit the nail on the head, partner. This is turning, despite 10 points early between the two teams, turning into maybe a defensive battle. Quads to the right side, quickly firing it to that right side is Jake with a man wide open and real estate to go up the field, all the way up to the 46-yard line. Ron, it's a gain of 23 yards on this play, and I believe it's Patrick Murphy in on the action.
Yeah, Patrick Murphy, it's just a little step off. So what you do is, again, CCH playing that zone, they tend not to adjust when you go quad.
But there's so much real estate as a result of that far side of the field.
Yeah, when you're going quads to the far side of the field and you're only bringing 3 defensive backs over there, if the first man misses, there's a lot of real estate to go. And again, Patrick Murphy is a dynamic kid. You got to get the ball in his hands.
3:15 remains in the opening quarter of play. Lucas trailing here by 4 points after their field goal kicker, Sam Spoelstra, hit a 12-yarder. As they will hand this one off right up the middle. The Vikings, though, rush game, for the most part, has been stymied here early by the Crusaders' defense.
Yeah, again, Catholic Central has done a really good job of closing up the rush lanes and everything else. Lucas has got to find something. That time they wrapped Anderson around, tried to lead block him, but they scraped underneath. I think it was Bukaboom that made the tackle. I'm not 100% sure there, but scraped down behind underneath that block and set him down for a loss of, well, not really a loss, but pretty much no gain on that play.
And if you're Jake with, you're looking at the defensive trench for the Crusaders, which includes a guy like Jamison Eves, Petta, Dorian, and Thompson that you all have to contend with. You know, as I believe a timeout is actually being called on the field. The first timeout of this game with 2:24 remaining in the opening quarter is being taken by the Lucas Vikings, who prevailed over the South Collegiate Institute Lions 38-20 live on Junior Mustangs TV back on Friday, November 8th in the TV DSB Senior A Championship to get to this WOSSAA final.
And again, that was a really good game for the Vikings. You kind of saw what they can do in not ideal weather conditions. Although it being cold here tonight, John, let's be realistic. This isn't a week ago or 2 weeks ago when
where it was a snow bowl.
Well, when we're looking out in the field going, I don't know who's got the ball because
everything's white.
Everything's white out there, and the Catholic Central with the all-white jerseys and the blues, we couldn't pick up anything after the 30-yard line. But again, thanks to Western and the Junior Mustangs
and TD Bank
and TD Bank for allowing us to come here tonight and broadcast this game for you guys. This is really exciting for us.
The number 8 team in the nation of Canada on the offense have quads now to the left side. Jakewith firing it to that left side. Caught at the 51-yard line by Patrick Murphy. Taken down quickly, though, by Luke Stills and helped out by Bukaboom.
Yeah, Styles and Bukaboom actually do a good job of wrapping up and rallying to the ball. And again, when they go quads, they're playing that zone. So Catholic Central was not matching up. So someone's free and clear. That time they backed everybody off, and they allowed the underneath route. That would have been a good play design on first down, but on second down and 10, when you're only running a 5-yard route, it's not going to work out so well.
This is a Crusaders defense that comes in as the 5-time defending LDA senior champions after beating SAB in 2019, St. Joe's and STA twice over in the previous 4 years. Spolstra, who appears to be okay after getting banged up earlier in this game, one hops it at the 35-yard line. Rayshawn Blake spins off of one tackle, fights his way back up to the 35-yard line where a boat of Vikings rip him back down to the turf.
Yeah, Isaiah Blackson was one of the first kids down there, and he does a good job of maintaining outside leverage on there, and then forcing Rayshawn Blake to try to cut it back out. And by then, he's got rallying points around him, and he hold him for a gain of 5 yards.
97 seconds left in this opening quarter of play. It was a 1-yard touchdown from DeAndre Dorian on the first offensive play of the game for the Crusaders after a Rayshawn Blake interception on the first play of the game offensively for the AB Lucas Vikings. He got it into the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone, and a late penalty, unnecessary roughness tacked onto the Vikings, put the ball all the way on the 1-yard line for the Crusaders to cap off a 1-yard, one-play drive. As it is, Corson Skillett overthrowing the intended receiver, and who else? Rayshawn Blake was the man he was trying to target.
Yeah, you got unnecessary roughness at the end of this play, roughing the passer. I missed the number for the Vikings, came off the left edge there, absolutely blew Corson Skillett up at the very end of this play, which may have caused the ball, but this was one of the things we were talking about. Corson, can he sit down in the pocket, stay low, and drive through the ball? If not, the ball's going to tend to sail on him.
And unlike the Junior WOSSAA Championship, which we had earlier on Junior Mustangs TV, which congratulations to the CCH Crusaders junior squad for beating the Laurier Rams by 44 points live on our airwaves. But you got to think for the Crusaders, not only are they trying to make history and going back-to-back as far as what they could do this evening, they're trying to go back-to-back in WOSSAA. And on the senior side, they'd have another game against Huron Heights, the number 6 team in the nation, as it is the Crusaders, the number 3 team in the nation, currently out there with their offense. Keegan Vanek on a sweep to the left side, puts on the brakes, tries to cut back in, but the Vikings say, no, you don't, and it's a tackle for a loss of about 5 yards.
Yeah, again, they try the jet sweep this time to Vanek coming across. Lucas, again, outmanning them at the point of attack. They seem to be rolling that linebacker or that safety down really, really quickly.
You can see DeAndre Dorian at the tail end of this play, not appreciating the Viking that sort of laid on Vanek for a quick second. Right about here, get off my homie.
Yeah, well, again, that's, I understand coming to the defense of your player, but that's what got Catholic Central in trouble in the junior game.
That's right. They were taking unnecessary penalties because of, undisciplinary plays. Now it is the senior Crusaders in the pro set. Weapons split evenly for Corson Skill. It looks like a half-back screen, and instead it's an incomplete pass in and out of the hands of number 20 on this play in Liam Hoskins.
Yeah, Hoskins just flat out drops his ball, but even if he catches it, I'm telling you right now, Thomas Ashton was all over him, ready to make the play, and it wasn't going to go very far at all anyway. And again, the game's kind of set it into what I thought it was going to be, a field position game, a battle of the defense, a big play here, a big play there. See what happens as the game plays out.
You're tuned in to the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship here on your Wednesday evening, live from TD Stadium on the campus of Western University in the Forest City in southwestern Ontario. As this is Keegan Vanek, almost blocking it was the Vikings, I believe, and Eric Anderson. Instead, it is booted all the way down to the 35-yard line. Back the other way come the Vikings, but not being able to go much further than where they want, as it was number 33, Raul Espinoza. Great job on the cover team. A late flag thrown on this play.
Well, there also could have been a horse collar that wasn't called on this against Mark Bukaboom, who actually grabs inside the cylinder, does let go, but you can't even grab inside the cylinder. I'm waiting to see what the call is. At that point, you probably got an illegal man downfield or an eligible block.
Yeah, I got the Zebras in the stable right now at the 40-yard line, trying to make sure that they get this call done accurately.
Well, they pointed both ways, so I'm not sure what's actually going on. I'm waiting for the call.
As neither team have changed their personnel either, partner, and this ball is going to be placed. So it's unnecessary roughness against Lucas. And you can hear some of the Vikings fans disapproving of that call from the official. But regardless, the ball is placed back, and it looks like the Vikings, 15 yards later, are going to start this drive inevitably from their 24-yard line. And lost in all this, still one more play left to be had here in the opening quarter. Here on Junior Mustangs TV, the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Championship. Ron Perwerta and yours truly, Johnny Urban. It's the Ron and John Show one last time. Ron, are you excited?
I'm very excited. It's been a great year broadcasting with you, John, and with Coach Jay. Fitzy Melrose, who's unfortunately in Orlando for work.
Yeah, after being in Mexico. Wow, what a tough life. As Spoelstra will get this on the sweep to the far edge. He'll cut back in around the 30, be ripped down at the 33-yard line. A gain of 7 yards from Spoelstra concludes the opening quarter of play. As we'll go to the Air KJAX Communications box score. Wow, 50 seconds into this game, after Matt Jaquith threw an interception on his first play of the game, Rayshon Blake, thanks to an unnecessary roughness penalty tacked on the end of the play, got the ball all the way back to Lucas's 1-yard line. One play, 1-yard drive was capped off by DeAndre Dorian for a touchdown run. The PAT was good to give us a 7-0 lead. About 4 minutes and 6 seconds later, though, Lucas would get on the board thanks to their kicker Sam Spoelstra on a 12-yard field goal, and that's where we stand after the opening quarter. Ron, 7-3 for the Crusaders over the Vikings here in the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship.
And if you're Lucas, if you're playing the field position game, which both teams seem to be doing, you want to generate another first down or two in here, so like you can really flip the field and again try to get the ball inside the 20 for CCH.
So 11:50 remains now in the opening half of play. Down by 4. It is the Vikings trying to retaliate here on the ground attack. They only need 2 yards, and I believe they're going to get it, as eventually they'll be smothered down at the 35. First down, Vikings.
Straight ahead, almost an ISO play to Patrick Murphy, just straight ahead over the right-hand edge, over the B gap there. And again, gets 3 yards. He only needed 2. First down for the Vikings. And again, anytime first downs in the field position game, first downs are critical, as we see some substitutions going on here as well.
11:13 remains here in this second quarter of play, live on Junior Mustangs TV, and the ball at the 35-yard line will give the Vikings a 1st and 10 play. Matt Jaquith, who competed for the London Junior Mustangs junior varsity team this summer, will hand this ball off to his running back. He'll be skipped up, though, and I believe this is a huge tackle for a loss. Caleb Roberts on the run, and I think Garrett Bukaboom got in on the tackle.
Yeah, Bukaboom comes in from the linebacker position, scrapes across, and again, that was Caleb Roberts on the ball carrier, as we saw Patrick Murphy go out on that last substitution. Again, field position, I keep stressing it over and over and over again. Field position and punting in the Canadian game, even at this level, is going to be so huge. And again, you're trying to play the field position game. If you can get another first down, that's going to make, CCH is going to have the ball inside their 30, and that's kind of where you're seeing the ball game played right now.
Quads to the near side for the Vikings. Jaquith takes the snap, looks to air this one out. Pump fakes, flushed out of the pocket. Jaquith eventually does throw a dart down the field. Intercepted by the Crusaders. Bringing it back into Vikings territory. Tackled down at the 46-yard line. Crusaders with their second pick of the game. Luke Chapka, I'm going to get that name right, after he had a big kick return touchdown to start the LDA championship. Gets an interception here with 10:02 remaining in the second quarter.
Just an ill-advised throw. He's scrambling out to the right here. He's actually got number 6, Will Adams, on the sidelines, pretty wide open. He tries to force it inside. Easy interception, and again, some extracurricular at the end of the game, at the end of the play here. And again, so it's kind of one of those things. You got to play with composure, but that's 2 big mistakes for Matt Jaquith in this game.
10 minutes remains now in this second quarter of play. It is the Crusaders. Corson Skillett handing it off to Keegan Vanek. Vanek over to the left side. Vanek spills over the 40-yard line. Late flag thrown again on this play, and that's the first time. Not the first time, I should say, we've seen such a play.
Yeah, again, they're trying that almost that delay to the slot back, not quite a jet sweep in there.
They threw the flag after the play had concluded, and it was thrown about 4 feet from where Corson Skillett was standing by himself. Was it something the QB said after his team went on the run?
It's holding against the offense is what the call is.
Okay, so it is coming back against the Crusaders. 9:29 now remains here in the second quarter of play. 7-3 is the score here from TD Stadium. And again, you got the number 8 team in the nation in the AB Lucas Vikings, the number 3 team in the nation in the CCH Crusaders, trying to battle it out here in the Forest City on your Wednesday evening, late November, to take on, well, the number 6 team in the nation next week in Hamilton, Ontario, in Huron Heights. As it is Corson Skillett using the hard count to try and get the Vikings defense to jump. They don't. So now Corson Skillett will snap the ball, look to air this one out. Just overthrew the intended target on the play, trying to find, is that Robert Morgan on this play, partner?
Yeah, number 19 for the Catholic Center Crusaders.
I'm just a little shocked because we've called about 4 or 5 Crusaders games in the 2019 year, and to be honest with you, that's the first time I think I've seen them target Robert Morgan on such a play.
Again, it's everybody knows what the team's got, like between the Will Allens and the Keegan Vaneks. Everyone understands where they are and what's going on. So what you're seeing here is you're trying to get the other playmakers involved in the games here.
So Skillett will hand this one off to Vanek. It's a flea flicker. Vanek trying to go deep, has a man open, intercepted by the Vikings instead. Back come the baby blue and the Navy crew, past the 30, past the 40, skipping through. It's Will Adam, eventually popped at midfield. Wow, after Matt Jaquith threw 2 interceptions in this opening half of play, Corson Skillett has thrown one as well.
That's actually Black. I believe that was Rayshawn Blake that was actually the quarterback, or was it Keegan Vanek that threw the ball here? So it was Vanek that actually threw it.
So take me through this play on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay. I don't mind the design, but if you're Lucas, you like the defensive execution.
Well, you're thinking if you throw an interception at this point, it's kind of like a punt. The problem is there's a pretty good punt returner back there. He takes it all the way down. If I'm Catholic Central there, I would have punted the ball. I would have saved that for later on in the game. I would have played the field position game. Jaquez is a little rattled. You're counting on after throwing the 2 picks. And again, that's kind of what you're thinking.
Lucas starts this next drive from their 51-yard line. A dump pass by Jaquith, caught by Patrick Murphy, avoids 1 tackle. Murphy up the field, through the 40, has real estate, through the 30, past the 20. Rayshawn Blake will push him out of bounds around the 10-yard line. A gain of 40-plus yards with 8:06 remaining on the second quarter clock.
And what do you do if you fear a pass rush? You allow the pass rush to come into you, draw them in, dump the ball over to your playmaker who's been quiet in this game. They targeted him a couple times, but really quiet. Patrick Murphy takes a screenplay. 50 yards later, you're in business, 1st and goal on the 10.
Patrick Murphy eats up some yards to get into the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone. You can check him out on Skip the Dishes, open daily from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Call him up at 519-645-6262 or go to him at 797 York Street here in the Forest City. It's the Vikings on the attack. A 1st and 10 play. We'll get maybe 1 yard here. Fierce tackle by Mark Bukaboom yet again.
Yeah, Bukaboom is coming around from the linebacker position. This is Will Adam coming on the jet sweep, trying to hit to the wide side of the field. Really good speed on Catholic Central's defense. And again, you can kind of see the linebackers really pursuing. They know where the playmakers are and everything else, so they're just trying to track the playmakers.
I want to thank you, the viewer of this broadcast, live on Junior Mustangs TV. You're one of 20-plus thousand people who have tuned into Junior Mustangs TV for pigskin action in the month of November alone, and we appreciate you. Anderson goes over to that left side. He's open, but they're going to target the end zone. Touchdown, Lucas! A 10-yard strike. Jaquith made no doubts about it, and he found his target in the back of the end zone in Jamie Lane.
We talked again, which grade 11 product was going to be the difference maker in this game. We've seen Corson Skillett, a grade 11 product. Liam McDonough, grade 11 product. Now let's introduce you to probably the predominant playmaker at grade 11, Jamie Lane for the Lucas Vikings. And again, just does a little seam route, sits down really nicely. Touchdown, Vikings take the lead.
Man, I thought for sure the way Anderson rotated to the left side, if we can check it out again here, Mr. Fitzgerald on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay, when number 61 rotates there, I thought he goes undetected. He's wide open. open. Instead, another Viking is undetected in the back of the end zone in Jamie Lane.
Well, if you look at it, they actually do see it. Rayshon Blake's screaming over, and again, the two actually jumps down to take that fullback slice or that fullback screen almost away from him, but they take the attention off of the back of the end zone, and Jamie Lane just sits down. Big touchdown for the Vikings as they go on the board, 10-7 for Lucas.
They trailed 7-0 50 seconds into this game, and now with 7:10 remaining before halftime, they have a 3-point lead in this 10-7 ball game live on Junior Mustangs TV. Don't forget to give us a like, share this link with all your football friends and family, and oh yeah, go to that big red button and hit the subscribe button. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. I love you. Love me too. Subscribe to Junior Mustangs TV. We've got to give a big shout out to Battlefield Rentals, TD Bank, as well as the London Junior Mustangs football program, Air K-Jax Communications, and of course, I'm getting hungry, Ron, Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches.
Highly recommend the meatball sandwiches.
Yeah, I had the steak. It was pretty damn good too. 7:10 now remains here before the halftime break. A 10-7 lead for the Vikings. They're going to boot this one all the way down to the 5-yard line. With a head of steam back the other way comes the kick returner for these Vikings. Spinning around is number 23, Luke Chapka, down to the 35-yard line. And again, Chapka started off the LDA championship game in that 46-0 victory over St. Andre Bissett Bulldogs the right way with a 90-yard kickoff return touchdown to start that championship dance.
Yeah, that really was a tone setter for that game, and it kind of went downhill from there for the Bulldogs. Again, dynamic playmakers everywhere on the field. So what you're trying to do is maintain a little bit of composure, a little bit of ball control in here. If you're Catholic Central, 7 minutes left to go in the half here. You're trying to get a first down or two, and again, you want to play the field position game. Obviously, you want to score, but if you can, you want to get the ball to at least the 50-yard line so you can pin Lucas deep. 3
options to the right side, but in case it's a delayed handoff to Vanek, who S-curls his way to the left side, steamrolled down at the 45-yard line, but not before the Queens commit moves the chains for CCH with 6:40 remaining in this quarter.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to run the inside zone, and here's Keegan Vanek for you with the speed and the athleticism. Decides to take it outside and presses the edge and does a good job of getting the first down. And again, now CCH has flipped the field a little bit here.
If you tuned in earlier to the Junior WOSSAA Championship live on Junior Mustangs TV, it was the Crusaders junior team prevailing by 44 points over the Laurier Rams to capture the previous championship. As there was a downed Crusader, DeAndre Dorian, who appears to be okay, and sort of going around the fallen compadre, it was Keegan Vanek to get past the 50-yard line.
Yeah, again, Vanek does a good job of again, and he's following the blocking by Dennis Larocque, who's another highly touted gentleman. I'm not sure where he's committed to quite yet, but I know he's on the go list with just about every university in Canada. Does a good job of kick blocking this out, and they just sit down right behind him.
Corson Skillett goes right behind the line of center. Here on a second down play.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, they're going to try a QB sneak, but Ron, this is normally a play you would see when you need a yard, not 3. They do get about a yard, but it brings up a third down here for the Crusaders.
Well, yeah, I don't understand that play call there. I get
unless they're going to do it again here.
Yeah, but
yeah, exactly. I agree with you. But Corson Skillett goes to the...
Okay, now if I'm Catholic Central on third down here, I punt the ball.
But see,
they aren't. Field position.
They're going for it. They stick into the pro set with their quarterback Corson Skillett in the gun. They try and use a hard count to get the Vikings to jump. They don't. Now Skillett goes right behind the line of center, trying to push himself forward. He needs to get past the 55-yard line. And Ron, you're saying he didn't get there. We'll see if the officials...
Not by the mark from 23. He didn't get it.
But the officials that are between the hash marks actually gave a much healthier spot for the ball, and they do move the chains. It's a first down for CCH, and they find themselves in Lucas territory.
Boy, they got a good spot on that, because I'm telling you, from watching it live here the first time, I didn't think he got it.
4:28 remains here before halftime. Skillett, again at the helm, in the shotgun position. Is going to hand this one off to Vanek. No, I apologize. That's Hoskins. Liam Hoskins past the 50, dropped down to the 48 to bring up a second, and we'll call it 3.
Again, running off that left-hand edge there. Dennis Larocque's the left tackle. Good job of collapsing it down. Look, they're pushing. They're starting to push the defensive line for Lucas around a little bit here. We knew Catholic Central was a physical offensive line, but they're starting to get 7 yards to carry. This is like not boding well for the Vikings as this game wears on.
The number 8 Vikings, the number 3 Crusaders, trying to take on the number 6 Huron Heights squad next week in Hamilton. They fake it to Vanek, throw it to Rayshawn Blake. Blake catches it, avoids 1 tackle, put into the spin cycle, and eventually sandwiched by the Vikings at the 39-yard line. First down, Crusaders.
They're bringing Will Adams off the edge here on a blitz. He gets cut at the point of attack, opens up the passing lane for Corson Skellett to hit Rayshawn Blake.
With 3:20 remaining here before halftime, down by 3. How imperative is it for Crusaders to at least get 3 points on this drive?
Well, because it's going to be huge, because then you're going to get the ball back at half as well.
And they give it off to Vanek. Vanek with, again, a little bit of a Le'Veon Bell stutter step up to the right side, eventually tackled near the 35-yard line. Brings up a second down, as I believe we have reached the 3-minute warning here in the opening half of play of the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship, live from TD Stadium. And again, the number 8 A.B. Lucas Vikings, the number 3 Catholic Central High School Crusaders here in the WOSSAA Championship. And the winner will take on the number 6 team in the nation, Huron Heights, in the OFSAA Bowl Series, the Western Bowl, next Thursday in the Hammer, I believe, from Ron Joyce Stadium on the campus of McMaster University.
Yeah, it's at McMaster University. And again, something about Huron Heights that, if you're not familiar with them, they run a traditional double wing. So, it's something that, unless you have seen it a number of times, it's really hard to prepare for. It's totally opposite from what you see in the Canadian game today.
Almost like a rugby-style offense,
Yeah.
just a ground-and-pound attack. It's led them to the number 6 team in the nation, 8-0, as well as 3-0 in non-conference play. And that's not an easy accomplishment, Ron. No. 2:42 remains here before halftime. Skillett on the play action, wide open target. This ball is caught. The ball is punched loose, and the Vikings recover at the 20-yard line. They bring it back to the 30. It's a turnover, and Vikings ball with 2:33 left on the clock.
We talked about who was going to be the kid that steps up and everything. We saw Catholic Central go to number 19 a couple times, which is Robert Morgan, and again, but who's there? It's stripped, it's recovered by a grade 11 product. Johnny, we know him quite well. Mac Baker, the safety, picks up that ball, takes it for Vikings, and
about
again,
10 yards up the field. He'll eventually be, shoestring tackled by Liam Hoskins. Maybe we can watch it one more time on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay, as again, you're checking out this action. It's number 19, your right partner, Robert Morgan. Morgan has the ball punched out, though, recovered quickly by the Vikings' number 3 in Mac Baker. And Baker's not just a safety, folks. He can play quarterback, too. We saw him actually take over the quarterback role when Jake With was, sick with the flu. In week 5 of competition, they beat the South Collegiate Institute Lions in South Barn 17-15. Sam Spoelstra hit a game-winning touchdown, or game-winning field goal, I should say, live here on Junior Mustangs TV. 2:33 remains here before halftime. The Vikings offense going back to work. Play action. Jake with pumping. Now he's going to throw this one. Finds a target who takes a mean hit. And as a result, a flag is thrown instantly.
Well, the flag's going to be called downfield here. I'm not sure exactly what's going to be called here. But number 23 is kind of looking at the bench going, what did I do? What did I do? That's Luke Kapka is actually going to be that was the closest Crusader to where the flag was. I don't understand this call at all.
See, I just think, though, that the official saw the hit from a distance and called the infraction, but with 2:26 remaining, could there have been too many men on the field? I think that's what one of our officials is saying. However, they pick up the flag. No flag on this play.
They've declined the penalty. So it was an illegal substitution or something on that. They declined the penalty. They'll take the loss of the yard on the play, roll this down, second down.
10-7 for these Lucas Vikings here in the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship game here on your Wednesday evening. It brings up a 2nd and 10 play for the Vikings, but before they do so, looks like a timeout called down at the turf. And the Vikings, who already called one timeout in this opening half, I believe have called their second here, or no. I apologize. The Vikings coaching staff wanted an explanation from the officials, and I don't even think this is an official timeout taken. It's just the Zebras talking with the head coach right now of the Vikings on that far sideline.
Yeah, they're pretty animated about something over there, and I'm not sure. But again,
going back to that hit, to be honest with you, I love the hit. I mean, I'm an old school football kind of guy. From my understanding, though, in the new age of football, they're trying to get rid of these types of plays from Keegan Vanek. But Vanek, to his credit, the Queens commit, led with the shoulder, not with the crown of the helmet. And
but it's contact to the head first. It doesn't matter if it's with the shoulder or to the head. The first contact to the body cannot be to the head. And I think that's what they're arguing over there, that they're saying, hey, that was a head shot. That's a unnecessary roughness, unsportsmanlike. That's a big time UR, and that should have been a 15-yard penalty.
And the A.B. Lucas Vikings coach is letting the officials know exactly that, Ron. They don't appreciate the lack of call on that hit. 2:26 now remains here. And
did they just call them with a bench penalty?
Well, the Vikings are going back 10 yards here, partner. The ball's placed now at their 10-yard line. Second and long, second and 20 yards coming up for the Viking crew. And the Vikings are a team that won against the Silverford Laurier Rams, East Elgin Eagles, Medway Cowboys, Oak Ridge Secondary School Oaks, and the South Collegiate Institute Lions, going a 5-0 in the Darnell Division regular season. Over that time, they put up 169 points and only gave up 48 on defense. As Jaquith waits for the official's whistle, now we'll set up this play. Two options to his right side. He's going to throw this one deep down the field behind double coverage. Incomplete pass, but a flag thrown on this play.
So I think you're going to get a pass interference call here against the Crusaders. But I'm going to tell you something else that's been going on here that I've been watching. That was a bench call against the
Vikings.
Against the Vikings, and one of the coaches had to leave the field here.
Wow, so was ejected from the sidelines.
Yeah, but you got a pass interference there against the Crusaders.
But so it's not at the spot of the foul. It's a 15-yard penalty.
But an automatic first down.
Perfect. 2:20 now remains here before halftime in the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. It was 1 degree at kickoff, 7:30 local time. It's currently 0, feeling more like -2. No real winds to speak of. Wind gusts coming from a northwesterly direction of 8 kilometers in nature. Again, this is actually a rematch of the 2018 WOSSAA Championship, which was held right here at TD Stadium. And CCH won that occasion over Lucas, 41-27. Here they find themselves down 10-7 though, with 2:20 remaining before the halftime break.
Yeah, and again, I'm trying to tell. Yeah, there they go. They finally marked the first down there. So it's a 15-yard penalty after the second down and 20 call there after the loss, and then the ejection foul for one of the coaches on the sidelines there.
They put the ball down at the 24-yard line, but to your credit, Ron, 1st and 10 for the Vikings, who found themselves trailing 7-0 50 seconds into this championship game. But since then, a field goal from Sam Spolster from 12 yards out and a 10-yard TD pass from Matt Jaquith, who found Jamie Lane. As you're not making friends up here in the broadcast booth, Ron. That's not good karma. Oh, no, Ron. No.
Well, there you go. Now, okay. Now you're starting to see the again, a couple times we've seen really close to objectionable conduct. This time you're going to get Keegan Vanek with a late hit out of bounds. This is going to be a 15-yarder as I'm trying to distract
If anybody ever tells me that Ron Forwarda would never hurt a fly, he just killed a fly. You distract, and I think that's a bad omen, my friend. But regardless, 2:13 left on this clock. Maybe we'll host a light.
Eulogy?
Yeah, I was going to say a celebration of light for our fallen fly friend here in the broadcast booth. Back to the action, though. Not flying around, at least disciplinary-wise, right now, are the Crusaders, and as a result, it puts the ball up to the 54-yard line. Lucas continues to roll here.
But this has been their MO on a few different occasions that we've seen them. They've got to learn to play with composure. This is an emotional team that feels that they have a lot to play for and a lot to lose, and maybe it's the pressure of the moment that's getting to them.
Jake within the gun has 3, Weg to the line, looks to fire this immediately to the near side, caught by Sam Spolstra. Spolstra avoids 1 tackle, crosses through midfield. A trio of Crusaders brings them down at the 54-yard line. 2:07 left on this second quarter clock. Second down coming up for the Vikings.
Again, second down, what they're just trying to do is get them outnumbered. There's a play that's going to come off of this at some point down the field where they're going to pump that screen to Spolstra, and they're going to get somebody going on a go route because everybody sucked up when they saw Spolstra turn around and hook up for that pass.
Thanks for tuning in to Junior Mustangs TV here on your Wednesday evening for the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Championship. Earlier today, it was the Junior Championship where the Crusaders Junior team won 47-3 over the Laurier Rams. Jakewith with an empty backfield throws this over the top, deflected off the intended target, and it's intercepted again by the Crusaders. The 3rd interception of the game by the Crusaders defense. It's the 2nd interception of this contest for Rayshawn Blake. And what do you know, an extremely late flag thrown at the tail end of this play with a $1:40 left on the clock.
This is again going to go against the Crusaders there, who took somebody out of bounds who was blocking for them. I'm trying to catch the numbers of it.
Jakewith, who threw an interception on the very first play of this game. Watch this, though. It goes off to the intended target, and Spolstra right into the lap of Rayshawn Blake.
And if we just keep this replay going at the very end here, we're going to see it coming in. Outside of the screen there. But yeah, I don't understand, Catholic Central is allowing Lucas to stay in the game here. Even though Lucas is winning the game, it feels like Catholic Central is outplaying them at the moment. But again, they're losing composure at critical times, and this is what's happening. You have the ball way plus territory, now you're on your side of the field.
Defense is supposed to win you championships, Ron, and yet in the opening half of play, the Crusaders have 3 INTs to their credit, but yet find themselves down by 3, ironically enough, to the number 8 team in the nation, coming in as number 3, mind you, themselves, in the Lucas Vikings and Crusaders, respectively.
Yeah, and again, to Jake was credit, the ball was a little behind him, but that interception's not on him. That's on just a good play by Blackson Rayshawn Blake. There is a Rayshawn Blackson that plays for Lucas.
Not confusing at all, and considering Rayshawn Blake wears 3 for the Crusaders and Isaiah Blackson wears 2 for the AB Lucas Vikings, we saw a game earlier today that featured 2 Campbells on the Crusader side and a Campbell on the Rams side. Thought it was in the soup aisle at the grocery store. As there's a trio running the line to the right side, it is a play action deflected at the line, yet caught by a lineman. It'll be a gain of maybe 2 yards, or is he an ineligible receiver off the deflection?
I think it's going to be an illegal touching or an illegal lineman downfield.
As Dorian ends up catching it.
So either way, this is going to go against Catholic Central. We're going to see it go back again.
I feel bad for DeAndre Dorian. 1 touchdown on 1 yard, and you could have had a reception there, but the officials say no, you don't.
But again, they're allowed to engage downfield, okay? But you can't catch the ball if you're a lineman 4 yards downfield, because now you're illegal downfield. So that's what they're doing, is they're calling illegal touching against Catholic Central.
And I fully understand the purpose behind that rule, Ron, but I really feel like when the ball is deflected, like it is in this case, as you're seeing it here on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay, I think when the ball gets deflected, it should be a free-for-all. I think anybody should be able to catch it by then.
Okay, but if you look at Danny, if you can show this replay again, the ball was on the 35-yard line. Look where the offensive lineman was. He was 4 yards downfield and then caught the ball. That's an eligible man downfield, illegal touching. That's what the flag is. It's a 10-yard penalty. First down repeated.
Yeah, puts it all the way back at the 26-yard line for the Crusaders here with 93 seconds remaining before halftime, down by 3 to the AB Lucas Vikings. The 2019 WOSSAA Senior Football Championship on the line. It looks like a timeout called by the Crusaders before this next play. The winner again of this match in London takes on the Huron Heights squad, the number 6 team in the nation, who is undefeated at 8-0 in Hamilton next Thursday in the OFSAA Bowl series. I believe it's the Western Bowl, ironically enough, that the team will compete in.
Yeah, the Western Bowl, the winner of this has a very tough matchup against a very good Huron Heights team.
I gotta be honest with you, a little sad that we're not on the call for that Western Bowl, Ron. I wanted to see this thing through.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen it through one way or another, either for the Vikings or for the Crusaders, but John, from my point of view, we've been doing the broadcast together since the beginning of May, with the Junior Mustangs, and then to be calling the game at this point of the year. We called a national semifinal for the Beefeaters this year, which was a tremendous thrill for us. So again, it's been a long season, but it's been great. I've had a blast.
I want to give a big shout out to Adam Melrose, who's helped us out on the technical duties, both on the audio and video side of things, and our Presidente, KJ Kedemi, as Corson Skillett flushed out of the pocket, forced a high step over, I believe that's DeAndre Dorian, and that kind of put his feet stuck in the mud. Corson Skillett couldn't go anywhere. And the Crusaders, for a third straight player going in the wrong direction, they continue to head towards their own end zone instead of the Vikings.
Okay, there's lots of pressure out here, but this is all started by number 99, Matt Bain, coming off the defensive end, absolutely collapsing the pocket. Nowhere to go. Corson Skellett has nowhere to step up to. And again, with 1:26 left, you're going the wrong direction. I wouldn't be surprised to see some type of just draw play. Try to take some time off to get some yards on your favor so you can punt the ball away.
Second and a country mile for the Crusaders. It's Skillett going to try and air this one deep between the hash marks. I believe was trying to find Keegan Vanek. Incomplete pass. But take me through this play, Ron. Do you like that they took the shot to Vanek? Because it looked like there was not just 2, but 3 Vikings within the vicinity.
Well, you got 3 Vikings, and it's almost intercepted there. You got 2 guys going for the ball. If they actually call it mine, I think the other player backs off, and I think this is an interception going the other way. But now, you got to pump the ball. The Vikings are going to have an opportunity to put more points on this board with probably with about a minute left to go in the half.
And it was the Vikings trailing 7-0 just 50 seconds into this championship game, thanks to a 1-yard touchdown run from DeAndre Dorian. But it's Dorian's team that finds themselves down by 3 with 1:11 remaining here before halftime. Keegan Vanek gets this beautiful boot away all the way to the 55, and it takes a kicker's roll all the way back to the 35. Not wanting to pick it up right away are the Vikings. They eventually do. Not enough yards given here by the Crusaders, and the Vikings inadvertently stepped out of bounds in front of their bench close to the 40, but Ron tack on another 5 yards from the penalty flag.
Yeah, but again, we've talked about this at nauseum at different broadcasts, John. You catch this ball in the air, it literally is 15 yards difference between.
He's on the Crusader side of the turf.
Yeah, you've got the ball at worst case scenario center field, if not the 50, maybe the 45, and you're in striking position.
I want to give a big shout outs to it appears to be thousands of people in attendance, and I know on our screens you're thinking, no, John, that far stands is completely empty. Well, Western shut down the far stands. The AB Lucas fans and the Crusaders fans have to, cheer in somewhat unity on the same side of the grandstands here at TD Stadium, as you get an excellent camera shot from Alexander Schleihoff, our main man, who's done an impeccable job. I was giving a shout out to Melrose and Kedemi earlier, but this guy turned himself into a human snowman during that Snow Bowl match, Ron, and numerous other games for us, toughing it out. Jake with deep down the field into double coverage. It's a jump ball. Incomplete pass. I thought Rayshawn Blake may have had a chance at a third interception.
Again, they've got a game plan that they're trying to attack the corners, and I understand that. But with the field position that you've got, I would have liked to see maybe some type of under route or some type of out, safer high percentage pass, try to get a first down, and then take a shot maybe to the end zone or something like that.
Shout outs to you, the viewer, one of 20,000+ people to tune into Junior Mustangs TV in the month of November alone for pigskin action. Don't forget to give us a like, share this link with your football friends and family. Oh yeah, maybe more importantly, hit the subscribe button. Give us some love as we're going to carry this momentum in to 2020. Empty backfield for Jakewith. He's pump faking, throws it to Patrick Murphy. Off the fingertips of Murphy at the Crusaders' 45-yard line. Incomplete pass. 3rd and 10 coming up for Lucas.
And that's why I would have preferred the high percentage pass on first down to either, to move it a little bit there or make it an easier completion. Right play design. They've had that seam to Patrick Murphy a couple times there earlier in this game, either to Murphy or to Spoelstra, and then again also the touchdown to Jamie Lane as well.
And if I'm Spoelstra, I'm trying to avoid both punt returners here in Rayshawn Blake, and I believe on the near side that's Keegan Vanek, because let's face it, Ron, 39 seconds left before halftime. the Vikings want to make sure they hang on to that 3-point lead before the break.
Spoelstra's going to kick this ball out of bounds, and it's going to go out of bounds about the 30-yard line.
Spoelstra from roughly his own 35-yard line gives us a heaving boot. It's going to ricochet out of bounds. You called it right, Ron. Right around the Crusaders' 40-yard line. Kills 6 seconds off the clock. 33 seconds left before the halftime break here on Junior Mustangs TV. The second of 2 WOSSAA championship games earlier this evening. 47-3. And ironically, the team that lost 47-3 had a 3-0 lead after the first quarter in the junior championship, the Laurier Rams, only to have 47 unanswered points by the Crusaders as CCH would run away with the championship earlier this evening from TD Stadium.
Yeah, and again, shout out to the junior Crusaders who really had themselves a whale of a game, and also to the Laurier Rams who, despite the score, battled valiantly. They just, too much speed on Catholic Central.
Corson Skillett going to be forced to get rid of this. Instead, he is sacked. It's a massive loss of about 8 yards on this play, pumping up the crowd, and rightfully so for the AB Lucas Vikings. I believe, is that George Stodoridis?
Yeah, Stodoridis is playing the outside linebacker position, scrapes all the way across there. Vanek is again scrambling to the left-hand side. He's a right-handed quarterback. This is so tough to do. Keep his eyes downfield. Thrown down for a huge loss of about 10 yards on that play.
And after the big defensive play by Stodoridis, it's a timeout taken by the Vikings defense here with 27 seconds left before halftime. A 2nd and 19 looming here for the Crusaders. And to be honest with you, I think the Vikings have already used 2 timeouts in this opening half.
That was their second timeout there because Catholic Central had called the one earlier that we thought was Lucas. And then it wasn't in a timeout over there. They were talking to the officials
about that hit. That's right, about that big Keegan Vanek hit.
Yeah, so it wasn't a timeout there, although it seemed like one at the time.
It acted as a timeout for the team's offense on the field. If you are the Crusaders, again, you're coming into this game as the 5-time defending LDA champions after winning in 2019, 46-0 over SAB live on Junior Mustangs TV, and beating up the St. Joseph's Rams and the SDA Flames 2 apiece over the previous 4 years to that. Again, Corson Skillett looking for revenge after last year's Junior WOSSAA Championship where he lost to the Lucas Vikings, albeit on a bad knee after suffering an ACL injury. So, the aforementioned Skillett going back to work, has one wag to the line, has 2 options to his left side. It's a handoff to Vanek, though. Vanek zigzagging is all the way up to the 40-yard line, and you're saying, hold the phone, partner. It isn't Vanek. And you're right, it's Liam Hoskins.
Yeah, Hoskins was straight ahead, and I'm not surprised at this call at all. Again, safe call, take some time off. Now, if you're CCH, you can run some timeout. You still have a timeout left in your pocket. You can run almost 20 seconds off this, take it down, and basically have no time for Lucas, and you can kick the ball pretty much out of bounds at that point.
Are there any adjustments, despite the fact that they have a 3-point lead, that you would make on the AB Lucas side of things to make sure that you do get revenge here in 2019 for that 41-27 loss against the Crusaders last year in the 2018 WOSSAA Championship?
Well, I think what the Vikings can do is I think that they got to try to get to some team. One of these teams has got to establish some type of ground game. You've got to put the ball in your stud athletes. You got to get the ball to your playmakers in space. I'm waiting for one of these offensive lines, to really kind of take over the game here, as we haven't really seen that. Like I kind of thought, it's been the battle of the defenses in this game so far,
Those
John.
who've tuned into Junior Mustangs TV know much I love a decimal clock in the sport of football, Ron. There was 20.6 seconds when they ran 20 seconds off the clock. Now, in theory, there should then be 0.6 seconds still left on the clock here. It says triple zeros at TD Stadium. CCH burns a timeout to avoid a time count violation penalty. But now, 3rd down play, zeros on the clock. Do you just take a knee here and go into the halftime break?
That's exactly what you do, but you got to snap the ball first. The reason you couldn't take the time count violation, because it's a loss of down in the last 2 minutes, so you would have turned the ball over and had one play untimed here for the Vikings to take a shot.
However, that can't happen in the final minutes of the 4th quarter.
That's right.
Turnover cannot happen on the 3rd down. So not a victory formation, but a need to get us into the halftime break, and that concludes the opening 2 quarters of play. We go to the Air KJAX Communications box score. 50 seconds in to this game. After a Ray Sean interception on the first play offensively by the AB Lucas Vikings. Their quarterback, Matt Jakewith, was intercepted by Rayshon Blake, who ran it all the way back deep in the Vikings territory. An unnecessary roughness penalty placed the ball at the 1 yard line. One play, 1 yard, a TD drive capped off by DeAndre Dorian made it 7-0 for the Crusaders 50 seconds into this game. But then the Vikings responded. With 7:04 remaining in the opening quarter, Sam Spolstra would hit a 12-yard field goal, get the Vikings on the board down by 4. And then Jakewith, with 7:10 remaining here before halftime, a 10-yard TD pass to Jamie Lane in the back of the end zone to cap off an incredible drive, gives us a 10-7 score. Ron, before we head off to the halftime break, I asked you about the adjustments, if any, you would make if you're an AB Lucas Viking coach. Well, flip the script on you, partner. You're the Crusaders. You're down by 3 to a team you beat 41-27 last year in the same WOSSAA championship dance. What adjustments do you make in the second half, knowing that your only score of the game came 50 seconds into this contest?
Your quarterback's playing tight, and he's forcing the ball. And so I think what you got to do is you got to get the ball into your playmakers' hands. I think Keegan Vanek, again, either side's got to try to run the ball here. It's either got to be Vanek with the Crusaders or Patrick Murphy with the Vikings. Whoever gets the ground game established in the second half here will win this game.
For our cameraman, Alex Schleihoff, and our producer, Danny Fitzgerald, my main man and partner in crime, Ron Forwerda, I am John Urban. 2 quarters is in the books of the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship, and it's a 10-7 lead for the AB Lucas Vikings, looking for revenge from losing to these Crusaders in last year's championship dance. We're heading off to a quick halftime break. Go get a cup of coffee, have one on me, and come back for the second half of action. Welcome back to TD Stadium, located at the campus of Western University, here in the Forest City on your Wednesday evening in late November for the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. It all breaks down like this. 2 undefeated teams with a combined 16-0 record, split evenly at 8-0 apiece. The number 8 team in the nation is the AB Lucas Vikings. The number 3 team in the nation is the Catholic Central High School Crusaders, and they're battling it out here at Junior Mustangs TV, and the winner of this game will take on the Huron Heights squad, who's also an 8-0 team, the number 6 team in the nation, in the Hammer at Ron Joyce Stadium at McMaster University next Thursday in the OFSAA Bowl Series. They will compete in the Western Bowl. So one of these 2 teams is 24 minutes away from capturing the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Championship and advancing to Hamilton to take on the Huron Heights. Again, joining me in this broadcast booth is Ron Forwerda. A tight 10-7 game. And to be honest with you, Ron, 10 points collectively put on the board between these 2 teams in the opening 5 minutes. I said your defensive prediction was nothing but a blunder. Well, no, it looks like, Ron, you're right as rain as always. It's a 10-7 game after the halftime break.
Yeah, and again, both of the strengths of both of these teams at this point of the season is in their defense. So that's kind of what I thought was going to really play out tonight. And we've really seen that. It's been the game of field position, key mistakes by both teams at untimely times. Let's see which one of those teams can eliminate those mistakes, keep their composure in the second half, and establish a run game. That's going to be the difference in the second half.
The ball will be placed at the 45-yard line and booted away by the Vikings' Sam Spolstra. It was the Crusaders who won the opening coin toss and deferred to the second half. They scored a touchdown, though, 50 seconds into this game after Rayshawn Blake intercepted the very first play offensively from the Lucas Vikings quarterback, Matt Jakewith. Spolstra all the way down to the 11-yard line, recovering it back up the field for the Crusaders. I believe that is Vanek. Vanek found a seam. Vanek trying to stutter step around midfield. Vanek turning on the Jets yet again. Past the 30, past the 20, just tackled down by Will Adam at the 15-yard line. Saves a would-be touchdown return from Keegan Vanek. Take me through this massive play to start the second half on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay.
The most important thing to do is attack the ball in the air. Keegan Vanek does it, and you can see he kind of comes straight up the field there, hits a seam, which again, he's not trying to go from sideline to sideline. He takes it to the hash mark and goes straight up line, and again, Catholic is set up with great field position to start the half.
Not just his evasive skills, not just the slicing and dicing, that mobility and agility we see all too often from Keegan Vanek, but specifically on that last play, maybe we can see it one more time on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich. The way he can gear up and gear down after getting this ball from his own 11-yard line and getting it all the way to his opponent's 14. Watch how he geared up there, sort of gears down here, turns back on the afterburners. That is impressive.
Yeah, and again, really good return by the Queens commit here. As we have an injured player on the field, that's what we're kind of waiting for at this point here, John.
11:46 remains in this third quarter of play. You are watching Junior Mustangs TV live on YouTube all around the world, whether it's from the comforts of your home or using your smartphones or tablets. And this is Keegan Vanek, who has committed to the Queen's Gales University football program. Congratulations, Steve Snyder. I think you got a gem here from the CCH football program in London as we're taking a look yet again on the Keegan Vanek kick return to start this second half of action.
Again, really good acceleration up the field. I thought they did a good job of placing the ball, but again, Lucas doesn't quite get the coverage downfield. They were more worried about the wide return, and Vanek's able to stick his foot in the ground and go north-south.
And again, just looking down at field level, partner, to be honest with you, the injured Viking is all the way back on the Crusaders side of the turf. He is okay, though, and walking off to the bench on his own accord. We'll see if he returns after 3 plays, I should say, here in the second half of play. Back to the action, Ron. Ball's at the 14-yard line. 1st and 10 from within the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone. If you recall, 1 play, 1 yard, 1 touchdown for the Crusaders is all it took the last time they were in the red zone. Corson Skillett in the gun. 3 options make that 2 to his left side. Liam Hoskins receives the ball from his quarterback and will lean in past the 10-yard line, marked down at the 9 after gaining 4 yards.
So just an inside zone with a slice action happening from the fullback. Follows it straight off the right-hand edge there, right behind the guard and the right tackle. Goes for a gain of about 3 yards, maybe 4. Brings up second down and about short 7 or a long 6 here, John.
11:15 on the third quarter clock here from TD Stadium. The second of 2 WOSSAA championship games. The junior game earlier today won by CCH 47-3. Here's their senior team trying to duplicate that fate. This is Keegan Vanek, who got his team into this position with a crafty kick return. Looks like he's close to the first down marker, and if they've given it to him, it'll be first and goal from the 4-yard line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a first down here, really, really close if it's not, and they do count the first down there. So first and goal here for the Crusaders. Again, Vanek just straight ahead, but I'm telling you, he came out of that pile a little bit gimpy there. I mean, just kind of checking on him there.
Some substitutions for the Crusaders coming off of this next play. Raul Espinoza as well as Cristiano De Lima coming off this play. Vanek staying on there. They're in the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich Red Zone. Check them out on Skip the Dishes. They're open 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. Or check them out at 797 York Street, Unit 8. It's a handoff over to that right side. Originally denied, then leaping towards the end zone, extending this play. Keegan Vanek, touchdown Crusaders.
Yeah, Keegan Vanek, they go with that rhino or that heavy look. So they go full house there, running beyond Diorian, and again, right off the right edge, they had him stopped, but Keegan Vanek's got great balance and everything else, able to maintain composure, bounce out to the right-hand edge, and he never gets brought down. He goes over top of the Lucas Viking and in for the touchdown.
What a display of skills to pay the bills from Keegan Vanek on this opening second half of action. A huge kick return got them already in the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay, as it is Vanek holding this ball down. And again, maybe I'll go back to that Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay, Fitzy, back in the truck, as this will show us the last touchdown in this game. A 4-yard gallop from Keegan Vanek, and unfortunately for the AB Lucas Vikings, the second half starts awfully like the first half of action. The Crusaders scored 50 seconds into this game. They score, well, a minute and 51 seconds into the second half. Ron, it's all about timing sometimes.
Well, again, let's see what the Vikings come back with here. You know, I think you got to put a drive together here. And again, not necessarily score points at this point, but you got to get the ball beyond midfield and play the field position game. And let your defense, you know, that really has played lights out during this game. You know, they've had 2 times where they had the ball inside the 10-yard line, and they've scored on both of those opportunities.
The Vikings in the quarterfinals of the TVDSB playoffs beat the Medway Vikings 28-3. Anderson, Adams, Spolstra all had touchdowns. Patrick Murphy scored twice. In the semifinals, they beat Parkside 47-0. Roberts had 3 touchdowns in that game. Adam had 2. Murphy and Spolstra added 1 as well. And then again, 38-20 over the South Collegiate Institute Lions in that TVDSB Senior A Championship game to get to this WOSSAA final. And they're looking for revenge after losing to CCH last year, 41-27, in this exact same game in this exact same location. Is stepping out of bounds is Patrick Murphy. A little bit of a late hit. I mean, a lot of bit of a late hit, but not called by the officials. 10:04 left on the third quarter clock.
I don't know if Murphy went out or not, and I think it was a continuation. That's why they didn't call that one, because he was still running like he was inbounds, so he was tackled like he was inbounds as well.
Yeah, you had the Crusaders simply looking at Patrick Murphy being like, well, he's still running at me, so I guess I have to tackle him down to the ground, despite the fact the official did blow the whistle. So the Vikings starting off their drive here in the second half of play from the 32-yard line. Jaquith will have Anderson originally lining up to the left side of him, has 2 options to his right side. Make that, well, 1 option, as they're going to hand this one off, I believe, to Patrick Murphy, and Murphy will be lucky to get to the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I think he just gets back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half-a-yard gain on this, so they fake the jet sweep, so it's a joker ISO is what this call is, with a slice action in there as well. So what they're trying to do is try to get the linebackers to overcommit. They don't do that. They maintain their lane integrity, plug the gap, second down.
If you're CCH, courtesy of Keegan Vanek, could you have started off this second half any better?
No, absolutely not. You've done a great job. You've set your team up and put them in a position that really you've been outplayed in this game, and now you've got the lead.
Jake with empty backfield finds Patrick Murphy, but he dropped it at the 53-yard line. The gentleman that has had the hands of a Swiss watch all season long, well, the watch just got digitalized.
Yeah, it's unfortunate he gets caught. He gets looking downfield before the ball is caught. This is a great throw, great play design. As we see the Vikings punt team coming on, man, you got to catch that because that moves the sticks, and that would have been huge for field position.
9:07 left in this third quarter of the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. The number 8 in the nation, A.B. Lucas Vikings, taking on the number 3 team in the nation, the Catholic Central High School Crusaders. The winner of this game, it ain't over yet, folks. They'll go to Hamilton next week to play Thursday in the OSSAA Bowl Series against the number 6 team in the nation, Huron Heights. So ironically, just like these two teams, a perfect 8-0 in 2019. But between the Crusaders and the Vikings, as you see, Spolstra booting this one away from his 23-yard line. It'll take one bounce at the 45, and Rayshawn Blake has to go back to his 35 to get it. There's a flag thrown on this play, though. I think the officials may have thought that it deflected off of a Viking player.
No, it actually deflects off number 19 for the Crusaders and rolls backwards. That's why you see Rayshawn Blake jump on the ball. I'm not sure what the flag was.
Can you give not enough yards, though, given the fact that it deflected off of a Crusader player with a Viking on top of him?
No, in that particular case, maybe a 5. Yeah, they're calling no flag on this.
So they do pick up the flag.
Yeah, because in a situation like that, like it's technically, yes, you could get a 5-yard.
Semantics.
Yeah, but the ball would touch first by a Catholic Central player. And again, flip now the field position. You've got the ball in the 30.
Thank you for welcoming us into your homes, or at least on your tablets or smartphones, live on YouTube. It's Junior Mustangs TV. Don't be afraid to give us a like. Share this link with your football friends and family that will enjoy the WOSSAA Championship Finals here in London. Oh yeah, and hit the subscribe button, not just to check out all the fun stuff we've done over the 2019 season, the 20+ thousand viewers in the month of November alone, but yeah, give us that momentum so we can continue strong into the 2020 year. Corson Skillett into the gun, has 2, wagging to the line, looks to hand this one off to the tailback, and reaching out of the pocket to the right side is Keegan Vanek, spun around at the 40-yard line. In on this play for the Vikings was Thomas Ashton.
So again, it's just that power sweep that they like to run to the slot. So they have the tailback and the fullback leading to that side.
And they get the first down as a result.
Yeah, it's so hard to do because, he's a dynamic play. It's not a jet sweep, so it's not the traditional flat jet sweep. It's almost like a power lead from a slot position, and it's really hard to defend that angle.
3 run to the line. They're going to give it again to the running back. They did successfully on the last play. Not as much success on this play. As well, they all fall over like Jenga blocks on the Liam Hoskins carry to the 40.
Hoskins just straight ahead on the inside zone there. Tried to bounce it wide. Nowhere to go. Number 13 for the Vikings.
Patrick Murphy.
No, 13.
Oh, 13. I apologize.
Not going to try it, Johnny.
Batazeas. Come on, partner. Alex Batazeas.
Alex Batazeas playing the linebacker position comes down and is the lead Viking.
I know if Adam Melrose is watching in Orlando, Florida, he's doing Batazeas.
Yeah,
he's doing his thing.
Fitchy's doing it now.
That's right. 7:17 remaining in this third quarter. It is Corson Skillett with a man behind him. Fakes like he's going to throw, then hands it off to Keegan Vanek. Vanek with the real estate over to the left side. Needed about 6 or 7 yards to extend this drive, and he certainly did. It's a first down for the Crusaders.
Yeah, this is the play that they had a lot of success with last time. Corson Skillett looks to throw the ball, and it's just a really good delay draw play. Catholic Central does a good job holding the line of scrimmage and then attacking.
It's safe to say that the Vikings defense can bend. They could allow a field goal potentially on this drive, but they certainly can't break and give up back-to-back touchdowns to start the second half of action.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good call at this point, John, because again, if you're the Vikings, you're trying to make the stop is what you got to do.
And you see Vanek trying to get to this near edge, led with the helmet and went noggin to noggin with Noah DeBroy, number 12 for the Vikings, and I'm wondering if they catch Vanek leading with the crown.
If this is on Vanek, this is 2 for him in this game.
Well, no, because they didn't.
No, because they got him earlier for the unnecessary roughness in the first half.
But I thought they missed that call part.
Not on that one, so it's they're calling this against the Vikings.
Wow. I mean, I understand that it's the defensive player's responsibility to play it safe on that play, but what more can he do when the offensive player is the one leading with his noggin?
Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure of, Ron. I don't know.
That's the rule in the NFL that so now they're bringing the ball. Now they're saying, hang on a second here.
Because I would just lead with my noggin every time then.
Well, and again, now all of a sudden they're
debating.
Yeah, and they're deciding, well, wait a second, it's unnecessary roughness against the Catholic Central for leading with the head.
Crusaders head coach Mark Howard is livid. Cannot believe
they even moved the sticks. They even reset the sticks and everything. So now
they have to be careful. We saw earlier in this game the AB Lucas Vikings get a bench penalty, and we saw someone from their coaching staff be excused off of the confines of TD Stadium. Now, if you're Howard and the Crusaders crew, you just had a massive penalty you thought was going for you go against you through Keegan Vanek. You got to be careful here not to take a bench penalty if you're the Crusaders.
But this is a 15-yard penalty. Let's get some semantics down here, okay? He didn't have enough for a first down on that run. They reset the sticks. It was second down. Then they gave him the 15-yard penalty to reset the sticks again. And now you've moved it back 15 yards from the original spot. This should be second down and about 18 yards to go here.
Just checking out the lettermans of the fans in the stands here at TD Stadium. Yeah, you see some Crusaders football jackets from the junior team. I'm assuming that won WOSSAA earlier by 44 points, but I see some St. Thomas Aquinas football jackets. I also see, a little bit of South Lions representing, and it's at a Clark Road and another Warriors jacket. It's safe to say that the Forest City football community wanted to come out to see who wins the WOSSAA championship, and what it all boils down to, Ron, is back in the day, there were non-London teams that did compete in the WOSSAA Championship, but for the last little while in history, this WOSSAA Championship game is essentially who is the kings of London.
Yeah, and again, this is
they're going back and forth like a yo-yo on the field, Ron.
So now this is what they're doing, okay? So they're going to give them the yards gained, then they're going to move it back to 15 yards, okay? So it's going to be second down here. This is what I was going. I don't understand what they're doing. They've reset the sticks. So they got the call right, and you are looking at a second down
and
about 15 yards.
Okay, it all boils down to that with 6:25 remaining here in the third quarter of play.
As they move the sticks again.
And you can see again the Crusaders coach quite animate down there on the sidelines at about the 40-yard line. And I don't know, if I'm the Crusaders, you've had the benefit of a massive Keegan Vanek highlighted.
Oh, they got the sticks on the wrong side of the 50 here. Because it is not... He didn't lose that many yards. It was a 15-yard penalty for leading with the head for the unnecessary roughness.
Because the way the stick gang has changed right now, it would be 2nd and 30.
They've got it on the wrong 50. That sticks has got to go back 10 yards. You should have here about a 2nd and 18 here. Because he got about a 7-yard gain on that first down play. So then it goes back 15 yards. That should be your second down. But this is second down and about 35 at this point.
Lost in all of this, play some Jeopardy music despite the fact that we got Beastie Boys blaring on the PA system here at TD Stadium, because this has taken a long time to kind of decipher what this play inevitably boils down to. And looking at the coaching staff of the Crusaders, they are not pleased with the officials eventually came to a conclusion on.
You know, the conclusion on the down is the correct call, okay? Like, let's get something straight here.
But you're referring to the stick gang is about 10 yards out of place.
Okay, so you see there, so we're at the 52-yard line, okay? Or the 50, we're at the
55, I'll say. Okay.
So, again, look where the stick was originally put. It was on this side of the 55.
And now it's on the other side.
Now it's on the other side. They've got the sticks in the wrong spot. It's what I've said all along here, because the sticks should be on the other side here.
But it adds 2 more yards onto the already long play coming up here on 2nd down for the Crusaders.
But that's a 25-yard penalty. Is that an ejection foul?
I'm just looking down on the bench. Keegan Vanek.
It is.
Keegan Vanek is...
That's 3.
I mean...
That's his 3rd.
He's untaping
It's 25
himself.
yards, and he's out of the game.
I'm looking at number 25. He's ripping his jersey off. Keegan Vanek has to take this game off early with 6:25 remaining in the 3rd quarter of play. The star player for the Crusaders and Keegan Vanek, a Queen's University commit, has been taken out of this contest by the officials. So unbelievable. As I look to the regular season in the semifinals, Vanek had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 touchdowns in that 38-7 victory over the St. Joseph's Catholic High School Rams. Vanek's night is done.
Okay, I think what the call is actually here is it's a targeting. So it can be offensive or defensive targeting. He led with his head, and that's the first contact. That is a ejection foul, which would define the 25 yards and penalties that are being added on here. You know, by the time you give him the first down and move it back to 25 yards, that's why he's out of there. It's got nothing with the URs, or that might have been a 2nd or 3rd. This was a targeting. It's an automatic ejection foul. Not only, here's the kicker, because it happens in the 2nd half, his high school season is over because he cannot play in the next game.
So WOSSAA transfers over to OFSAA.
Yes.
Move on to the Western Bowl.
And I mean, Steve Snyder may as well come collect his goods now then, because Keegan Vanek, in theory, has just concluded his secondary school, I should say, athletic career. Oh my word, Ron Forwarda.
Not only is that a huge hole on offense, it takes away probably your most dynamic playmaker. He's been a huge factor on defense as well.
And a huge kick returner. He's the one that started off this 2nd half of play by returning it all the way to the 14-yard line from his 11-yard line, and ended up capping off that drive. Ron, he has the last touchdown in this game, a 4-yard scamper to make it a 14-10 game.
Wow, I'm
almost speechless, Ron.
It's the right call, but I'm shocked. All in the same.
Corson Skilla and the Crusaders offense goes back to work out of the pro set. Corson pump fakes, tries to go into double coverage down the field. It's intercepted by the Vikings. Coming away with the ball and getting the crowd going is Mac Baker. I believe that's his 2nd pick of the game.
Well, he got the fumble recovery in the first half. That's his 2nd turnover of the game. And we talked about which team was going to have their grade 11 step up. That's the 2nd big play for the grade 11 product out of Lucas.
Crusaders lose yards on a penalty, lose their star player Keegan Vanek. On the following play, they get intercepted by Mac Baker, and Vikings take over on their 39-yard line. Wow, things are going from bad to worse if you're a Crusaders fan, and yet your team is winning right now by 4 points in this.
Sure doesn't feel like it.
In this 2019 WOSSAA Senior Championship. The ball comes loose, as now there's a late flag thrown on it. Who's going to retrieve the oval?
No.
Crusaders are saying they have it. Vikings are saying they got it. The pile of humanity is separated. Crusaders are celebrating, but I don't think they noticed the flag on the field.
And I think this is going to be against Catholic Central for obstruction from recovering a fumble. I believe one of the Catholic Central players almost tackles him.
Well, let's check it out here on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay. But Ron, I believe this is going against the Vikings, and it's Crusaders' ball. So it's a hold against the Vikings, naturally declined by the Crusaders. They'll take over the rock at their opponent's 35-yard line. Once again, check it out here on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay.
Boy, oh boy, talk about like timely big play and everything else. But again, this is the first time. I think it's only the first time, or maybe the 2nd time, Lucas's offense has touched the ball.
Listen, I didn't know
it's been about a half an hour since they've been on the field.
The heck
These guys
with
are cold.
Days of Your Lives and Young and the Restless and Dallas from back in the day, Ron. This is true drama at TD Stadium on your Wednesday evening, as there will be a run play to the right side, refusing to go down right away is Liam Hoskins, eventually dropped at the 33-yard line. 5:40 remains in the third quarter, and man, if there was a drama dial, we just cranked the knob right up on this thing.
Wow, and again, let's talk about the dynamics of Keegan Vannick being out of the game. It takes away that power slot sweep that they've had so much success with.
And you got to rely on Liam Hoskins a whole lot more on the offense.
And you got to put it on your quarterback, who has struggled to make completions in this game.
And in all fairness, the Corson Skillet taking over for Ethan Chambers, QB1, who got hurt for the Crusaders in their playoff run in the LDA playoffs. So 3 options to the right side. It's going to be fired to that right side, trying to dive to catch the ball. The officials are going to say that he trapped it, though, at the 30. Incomplete pass. And Rayshawn Blake, a little confused, eventually gets back to his feet.
You know, if Catholic Central is smart here, they kick the ball. They play the field position game. You know, steal back some of that momentum that you seem to have lost with the ejection of Keegan Vannick and
start putting the clock in your favor.
Exactly.
5:06 left in the third quarter. Still plenty of football left to be played. 17 minutes and 6 seconds to be exact.
But you can't punt the ball because your punter's sitting on the bench.
Now, they do have David Castellon, though, who does kick their field goals, and I'm wondering why they didn't just give Castellon the punting duties. Instead, a third down play. Play action by the Crusaders. Incomplete pass, trying to find Rayshawn Blake, was the quarterback in Corson Skillet. Almost picked off as well. Regardless, it's a turnover on downs. Lucas Vikings ball. Now let's go back to not having Keegan Vannick on the offense from a running back position, from the defense, from the linebacking position, from special teams on a kick return. Oh yeah, as well as the punting duties. Do you just not punt for the rest of this game, or do you try and find somebody else with a boot down there on that Crusaders bench?
You already know what your personnel is. You've played this scenario in your head as a just-in-case scenario.
Man, I was worried about
a nightmare scenario for Catholic Central.
I was kind of throwing it out there into the universe. I was worried about Corson Skillet getting hurt because he's already replacing QB1 from an injury. Out of all things, Keegan Vannick, the star of all stars on the Crusaders team, has been tossed out of this contest. So Matt Jaquith with Anderson flushing over to that right side, fakes the handoff, throws a dart. This one is caught. First down, Vikings at the 46-yard line as a plethora of Crusaders swarm the recipient.
Yeah, Styles is in there on the tackle there as they're trying to calm. Again, Catholic Central's playing with a lot of emotion, a lot of fire, but they've got to control themselves a little bit here.
If you're a coach on the Crusaders bench, how do you do exactly that? To play with the emotion and not let it get the best of you.
You got to go. It's us against the world and everything else. You got to go with every cliche in the book that you've got, but you know. You need to lean on your kids who are going in grade 12 and grade 13. Some of these kids in their last game here, you got to lean on these guys and say, we need you guys to make a play.
1st and 10, 3 swag to the line, 3 options on the near side. Sam Spolster catches this one at the 44, breaks to the near sideline, has the first down and many more, but more flags than a UN meeting. I count at least 3 on the TD turf.
Yeah, you're going to get Patrick Murphy on the edge here with the hold here, and he does hold him. It's the right call. It's the correct call. And again, unfortunately, this is going back 10 yards for the Vikings from the spot of the foul. So, you know, they didn't have first down yards gained, so it's going to be a first down and 20 here.
Want to quickly give a shout out to our sponsors throughout the 2019 season here on Junior Mustangs TV, including the Junior Mustangs football program, Air Jacks Communications, Battlefield Rentals, as well as TD Bank for these WOSSAA Championship games held ironically at TD Stadium here in London, Ontario. And of course, Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches, open daily from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can find them on Skip the Dishes, or just go to Mama, 797 York Street, Unit 8 here in the Forest City, or check her out online at mamasHotItaliansandwiches.com. Ron, you had a meatball, I had a steak. It's safe to say they were both the right choice.
And I've had the steak before, too. They're phenomenal. That's all I have to say.
So I remember an A.B. Lucas game we called where you devoured a cannoli while they were devouring the Medway Cowboys, as this is an incomplete pass thrown to the 45-yard line. Not being able to pull away with this one is Mark Bukaboom.
Now, this hits Bukaboom right in the hands, and he's got to catch that. I've said this before and kind of jokingly, there's a reason some kids play offense and some kids play defense.
I was going to say, though,
too, player,
yeah,
but you got to catch that.
I was going to say, though, do you have the hands of a Swiss watch when you've been beating up that watch on the defensive side of the ball all game long? It's It's not easy to have the rough, gritty hands to make a tackle and the soft, cagey hands to make a catch at the same time.
No, and honestly, you're 100% right, John. You know, it's hard for one skill to translate to the other.
3 options to the left side for Jake with to choose from. Fires it to the 50-yard line, sandwiched between 2 Crusaders. Will Adam pulls this one down. What a play by the Vikings. And he'll bring the ball up to the 50-yard line. But here's the situation, Ron. 3rd down, 2:48 remains here in the 3rd quarter. Do the Vikings concede the punt here?
Oh, absolutely, I punt the ball here, although I don't think they're going to. Again, you lost your dynamic punt returner, too, in Keegan
Yeah,
Bennett.
so go after them, that's right.
Go after it. Put it in the hands of the guy that's not supposed to be back there, and that's what I would do. I would play the field position game, but the Vikings, hey, you know, it's their game to win or lose here.
Everything on the line, and in the 3rd quarter, on a 3rd down, it is the Vikings going back to work. Jake with flushed out of the pocket, running in the wrong direction, forced to get rid of it. This one is caught! If he receives it, it's a 1st down for the Vikings, and that's all Matt Jake with to extend the play to avoid the would-be tackler in Jamison Eves.
Isaiah Blackson, number 2, the other of the 3-headed monster of the Grade 11 products, does a great job of sitting down, knowing exactly where the sticks were, but again, keeping himself alive in the play, keeping himself in the vision of the quarterback, gets open, 1st down Vikings, huge play.
Luke Chapka was right on top of Blackson, yet Blackson made the catch right at the 1st down marker. And interesting, they give him the 1st down, but they move this back, Ron, to the 54-yard line. What did I miss there?
I'm not sure.
89 seconds left in this 3rd
Well,
quarter
no,
of
because
play.
the 1st down would have been the 55.
I hear you, partner. All right, now they have a trio to the right side, but now Anderson's going to switch it over to the left side. Anderson is undetected, but they're going to throw it instead down to the 39-yard line. He stays on his feet, skips off of a couple tackles, eventually thrown down at the 21. 1st down for the Vikings. What a play. Take me through this on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay.
Patrick Murphy just on the sit-down route, but you got an illegal procedure against the Vikings, so it's coming back. And you're going to repeat 1st down here.
Oh, wow. If you're a Vikings fan, you're just kicking yourself right now because you think, man, oh, man, my team's finally got the momentum back on their side thanks to this Patrick Murphy catch, who eventually gets tackled down, mind you, again by Mark Bukaboom. But unfortunately, you mentioned the penalty flag brings us all the way back to the 51-yard line of the Vikings with 59 seconds left in this 3rd quarter.
Again, for a half that's had only 7 points, this feels like as long as the first half felt. You know, John, it's been really exciting, kind of back and forth, highs and lows for both teams. And again, Lucas seems to see that momentum back here, and let's see if they can capitalize.
We're in the final minute of play here in the 3rd quarter of the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship live on Junior Mustangs TV. A plethora of options to the left side for the quarterback Mac Jakewith to throw to. He finds, I believe, Patrick Murphy again, and this time he'll be thrown down around the 33-yard line. Cooler heads will prevail at the tail end of this play. Looks like a Crusader is a little slow to get up, but eventually does in Luke Chapka.
Yeah, Chapka's playing the, and again, offside against Catholic Central this time.
And they've been really going after Chapka in these situations, partner. Did they see a mismatch of some kind?
Well, Chapka's playing in for Vanek.
So
again,
go figure.
that's what they're doing. That's where they're going after.
So now they're going to start targeting exactly that spot where the main stud is missing right now for the CCH Crusaders, after he was ejected for leaning with his head as a ball carrier, which I personally have never seen that before.
Oh, it's the targeting.
I know, I agree to that. I have just never seen it where it's an offensive player getting ejected for doing so.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times in the NFL, a couple times in the CFL, not very
Jake
often
with
at this
pump
level,
faking, but smothered and sacked. It's a big play for the Crusaders, and foot stomping his way out of this one, I believe, is number 53, partner?
No, 55.
So 55, that's DeAndre Dorian, the gentleman that scored a touchdown 50 seconds into this game. And that concludes the 3rd quarter of action. We go to the Aircade Jacks Communications box score. Again, it was that gentleman, DeAndre Dorian, scoring a 1-yard touchdown run 50 seconds into this championship dance to give the CCH Crusaders a 7-0 lead. Just about 4 minutes and 6 seconds later, the Vikings would get on the board in the opening quarter thanks to a 12-yard field goal from Sam Spolstra to make it 7-3. The Vikings will get their first taste of the lead in this game. In the second quarter with 7:10 remaining before halftime, Jakewith capped off an incredible drive with a 10-yard pass to a wide-open Jamie Lane in the back of the end zone. Sam Spolster made good on the PAT to give his team a 10-7 lead. However, to start the second half of action, Keegan Vanek took the ball from his 11-yard line on a kick return all the way back to the Vikings 14. He ends up capping off a 14-yard drive that he eventually set himself up for with a 4-yard TD run, and the PAT was good to give us a 14-10 game. However, since then, Vanek has been ejected and his services are no longer available for the Crusaders squad. 3 options to the right side for Jakewith, rolling back in the pocket, fires this one deep, has a man open at the 20-yard line, and he reels this one in. Will Adam with his second big reception in the second half.
And they keep going after that same spot, that wide side field 2. That time Styles was the one who was a little bit exposed. It's just a deep out route, which is, again, we've talked at nauseum at different broadcasts, John. It's so hard to cover that route for a linebacker. But again, Styles, he should be able to make that play. We've seen him make that play a number of times.
We talk about defense winning championships, Ron, but with 11:33 left in this championship game, it really feels like one team's offense has to win this game. Either the Vikings come back or do the Crusaders add some insurance. It is Jakewith right through the gut, fires a dart, finds an open target who skips past a couple tackles and dives towards the end zone. Touchdown Vikings from 19 yards out. Will Adam, however, a flag on this play could be bringing it back.
Well, it's a holding at the 5-yard line, so it's going to go back 10 yards from that spot.
After the yard
After
gain.
yards gained, I believe. So it should be a first down here about the 15-yard line for the Vikings.
So I thought with 11:14 left in this game that Will Adam had just, willed his team back into the lead. Well, it's taken back because of that penalty flag right there. So if you're the Vikings, what's the game plan now, Ron? With the ball being placed back, I believe, around the 15-yard line. Officials have yet to place the pigskin down on the TD turf.
As they're marching it back right now, as you can see it plugged exactly at the 15-yard line. So first down here for the Vikings. If I'm Lucas, a field goal is huge because it sets you up for, a rouge or something. A touchdowns would be monstrous.
When these teams huddle up, they look like a steam locomotive with just all the sweat and the hot air coming off of them, as it is Jakewith faking the handoff, a play-action pass, firing towards the end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown Vikings! Jamie Lane in the right lane for the second time in this game.
It's the same spot. It's the same route that they've had before. They've had success with that third receiver on that wide side of the field, sitting down and getting into that soft zone coverage, sits down for the touchdown, barring the extra point. It's going to be a 17-14 Lucas lead.
It took till 11:04 remaining in this game for Lucas to get their first points of the second half of play after taking a 10-7 lead into the halftime break. As the snap and the hold is good and Spolster splits the fork, and it is just that, Ron, for WOSSAA, as it will be quickly a 17-14 game here from TD Stadium.
Yeah, and again, dynamic emotions have changed in this game. If you're Catholic Central, this was one of the things that I talked about with you a little bit, John, is where we're talking off air, hey, why did I like Lucas just a little bit more than Catholic Central? I felt Lucas was a little bit more battle-tested.
Yeah, because they had to play 3 playoff games. A quarterfinal against Medway, they beat them by 25 points. A semifinal against Parkside, where they shut them out 47-zip. And then that Senior A championship you and I called here on Junior Mustangs TV, where they really handled, to my surprise, the South Collegiate Institute Lions 38-20, compared to the Crusaders, who only had to play 2 playoff games. A semifinal against the St. Joseph's Catholic High School Rams, where they won by 31 points, 38-7. Keegan Vanek had 4 touchdowns in that game, by the way. And then 46-zip. They put the Bulldogs in the dog pound from St. Andre Bissett in that LDA Senior Championship dance.
Well, and again, it's one of those things that is I just had the feeling that they were just a little bit more battle-tested as we see the ball kicked. Let's see what number 23, I believe it is going to do with this. Is that Kapka?
Wide open, right through the seam, breaks off of a couple tackles, stays on his feet past the 40, eventually skipped down to the turf At the 45-yard line, Luke Chapka had a touchdown to start the game in that LDA Senior Championship win over the St. Andre Bessette Bulldogs. And for a split second there, Ron, I thought he may have been able to go the distance on this affair. And it looks like, is that Chapka banged up at the end of this play?
Wow, this is a huge loss.
After losing Vanek, if you lose
Vanek,
Chapka.
now you're losing Chapka on top of this as well. Is what we're starting to see on the field here is we can really see it on this on our angle here, John, is the frost is really cutting over the top of the field. So that's going to make it for a slick, hard surface. And again, this is what you're kind of seeing with these kids there. The footing is going to be such a huge factor as this game goes on.
10:54 remains on the fourth quarter clock. 17-14 in favor of the AB Lucas Vikings, or the number 8 team in the nation, currently trying to upset the number 3 team in the nation in the Catholic Central High School Crusaders, who beat these Vikings in last year's 2018 WOSSAA Championship by a score of 41-27. The winner of this WOSSAA Championship goes on to take on the number 6 team in the nation in Hamilton at Ron Joyce Stadium at McMaster University next Thursday in the OSSAA Bowl Series, the Western Bowl, against another 8-0 team who's also 3-0 in non-conference play, might I add, in Huron Heights. And you mentioned Huron Heights with the old school rugby style offense that teams have a real difficult time adjusting to, as we take one last gander at the Luke Chapka kick return.
Right here, you can kind of see, he just kind of gets rolled up on at the very end there. That's what his that's what the injury was about. It's good to see him being able to walk off the field, though.
1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. Corson Skillett settles it down for Liam Hoskins. Hoskins trying to go right up the gut between the trenches. Will have his forward progress marked down after gaining 3 yards and then shoved back the mean way by Eric Anderson and the Viking crew.
Here's the problem with Catholic Central at this point. You've kind of become one-dimensional. You know, Corson, he's been a little bit high with his throws. He's tried to hit Rayshawn on a couple throws downfield. You've lost your other playmaker, Keegan Vanek.
Not having Keegan Vanek is like going from a sphere to just a circle. You definitely lose a dimension.
Yeah, and it's really hard, and we got to see which Catholic Central player can step up and be the leader on this team.
Will it be Corson Skillett? It's a play action, firing it to the near side. Rayshawn Blake receives it, skipping around, and he lost the ball, or did he? No, he held on to it. But to be honest with you there, Rayshawn looked down at his feet as he crossed over the 55-yard line and fooled me there, partner.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the ball was out or not.
So watch, he catches it here, and right about here he looks down, and we've already seen a handful of fumbles and interceptions and turnovers of all kinds, and yet on that time, it's just a 1st and 10 play, a first down for Blake.
Yeah, just a step-off screen again, get the ball in space to your dynamic playmaker, easy completion for the quarterback, and again, move the sticks, and you're flipping the field position slowly here.
Less than 10 minutes remains in this championship game. Corson Skillett hands this off. No, he doesn't to Liam Hoskins. It's Corson Skillett hanging on to the ball, spinning off of one tackle, still maintained possession, but took a mean lick at the 50-yard line to bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, if you're QB1 on this play, I know there's 9:30 left in the game, and you're trying to make plays and everything, but you do not want to be carrying the ball. You got to hand this ball off here.
And if you were to somehow win this game but injure your QB2 in Corson Skillett after losing QB1 in Ethan Chambers in your playoff run, what do you have left in the bag for Austin next week? As 2 options on the right side for Corson Skillett. He pump fakes, fires it to the near side. This one is caught. Rayshawn Blake staying on his feet, trying to fight towards that first down marker at the 44-yard line, and he's awfully close.
Looking at the spot, I think that he's going to have it. You know, at first I thought he was going to be short by about a half yard, but I think they're going to give it to him by about a half yard here.
Spolstra eventually forces the issue out of bounds in front of the Crusaders bench, but I think he gets to the 44 before doing so, as there is unfortunately a Viking down around the 37-yard line here with 9:05 remaining in this championship dance. As again, you're checking out the replay courtesy of Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. And again, a big shout out to all of our sponsors, the London Junior Mustangs football program, Air Ajax Communications, Battlefield Rentals, and of course, Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches. You can check them out on Skip the Dishes every day from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. or check them out online at mamashotitalliansandwiches.com.
I believe that's Zach Parmalee, number 53, who's the injured Viking on this play. But again, going back to that, it was a simple step-off screen that they hit Rayshawn Blake with. And again, it's how are you trying to get your playmakers involved when you lose a Keegan Vanek? I know, people who are probably watching this going, hey, why are you harping on this? Because he's such a dynamic player. You've got to get other guys involved. It's got to be Black. It's got to be Rayshon Blake. It's got to be, these other guys to step up.
I want to give a big shout outs to you, the viewer, for tuning in to us here on Junior Mustangs TV all around the world, whether it's from the comforts of your home or using your smartphone or tablets practically anywhere on this globe. Thank you for being one of the 20+ thousand people to tune into Junior Mustangs TV alone here on the month of November for pigskin action. And I just had a little bird whisper in my ear, or chirp, I think that's what birds do, that essentially this is the most views we've gotten in a single football game to this point, and we appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in here on Junior Mustangs TV. As sadly, Ron, no matter what, this is the final broadcast of 2019 as far as pigskin action is concerned, as it's Liam Hoskins trying to jill this one way to the far sideline. It would be a tackle for a loss anyway, and if you're Lucas, do you decline the penalty to bring up 2nd and 13, or do you take the penalty to bring up 1st and 20?
I take the penalty. I move them back. The 10 yards is going to be huge because you're going to push the ball beyond the 50-yard line again. So you're going to be close to that midfield stripe. Even with the penalty, you're going to help them for a 3-yard gain on this and flip the box. But I think losing the 10 yards is going to be more important at this point.
And if you're a Crusaders fan, you're keeping an eye on number 16. That's David Castellon, the field goal kicker for CCH, trying to get him at least in his range. Down by 3 with 8:45 left in the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Football Championship. Shoutouts to the entire crew. Danny Fitzgerald on the technical producing and directing. Alexander Schleihoff on the camera crew. Ron Perwerda and yours truly, Johnny Urban, happy to take you through some pigskin action here on your Wednesday evening in late November. And yeah, it's chilly, but this football action is mucho picante. As there's a trio to the right side for Skillett to choose from. He's going to roll out to that right side. Pressure comes down on Skillett, and he almost threw an interception in and out of the hands of Patrick Murphy, of all people. He wants that one back, folks. 8:26 left in this fourth quarter dance.
They're trying to hit Rayshon Blake with a long drag from the wide side of the field, from the short side of the field to cross to the wide side. And he's not picked up, but at the last second, Patrick Murphy does see him. And this is 2 that he's had in his hands tonight for the good running back and receiver that he wishes he could have back.
8:26 left on this fourth quarter clock. You're tuned in to the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Football Championship. Earlier this evening, it was the CCH Crusaders junior team prevailing over the Laurier Rams live on Junior Mustangs TV, 47-3. After the Rams had a 3-0 lead after the first quarter. Corson Skillett rolling back in the pocket, hammered all the way back at the 30 or 44-yard line. It's a huge sack for the Vikings.
Matt Bain off the left edge absolutely obliterates the tackle over there. And
somebody was joking on the comments section that Bain had committed to Clemson University, and you and I kind of had a laugh at that. You keep making plays like that, and the Tigers are going to give you a call.
I don't know if it's the Tigers that are going to give him a call, but that's a big-time play by the grade 13 product. And again, he's obviously going somewhere. But again, a huge play. It takes everything off the table as we see now.
This is 3rd in a country mile and a half, Ron.
I'm not sure you can punt for the first down with your backup punter. And again, that's if they're punting it.
And they
watch
finally,
the fake.
So they do have their punter out there. It's not Keegan Vanek. I imagine it's David Castellon, number 16, who usually takes over the field goal duties and does not punt for the Crusaders. But a leg's a leg, am I right? As Castellon will boot this one away from his 35-yard line. This gets caught up in the air, and we saw this a couple times under bad weather circumstances in the prior weeks of competition on Junior Mustangs TV, but the officials blow this play dead with multiple players within the vicinity of a ball that gets locked up into the night sky.
Yeah, it's a player safety thing. That's what you're seeing there, because he's going to catch the ball, and he's going to have no chance to return it. There's a very good chance he's going to get absolutely lit up. So it's if there's 3 players within that 5-yard bubble, that's where they kind of blow it dead.
Ron, you're a former kicker yourself, and I just said a kicker's a kicker, regardless of whether you kick field goals or whether you punt it away. I'm not a kicker, though. Is there any truth or validity to that?
No, there's a huge difference between punting and kicking. I can't punt the ball a lick, but I used to be able to hit a field goal like crazy.
7:25 left in this fourth quarter. Looks like they're going to sweep it to Sam Spolstra on that left side. Spolstra trying to get to the edge. Spolstra sort of leaned in there with the front shoulder and gains 2 yards on this play. 7:13 left on the clock.
Again, they're trying to attack the wide side of the field where Keegan Vanek was. And again, Catholic Central has had a really good job of pursuing defense all the way across. And again, they're doing a good job of coming down the line of scrimmage. You know, when they're pursuing like that, I usually look for something like, hey, is there a reverse angle or something there? There's not even a reverse there. They're collapsing on them that well because they're taking the backwards alley away as well.
Time is of the essence if you're a Crusaders fan. 6:43 left on this clock. It continues to tick down with the Vikings hanging on to a 3-point lead. They're going to hand this one off, refusing to go down right away. Sort of stork-legging his way all the way through 8 yards plus for the first down. Watch this bizarre carry, to put it lightly, on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay.
He keeps his feet moving, but he's almost tripped up at the point, and it's like he's stumbling forward for about 5 yards before he goes down for the first down. But a huge run by Patrick Murphy.
6:14 left on the clock. The Crusaders defense can bend and not break here as they are down by 3 and need to get their offense back onto the field. Ball's at the Crusaders' 49-yard line. 3 will run to the line. Lots of options to the near side. They skip it off the turf to Spolstra, though. Incomplete from Matt Jakewith. 5:57, 2nd and 10 coming up for the Vikings in Crusader territory.
I don't like that call, to be honest. I don't mind the pass, but on first down there, I would have preferred to run the ball. Again, the clock is in your favor. You know, what you're trying to do is chew up clock, maybe get one more first down here, line up maybe for a field goal, and go up by 6 and force them to score a touchdown. Again, the clock stops. Coaches might not be looking at it at this point, but it's something that you got to have in the back of your mind.
2 run to the line, 3 options to the right side for Jakewith. Protected in the pocket, has a man open in Jamie Lane, who already has 2 touchdowns in this game.
Got enough.
And Lane looks like he got the first down up to the 37-yard line. So go figure, Jamie Lane's 2 touchdowns has been swiped out by Keegan Vanek and DeAndre Dorian. The difference in this game so far is that 12-yard field goal with 7:04 remaining in the first quarter by Sam Spolstra.
Yeah, and again, it's been a really tight defensive game. To me, it feels like Lucas is slowly taking control of this game. You know, they're doing a good job of moving the ball, keeping the clock going. Getting another first down here would be devastating for Catholic Central, because then you're definitely in field goal range.
Jakewith with his running back right beside him. 3 options to the left side, 2 to the right. 3 will run to the line. Fires it quickly to that left side. Is that Spolstra? I think it is. And Spolstra has enough for the first down, stays in bounds, and gets about 15 yards on this play. You said that another first down would be very detrimental to the Crusaders. Well, the Vikings move the chains.
Yeah, and again, now we're under 5 minutes left, and you're about the 22-yard line.
You can hold them to a field goal, essentially.
But again, a field goal would be massive, because now you have to score a touchdown with maybe a long field or something else, because I don't think that they're going to kick it overly deep to let those dynamic returners get their hands on the ball. If I'm Lucas, as we see somebody take a timeout, or...
The official blew the play dead. The teams separate from the line of scrimmage, but you're right, partner. They haven't officially...
They gave, because the junior coaches are on the bench, and they were down on the 20-yard line, and they told them to get back. You got to be from the 40-yard lines and in.
Get back to your bench, essentially, is what the Zebra's trying to tell the coaching staff down there for CCH. 4:35 left in this game. The clock continues to tick down against the Crusaders, down by 3 in this WOSSAA championship game. Jakewith immediately fires this one over the left side. This is caught, staying on his feet, tiptoeing past a couple tacklers, and getting another first down. I believe that's 3 back-to-back first down plays from Jakewith in the offense of the Vikings.
Yeah, and again, it's the same play. It's that step-off screen to Sam Spolstra. Makes the first man miss, gets nice and low.
It's Will Adam on this last play.
Oh, it's Will
partner.
Adam, excuse me.
But very similar play design to what they've ran with Spolstra this whole drive.
Yeah, and it's the same play, just different guy. If I'm the Vikings, I'm running the ball here and taking a shot.
First and goal from the 9-yard line. Ken Lucas put the nail in the coffin. They're trying to go deep into the end zone. Sam Spolstra! Touchdown Vikings! The hammer is out, and the nails are getting driven through, but there's still 3:43 left before the Crusaders will crawl into the coffin.
Yeah, and again, just a simple seam route. They've run this a number of times. They almost hit it earlier in the game. That was the one that Rayshon Blake almost took 90 yards to the house before he got pushed out of bounds. And again, it's the same play design. You just get Spoelstra on that seam route, and he's in the back of the end zone. Great ball by Jacquez. And again, that could be pretty much all she wrote for Catholic Central.
We'll see after this PAT. One more gander at that Spoelstra TD as splitting the fork with ease is Spoelstra on his own touchdown to increase the lead now to 24-14. And Fitzy, roll it for me in the truck one more time. That potential nail in the coffin. Take me through this play, Ron.
Again, it's just what you're doing is you're running 3 wide, and they almost do a scissor route. Okay, so the Spoelstra's lining up on the Y position, the third slot or the inside slot, and they cross at 5 yards, almost get a natural pick. And again, it's just separating on the seam route.
So let's break down the simple math. 3:43 left on this clock from TD Stadium. If you're a Crusaders fan, you're down by 10. You need a field goal and a touchdown to force overtime in this 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Championship game. It is not impossible. And as I love to say the Drake line, it's over. It's over. It's far from over, Ron Forwarder from TD Stadium here on your Wednesday evening.
There's no way in the world I am kicking it deep. I want to kick the ball to about the 35, 30-yard line. Let those up backs take the ball. I do not want the deep returners for Catholic Central to get a run at this ball.
And the Crusaders are, in fact, awfully deep. And you mentioned that real estate, the 35-yard line from pretty much the 26 up to the 53 is nothing but wide open greenery for Spoelstra to choose to target. 3:43 left on the clock. Spoelstra goes exactly there. It's going to be received by the Crusaders back around their 30-yard line. Heading up with a head of steam is Liam McDonough. McDonough will cross over the 40 and taken down around the 44. 3:36 left on the clock. Crusaders down by 10, and Corson Skillett, technically QB2 to start this season off, will try and lead his team back to a championship victory.
And again, what you've got to do is you've got to get the ball in your playmaker's hand. Rayshon Blake's got to be huge on this, but you've got to be patient. You need one of your other guys to step up. It's kind of being the song and dance that we've said tonight a number of times. Which secondary cast member was going to step up and be the man? If you're Catholic Central, the time is now. You can't put it all on Blackson. You can't, or Blake. You can't put it all on your running back. You can't put it all on your quarterback. You've got to make a play out there.
2 run to the line. 3 options to the left side for the protected quarterback, Carson Skillett, who overthrows the intended target on this play, and Jordan DeBoose. Don't mind the fact that they took the shot there, but just too much mustard under the arm. Of course, in Skillett, 3:30 remains in this championship dance. 3:30 away are the Vikings from getting revenge from their 41-27 loss in the 2018 WOSSAA Championship last year, ironically enough, to the Crusaders from CCH.
I thought Catholic Central coming into this game had a matchup with DeBoose there, and to my knowledge, it's the first time that they've really targeted him in this game.
Well, and it's jokes that you say that because during the CCH practice I attended to, they said if we target DeBoose and he catches the ball more than 5 times, we'll be fine, and you just mentioned it. They haven't targeted him a whole lot. Corson Skillett ranging in the pocket, does have a man wide open down the field, and this one is reeled in at the 28-yard line. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Jordan DeBoose.
So DeBoose, he's just running a wheel route, which is what they ran earlier today with Keegan Vanek. When Vanek almost had that earlier touchdown in the first half there. Again, same concept route. Again, Lucas gets caught looking at the ball rather than playing their zones and everything else. DeBoose actually does a good job. Second target. Look what happens when you get other people involved in the offense.
Into the green zone go the Crusaders. To be honest with you, I thought they had one more play before the 3-minute warning, but with 2:52 remaining on the clock, looks like we've hit it here at TD Stadium in the 4th quarter of play. The number 8 team in the nation, the A.B. Lucas Vikings, trying to hang on to this 10-point lead with the final 2:52 left on the clock against the number 3 team in the nation, the Catholic Central High School Crusaders, and advance to Austin to take on the number 6 team in the nation, Huron Heights in Hamilton next Thursday. Corson Skillett on the delayed handoff to Liam Hoskins. Hoskins. Hoskins finds a gap to the near side, past the 15, eventually goes out of bounds. Looks like a first down for Liam Hoskins, and they're within the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone, Ron.
Yeah, this is something that you don't want to do. You got to keep them in bounds on this. This is huge, because the clock is not going to start now until the snap of the ball rather than the chains being set. So that's massive. If you're Lucas, you got to keep them in. I get that you're protecting against the pass, but you can't leave one guy in there to take the way of the run.
Crusaders in the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich red zone. Check them out on Skip the Dishes. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Looks like a fake handoff to Hoskins. Fires it to the near side. Rayshon Blake just scampers out of bounds around the 7-yard line after gaining 4 yards to the near side. 2:36 left on the ticker.
And again, it's just that simple step-off screen. That's the only way that they've really been able to get the ball in Rayshon Blake's hands today is that step-off screen. And it's been their most effective weapon.
Now, if they can't capitalize on these next 2 plays, would you just settle for the field goal, knowing that you do need a field goal and a touchdown within these final couple minutes to have a shot?
Absolutely. And then you line up for the onside kick.
So it is Corson Skillett with Liam Hoskins, I believe, the lone man behind him. 2 split evenly. They're going to rotate over the right side. They delayed the handoff. It's a fake play action thrown to the near side, trying to find, I believe, Rayshon Blake. Incomplete pass. It'll bring up a third down play with 2:32 left on the clock here in the fourth quarter of play.
Alex Balzani coming off the edge here, applying huge pressure. Again, everybody sucked in except for him.
David Castellon goes on to the field partner. They are going to kick a field goal to try and draw themselves within 7 points.
Yeah, and it's a smart play that you've got to play the clock, you've got to play the field position. If you're Lucas, you're not going to, by them taking the field goal, okay, fine, we'll take the ball on the 35-yard line.
And if
no onside kick.
If you didn't get 6 yards and you went for it here on third down, you can pretty much put this one to bed, down by 2 possessions and losing the ball.
Yeah, exactly, but also it's also going to force CCH to take their timeouts on defense to stop the clock, and then they should get the ball back with about a minute left.
Near hash mark, a 15-yard kick for David Castellon. The snap is good, the hold is good, and the kick is through. The Crusaders pull themselves within a touchdown here with 2:28 left on the fourth quarter clock for the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Football Championship. You want drama? We got drama here on Junior Mustangs TV.
So you're going to see run, timeout, and then they're going to punt the ball away. CCH will get the ball back, I'm going to say, with about 2 minutes left.
CCH's defense has conceded 2 touchdowns in this fourth quarter of action alone, Ron. They have been gobbled up with the lack of Keegan Vanek and an injured Luke Chapka. They've really been targeting down the field with the run game. I mean, the well has to get airtight and shut down here if you're on the Crusaders defense. They can't allow a first down by the Vikings.
If you're Catholic Central, here's something, okay? And it's you've said that you're the biggest, baddest boys on the block. Your defensive line's the most dominant defensive line in high school. It's time for your defensive line to step up and make a play. We haven't called a lot of the defensive linemen other than number 55 for Catholic Central during this game.
After the 15-yard field goal from David Castellon, the Vikings elect to take this ball from their 35-yard line with a 7-point lead, trying to advance to the OFSAA Championship, the OFSAA Bowl Series, the Western Bowl, as it's Jakewith throwing this one, incomplete pass, trying to find Sam Spolster on this play, flag back at the 35-yard line.
I think he got offside against Catholic Central. I'm not sure. I'm just waiting for the call to come here. I'm surprised they threw the ball, but again, go with what got you to the dance here. As they're talking to the referees, it is a false start against Lucas.
It's declined by the Crusaders. Second and 10.
Stops the clock so they don't have to use their timeout.
So a 2nd and 10 instead of having a 1st and 15. 2:25 remains here on the fourth quarter clock. Lucas with a 7-point lead, trying to advance to take on the number 6 team in the nation, Huron Heights, who, just like the Vikings coming into today, 8-0 in action here in 2019. So it's the Huron Heights number 6 awaiting either the number 8 Vikings or the number 3 Crusaders here in the great nation of Canada. As there's 2 running the line and 3 options to the left side for Jakewith. Rolls back in the pocket. Gonna throw this one. Incomplete pass.
I don't understand the play calls.
There really didn't seem to be a receiver in the vicinity either, Ron, for Warda. And it brings up quickly 3rd and 10. Crusaders didn't have to burn a timeout, Ron. It killed all of 15 seconds off the clock, and barring some trickery, the Vikings are just going to punt this one away back into Crusaders' possession. The door of opportunity has just been cracked open a couple inches for the Crusaders offense to... Do I smell overtime on our Wednesday evening, Ron?
Oh, perhaps, but here's something else to keep in mind. Number 11, Jordan DeBoos, is now back for the punt return. So you don't have Kapka back there. You don't have Vanek back there. So this is your 4th different punt returner that you've got in this game right now. Is there any doubt in the world who's going to be catching this ball?
2:20 left on the clock. Back at his own 20-yard line is number 20, Sam Spolstra, with a nice boot down to the near sideline, received by number 11 of the Crusaders, Jordan DeBoos. DeBoos, trying to stretch this play to the far side, will cross his 50 and be dropped down at the 52. Multiple flags thrown at the end of this play, and all I caught out of the corner of my eye was a Viking being thrown down to the turf here at TD, and Phil McLeod.
Yeah, Christian Thompson, number 35, took a really, really untimely penalty. This is going to be a 15-yard objectionable conduct, unnecessary roughness, going against Catholic Central. So when you have the ball nearly at midfield, now you're going to have the ball inside your 40 with a long field to go. Discipline, discipline, discipline.
The Vikings again went a perfect 5-0 in the Darnell Division regular season with 169 points forward and only 48 points against. They'd win the quarterfinals over Medway by 25 points, the semifinals over Parkside 47-0, and then to my surprise would devour the Lions by 18 points, 38-20 live on Junior Mustangs TV in the TV DSB Senior A Championship game. And, well, the momentum from all that rowing the Vikings have done here in 2019 continues as they look to take the boat, and with a WOSSAA championship to boot, to hammer next week at Ron Joy Stadium to take on Huron Heights.
You know, and again, it's been a role-play game by both sides of the ball.
Corson Skillett pump faking, elects to go for a gander. Skillett, first down and more, goes out of bounds around the 55-yard line. It's a gain of 18 yards by the Crusaders quarterback. 1:58 left in this championship game.
And again, you know, that's the kind of the X factor that we were talking about. Which grade 11 kid? Was it going to be Corson Skillett, the quarterback from CCH? Good job keeping his eyes downfield. He's trying to make a play there, but also feels the pressure, steps up, and then goes for a little jaunt. Good big first run. Gain about 20 yards on that, Johnny.
Again, the Crusaders looking to go back-to-back WOSSAA championships after beating these same Vikings 41-27 last year. Rayshawn Blake catches this ball at the 45-yard line. Looked like he wanted to extend the play, but wisely went out of bounds. He might be shy of the first down, but more importantly, stops the clock with $1:52 left from TD Stadium.
Yeah, again, he's going to be short by about a yard here, but again, it's more of the get out of bounds, stop the clock. You want to get chunk yards and everything else. You know, obviously you want to get
second and 1. QB sneak coming from Castellon. No, they fake it, and they're trying to throw this deep. It's intercepted instead by the Vikings at the 30-yard line. Back the other way, past the 40-yard line. It's Vikings ball yet again. The 3rd interception thrown in this game, and coming away with it is number 3, Matt Baker. His 2nd interception, his 3rd turnover of the game.
I'm going to give you a little history with these two, okay? As we see flags on the play on the far side of the
against
field.
the Crusaders, declined by Lucas. The interception counts. It's Vikings ball with $1:43 left here in the WOSSAA championship tilt.
2 years ago at the Bantam level, Coach Kennedy and myself had 2 really dynamic players at quarterback, Mac Baker and Corson Skellett. Okay, these 2 kids know each other, they understand each other, and again, it's just one of those things. I think it's a familiarity with each other, and Mac was able to beat Corson on that.
Let's take
play.
one more gander on the Mama's Hot Italian Sandwich replay. I thought that he fooled the trenches on the would-be quarterback sneak. He didn't fool Lucas's secondary, and especially the safety there. And Mac attacked Baker. 2 interceptions and a fumble recovery. Have yourself a day. 1:43 left. The Crusaders have 2 timeouts, Ron, still to their credit. Is it over? Not too sure. They're going to go on the ground attack. Are the Vikings trying to swarm them up? Is Petta not going down right away? And in fact, he kept going, did Patrick Murphy, but they stopped his forward progress back at the 49.
Again, huge play. Good gain of 8 yards on there. Just a straight ahead power almost behind Anderson. And again, really good job. Brings up a second down in about 1.5 yards.
95 seconds left in this championship dance, and barring semantics wrong, I believe the AB Lucas Vikings are a yard away from sealing this 2019 WOSSAA championship.
Pretty close, again.
So once again, it's a handoff. It's the Vikings to the near side. They have the first down through Patrick Murphy. But to be honest with you, I thought Murphy led with the noggin over Jordan DeBoose. And there's a late flag thrown in this one. Another late flag. This one might be going up against the Crusaders, though, Ron.
I think these are both going to go against the Crusaders. Unfortunately, you're going to get a bench call for sure on it's unnecessary roughness against Lucas, objectionable conduct against the bench. So it should be a wash here. They're going to give him the yards gain,
which would be a first down for the Vikings.
First down
with 1:18 left in this game.
And I believe it's going to go back 5 yards by the end of this.
So the Vikings, who lost last year to the Crusaders in the 2018 WOSSAA Championship, 41-27, looks like they're 1 minute and 18 seconds away from getting revenge here in 2019 against the Crusaders.
Again, it's been a fantastic game. We kind of thought coming into this game it was going to be a low-scoring defensive battle. It kind of has been that kind of heavyweight fight feel that we've seen today.
Listen, it was a 14-10 game after the Keegan Vanek touchdown with 10:09 remaining in the third quarter. When Vanek got ejected, you could feel the momentum slip out of the sails of the Crusaders. And yeah, they were only trailing 17-14 at one point with 11:04 remaining in the fourth quarter after the Jamie Lane touchdown. But then Jake would find Spolstra at the back of the end zone. And even after the David Castellon field goal to bring them within 7, another interception from McAttack Baker put the finish line further away for the Crusaders. And that much closer for the AB Lucas Vikings trying to advance to the WOSSAA Bowl Series, the Western Bowl, next Thursday in the Hammer against the number 6 team in the nation, the Huron Heights Crew, who's also 8-0.
Yeah, that again, the double wing formation, might be premature if people are thinking this, there's lots of time left, a minute 18. Yeah, this game has felt like it was over since about midway through the third quarter when a certain player left the game.
3 run to the line. It's another run play by the Vikings, this time to the near side. I think that was Rayshawn Blake getting in the grill of the would-be ball carrier. They still get about 3 yards on this play. 1:13 left on the clock. Timeout taken by the Crusaders.
So there's the first timeout. You're going to see pretty much the same type of play. Another timeout taken. If you turn around and punt the ball then, let's say they get the ball at the 40, they're going to punt the ball. Catholic Central is going to get the ball back with probably a minute left. 15, 20-yard line, maybe 25 at best.
That's if the Vikings don't find themselves crossing the 37-yard line of the Crusaders and moving the chains and officially driving the nails right through the Crusader coffin.
Well, you got to get the clock to 59 seconds because you get a 20-second time count at this division. So you need to kill 3 downs. You got to get a first down with 59 seconds left, and that is where it's all over.
Coming onto the field right now for the Vikings is number 42. Why is it so peculiar? Well, I don't have a 42 on my play sheet, partner.
Maybe it's one of the junior players that's come up. I don't know. I don't have a 42 either.
1:13 left on the clock here in this championship game as Jake With comes from the bench, goes into the huddle. Last second instructions with this 2nd and 7 play coming up. Do they continue to go to the ground attack? It looks like Jake With goes right behind the line of center. So Jake With will have Jamie Lane rotate over the left side. Looks to hand it off to Patrick Murphy to that left side. Murphy breaks through a little bit of a hole, but the secondary squeezes it up for the Crusaders. 3rd down, we'll call it 2 coming up for the Vikings. 1:07 left in this senior WOSSAA championship game.
And they call it timeout, so that's a second timeout. So now, again, if you're Lucas, I think you got to play it safe here. I think you punt the ball and put the ball, hopefully inside the 10.
Or do you just cement the victory now, knowing that you already have grabbed 2 straight interceptions through Mac Baker on the quarterback?
Yeah, I think you put the onus on what's got you to the dance here, which is being your defense. And I punt the ball. I play it safe. I play this field position. And again, John, you've known me for a long time. You've called enough games. I'm the eternal gambler. But at this point, I want to lean on my strength, which is being my defense.
Luke Stills checks off for this next play. Lucas Hessel checks in for the Crusaders with 1:07 left on the TD clock in this 2019 WOSSAA Championship. But 3rd down and 2.
They're
Looks
going
like
for it.
it's a QB sneak situation for Matt Jakewith. As
Unless they can get him
Jakewith
to
trying to read the defense. Lots of motion out of the backfield. They're going to hand it off to the big man. The big man, I believe in Eric Anderson's trying to rumble up. You know what? This is all going to depend on where the officials mark this ball officially. This is a big measurement here. Do the Crusaders get one more shot down by 7, or did the Lucas Vikings move the chains and unofficially end this championship game? They're calling in the chain gang. The drama is heating up.
I'm telling you, from our point of view, I'm basically standing about the 40-yard line, so I got a pretty straight shot to it. I thought he was short by about a half a yard here. And again, just depending on the spot, looking at the spot of it, man, it's close. It's really close.
All the football has to do is cross over that 37-yard line, partner, and I believe the nose is across the 37, but they're going to bring out the chain gang just to make sure. Links on the chain will decide whether the Crusaders get one last shot in this WOSSAA Senior Championship game or whether it's the Vikings' ball. They come up short by an inch or 2. Crusaders ball! Crusaders ball! With a $1.02 left in this championship game. Down by 7. They're going to get the ball back at their 37-yard line. And dare I say, 73 yards needed. In a minute and 2 seconds, no timeouts. That's the situation the Crusaders find themselves in here on Junior Mustangs TV.
Again, that's why I punt the ball. I would have punted the ball to the 15-yard line.
I don't disagree with you, partner, and now we're seeing exactly why.
Yeah, again, I don't understand that play call, but again,
Castellon. I apologize. It's Corson Skillett. 2 run to the line for the quarterback for the Crusaders. Settling down the snap, hands it off to Liam Hoskins. Hoskins will only gain about a yard between the hash marks. 57 seconds left on the clock. The Crusaders got a motor.
Again, what they're going to set what happens in the Canadian game in the last 2 minutes of the game. Once the ball's set, now it's going to be blowing in. So they don't lose time as the ball's being set.
A trio of options to the left side for Castellon. 2 will wag to the line. He looks over to that left side. Gonna fire this one. It is caught at the 50-yard line, trying to get out of bounds, but I don't know if Jordan DeBooth did so with 46 seconds now left on the TD clock.
Yeah, I'm not sure he did, but again, they're going to move the clock. They're going to move the sticks here. Once the ball's set, it's going to be a first down, but again, you don't mind giving up 10 or 15 yards. You just can't give up 45, 50 yards in a play here.
1st and 10 from their 50-yard line. 46 seconds left on this championship clock. 3 options to the right side. It's Skillett ranging off to that right side. He's flushed. He's got to get rid of this ball. He's going to huck this one deep. Has a receiver down there, and I believe it's a Viking just getting a bare paw on it and knocking it away. A great defensive play brings up 2nd and 10.
I think it's Patrick Murphy who's playing almost center field there, is coming across there. And I'm not sure the intended receiver for Catholic Central, but again, I'm pretty sure it's Murphy coming all the way back from the wide corner spot all the way down there to knock that play away.
It is Patrick Murphy, partner, who had 3 touchdowns in that Senior A championship victory over the South Collegiate Institute Lions, but he's getting the job done on defense here with 33 seconds left. Down by 7. They need 60 yards to force overtime here on your Wednesday evening in the 2019 WOSSAA Championship due to the Crusaders from CCH. Corson Skillett taking the snap from his 45. Looks to air this one deep. He's going to fire it to the far side. Under through the intended target. I think that was Jordan DeBooth again. It all comes down to this with 27 seconds left on the clock. 3rd and 10. Crusaders need at least 10 yards to keep their championship hope and dreams alive.
That's exactly what has to happen. You don't need to score a touchdown here. You need a first down. As we've got under 30 seconds left, you just got to get the first down so you can get 3 more shots at it.
After losing to CCH 41-27 in the 2018 WOSSAA Championship, the Vikings are so close to getting revenge. Did they finally get it on this play? Corson Skillett, protected in the pocket, has a man open. This one is caught by DeBooth. DeBooth does have the first down. DeBooth is trying to get out of bounds, but he stays in. Knocked down at the 43-yard line. 17 seconds left on the clock. Wow, wow, wow. The drama continues here in southwestern Ontario.
And again, all you had to do is get the first down on that. And again, it's just that little sit-down route, that little out. He comes back for the ball.
But is it too little, too late? Only 17 seconds left, and they got to go 40-plus yards. Castellon in the shotgun, ranging back in the pocket. Once again, fires to the far sideline, almost intercepted by the Vikings, and a late flag thrown on this play.
Yeah, unnecessary roughness, roughing the passer against the Vikings.
A 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down, 8 seconds left on the clock. Crusaders still have a chance to force overtime here on your Wednesday evening in this 2019 WOSSAA Championship game after featuring a junior championship game earlier between the Crusaders and the Laurier Rams. 47-3 was the final of that game. It's safe to say there wasn't any drama after the halftime break, partner. But in this one, man, oh man, Young and the Restless, Days of Your Lives, you can tell me a soap opera that's better than this.
You got a Hail Mary play coming on here, as I think you're going to have the Vikings call the timeout here.
It is A.B. Lucas taking a timeout with officially, despite the fact that I hate a decimal clock in football, 8.7 left on the ticker here from TD Stadium. The Vikings, after a touchdown from Spoelstra from Jakewith, with 3:43 left in this fourth quarter, increased their lead to 24-14. Vikings fans probably thought they were just going to run out the clock and go away with the championship victory. Well, hold the phone, Ron Forwarda. 8.7 seconds left, and the Crusaders still have a chance to tie this game up.
It's kind of fitting, if I can, to have the high drama game. We kind of thought this was going to be a low-scoring defensive struggle, kind of coming down to the end.
I thought the first game was going to be close, and the second game was going to be a blowout. It's been the exact oppo taco, my friend.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be the exact opposite.
And you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, even the broken clock gets it right twice in a day. And this might be the second one I get right, John.
The voice of an angel taking you through this pigskin contest on your Wednesday evening, late November. The WOSSAA Championship on the senior side on the line. And we're not done yet, friends, as this ball is at the 28-yard line officially. Castellon in the pro set, 3 options to the left side. Castellon tries to fire it to the near sidelines. Incomplete pass. 4 seconds left on the clock. Luke Chapka, the intended target on the play.
So you're trying to hit the long out again, just to make it an easier throw. Well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to see how they're going to line up. They're taking Rayshawn Blake away. They're double-teaming him on the far side of the field. They're playing man receivers over here.
If you're Castellon, do you have to get the ball into the end zone? Or are you trying to find your receiver in open real estate around the 10 and hope they can do the rest?
You've got 4 receivers to the one side of the field. This is a Hail Mary play coming up on the one side.
Quads to the near side. Empty backfield for Skillet. Skillet's gonna huck this one deep towards the end zone. Incomplete pass. Vikings win. Vikings win. Lucas is your 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys champions. They prevail by 7 points over the Crusaders, and they exact revenge from their 41-27 loss to the Crusaders in last year's 2018 WOSSAA Championship. What an upset. Number 8 takes down number 3 in the nation live on Junior Mustangs TV. And now the Vikings' journey is not over. They will take on the number 6 team in the nation, Huron Heights, who's 8-0 next week in Hamilton, Ontario, from Ron Joyce Stadium at McMaster University next Thursday as a part of the OSSA Bowl Series. It's Western Bowl season for the A.B. Lucas Vikings. Congratulations. As far as the London half is concerned, a perfect 9-0 season gives them the TV DSP Senior A Championship and the 2019 WOSSAA Senior Boys Championship. What a year, what a moment for the A.B. Lucas Vikings football program.
Yeah, great kudos to the Vikings here who have they beat the class of the public board. South really gave them a heck of a game. Laurier was really good, but at the start of the year, John, you and I talked about, hey, there's a possibility we might be calling some high school playoff games. How do we think it was going to go? Almost to a man, we all kind of looked at each other and said,
through their playoff run in the LDA. And Corson Skill did an immaculate job taking over for the Crusaders program, but you mentioned the veteran-like experience, specifically at WOSSAA Bowls, that Ethan Chambers has, and Corson Skillett is still developing. But really, I hate to say this, the coulda, woulda, shouldas of football. What if Keegan Vanek stayed in the remaining of this game for the Crusaders? Would you think that we are facing a different final score?
I think the dynamic of the game changed when he went out, and you felt CCH almost becoming a desperate team, kind of looking for someone. I said it, a couple times in the game. CCH hadn't really ever been pressed. So how were they going to react to, adversity in the game? And we saw them bounce back, and it was a spark plug by Keegan Vanek as we see the trophy being raised by the Vikings.
Raise it high above your heads, Lucas Vikings, after going 5-0 in the Darnell division, beating the Rams of Sir Wilfrid Laurier, the Eagles of East Elgin, the Cowboys of Medway, and the Oaks of Oak Ridge Secondary School, as well as the Lions in a battle of the undefeateds in Week 5, thanks to a Sam Spolster game-winning field goal 17-15. In the postseason, they beat the Medway Cowboys again, 28-3. Semifinals, 47-zip over the Parkside Collegiate Institute. Then would, handle the Lions, cage them, if you will, 38-20 in the TVDSB Senior A Championship game. The momentum of these Vikings did not slow down here on your Wednesday evening. They prevailed 24-17 over the CCH Crusaders, and they get revenge for losing to the same Crusaders last year in the 2018 WOSSAA Championship, 41-27. And last thing to remind you folks, for the Lucas Viking fans and football fans in London in general, the show is not over if you're an AB Lucas Viking fan. They will go off to the Hammer, Hamilton, Ontario, Ron Joyce Stadium at the University of McMaster for the OFSAA Bowl Series. They will play the Huron Heights, number 6 team in the nation, who also has an 8-0 record, so you'll have a combined 17-0 between Huron Heights and AB Lucas when they battle for that Western Bowl next Thursday. Ron, it's the end of the 2019 era here on Junior Mustangs TV. Been so proud to present all these different games, whether it's in the OPFL, OFL with the London Junior Mustangs program, TVRAA or LDA in the high school football scene. I know it's a loaded question, but your thoughts on this entire 2019 year?
It's been a great year for football. It's been a wonderful game to watch and to call. We've seen championship level games, championship quality football played at all levels of the city, from the 10-year-old all the way up to the Beefeaters game that we called as well this year. Again, it's been a great opportunity, and again, I just want to thank everybody involved. The Melroses and Stodders, Johnny, yourself.
Appreciate it.
KJ Kenemy, and again, Mama's Italian Sandwich. If you go on there and tell me you heard it from a voice of an angel, you won't get anything, but, I'm telling you, my ego will get stroked a little bit too.
I'm sure Brenda will throw in some free cookies, and why not? Check out Mama's Hot Italian Sandwiches at 797 York Street at Unit 8, open daily from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can find them on Skip the Dishes or online at mamashotitaliansandwiches.com. Also have to thank TD Bank for helping us out here at TD Stadium for these 2 WOSSAA championships, Air K-Jacks Communications, the London Junior Mustangs football program, and Battlefield Rentals for being key sponsors throughout this entire 2019 year. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to take a moment to truly appreciate the thoughts and, coordination of KJ Kenemy for putting this entire enterprise together, Adam Melrose and the entire Melrose crew, which includes his wife Stephanie and his son Camden, for doing a great job with all the audio and video production and directing throughout 2019. Danny Fitzgerald, who, joined us in the second half of action as far as the 2019 coverage is concerned, but really stepped up in the production role. I think the hidden MVP of this entire crew has to be Alexander Schleihoff, who literally has put his body, soul, and mind on the line, being a camera crew throughout bizarre weather, triple overtime games, and back-to-back contests like you had here this evening. Big thank you to you, Ron Forwerda. I am John Urban. 2 WOSSAA championships is in the bag here on your Wednesday evening from TD Stadium. The CCH Crusaders junior team prevails 47-3 over the Laurier Rams to take the junior WOSSAA crown. But the AB Lucas Vikings get revenge here in 2019 over the CCH Crusaders. They prevail 24-17 to advance to Hamilton next week to take on Huron Heights. It'll be number 8 versus number 6 at the OFSAA Bowl Series, the Western Bowl. For the rest of the crew, I'm Johnny Yu. From the bottom of my heart, Avita Singh, friends.